Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Demon Slayer. Starting with a charismatic heartthrob, Muzan was bewitched. Part 1. Night. Inside a luxurious mansion in the Kita Toshima district, Tokyo Prefecture. Muzan Kibutsuji sat upright in front of the dining table. And his slender, pale hands were tearing apart a young body. Afterward, he scooped up a portion of it, his movements as gentle as if he were treating the most precious treasure in the world, bringing it to his mouth bit by bit. The faint sound of chewing was exceptionally clear in the silent night. Before him lay young Riko, who at this moment had lost her former vibrant aura. Her body had become battered and broken, and the breath of life had long since dissipated, leaving only the occasionally dripping blood to bloom into shocking red lotuses on the pristine white carpet. Mitsuki, the wife of Muzan Kibutsuji, a woman with a beautiful appearance and a gentle temperament, was slumped on the floor not far away at this moment. Her body trembled uncontrollably from extreme fear, her gaze fixed dead on the familiar yet strange figure in front of the dining table. Her lips quivered, but she could not make a complete sound. What are you doing? Finally, she questioned in a hoarse voice, with a crying tone, nearly collapsing. Darling, what on earth are you doing? She could not believe everything happening before her eyes. Her husband, the man who had always doted on her and Riko to the extreme, being cultured and gentle, and even somewhat introverted and shy, how could he do such a beastly thing? This was not the husband she knew, this was simply not him. Isn't it obvious? Muzan Kibutsuji answered leisurely. I'm hungry, so I'm eating. Hearing this, Mitsuki's body stiffened abruptly, and tears rolled down like broken beads. She felt an unprecedented wave of nausea and despair welling up in her heart. You are not my husband. Who on earth are you? Mitsuki shouted at the top of her lungs, her voice trembling and distorted from fear and anger. She desperately wanted to wake up from this nightmare, but everything before her eyes was so real enough to tear her heart and gall apart. Muzan Kibutsuji was noncommittal about this, he merely glanced faintly at Mitsuki. And then lowered his head again, his gaze falling upon Riko's small body that had long since stopped moving. As the last trace related to Riko disappeared before him, Riko, that once lively and cute girl, completely vanished from this world, leaving not even a trace behind. He licked the residual blood at the corner of his lips, his crimson tongue tip appearing exceptionally bewitching. Then, he raised his head once more, his gaze falling upon Mitsuki's face, which had turned pale from extreme terror. Mitsuki. Muzan Kibutsuji said softly. I'm not full yet. Mitsuki's heart shrank violently, and a bone-chilling chill instantly swept through her entire body. She wanted to run, wanted to scream, wanted to resist. But her body seemed to be imprisoned by an invisible force, so stiff she could not move. In her despairing gaze, Muzan Kibutsuji slowly reached out a hand. That hand underwent a bizarre change in midair. Pitch-black tentacles protruded from his fingertips like agile snakes, rapidly multiplying. And in the blink of an eye transformed into several thick tentacles with barbs, fiercely stabbing toward Mitsuki. Ah! The heart-rending scream sounded exceptionally harsh in the silent mansion. The huge impact lifted her whole body high up. And blood gushed out from the wound on her abdomen, staining her plain clothes red. With a gentle pull from Muzan Kibutsuji, the tentacles dragged Mitsuki's pierced body to his side. He lowered his body, his nose gently sniffing the fresh bloody scent emanating from Mitsuki's body, a nearly appreciative expression emerging on his face. He slowly opened his mouth. The next second, he reached out toward Mitsuki's body, which had long since stopped moving, slowly pulling it closer. Mitsuki's voice completely sank, leaving only the faint, spine-chilling soft sounds in the air around them. Her figure faded bit by bit before him, slowly sinking into his actions, until not even a trace was left behind in the end. Transmigration really exists in this world. Just a few minutes ago, Li Mu was walking on his way home. And then was sent flying by an out-of-control heavy truck, his body tracing an arc in the air, before heavily crashing to the ground. The intense pain made him lose consciousness instantly. And he thought his life had thus come to an end. However, when he opened his eyes once more, what came into view was this hellish scene, a man in a suit. A handsome man exuding an evil aura. Gracefully tearing apart a young body, with flesh flying everywhere, a horrific sight. And the woman beside that man was pierced by his tentacles in extreme terror, and then swallowed alive. That shocking bloody scent, the hair-raising sound of chewing, the woman's despairing screams. And the man's contempt for life in his eyes, he quickly realized the origin of this scene. Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. He had transmigrated. He had actually transmigrated into the world of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. On the surface, this world looked no different from the ordinary Taisho era. But in the dark corners, countless bloodthirsty demons lurked. Lee Emu's body trembled uncontrollably. He could even feel his heart beating violently in his chest, as if it were about to jump out of his throat. He wanted to run, wanted to find a place to hide, but his legs seemed to be nailed to the ground, unable to move a single bit. Muzan Kibutsuji finally finished eating Mitsuki, gracefully wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. And then casually discarded the blood-stained handkerchief onto the ground. He raised his head, his crimson eyes locking onto Lee Mu, who was standing at the doorway, scared out of his wits in the dim light. Human, you seem very scared. In fact, from the very moment Lee Mu appeared at the doorway, Muzan Kibutsuji had already discovered his presence. But he did not strike immediately. He watched the butler of this mansion with great interest. Watching him transition from initial confusion, to shock, and then to today's fear and despair. He enjoyed this thrill of controlling everything and toying with other people's lives. He slowly stood up, his slender figure appearing exceptionally tall in the dimness. Life is truly a fragile and boring thing. Muzan Kibutsuji walked up to Lee Mu, looking down at him from above. Apart from becoming my food, or providing me with some negligible amusement, what other value of existence is there? You humans always cherish your own lives so much, but what use is that? Muzan Kibutsuji chuckled softly. In the end, won't you still turn to dust? Or, become my nourishment, nurturing this eternal life of mine? So, stop looking at me with that foolish gaze. Muzan Kibutsuji reached out his hand, his cold fingertips gently touching Lee Emu's cheek. A touch that made Lee Mu feel a chill of disgust, yet his body was as stiff as stone. For fragile lives like yours, being chosen by me and becoming a part of me is already the greatest honor, isn't it? Your existence is meant to be dedicated to my eternal life. Ding! At that moment, a cold electronic sound suddenly resounded in Lee Emu's mind, like heavenly music, pulling him out of despair. Sign in system binding. Lee Emu's pupils shrank violently. A system. A cheat. This is the standard equipment of a transmigrator. Binding successful. Host Lee Mu, the sign-in system has been successfully bound for you. System prompt. The host can sign in once a day. After a successful sign-in, random rewards can be obtained. System. Check-in. Quick, check-in. Lee Mu shouted almost hoarsely in his mind. Accompanied by Lee Emu's call, that cold and mechanical voice came from his mind once again. Ding. Check-in successful. A strange power instantly surged into Lee Emu's limbs and bones. He felt his body undergoing some subtle and profound changes, with every single cell cheering and leaping with joy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Disguise, Charmer. Lee Mu suddenly froze. Disguise, Charmer. What kind of absurd thing is this? What he is currently facing is Muzan Kibutsuji, the progenitor of demons and the top-tier boss of the entire Demon Slayer world. Yet the system gave him a charmer. Is this gadget meant for picking up chicks? However, the system's voice continued, explaining in detail the power of this skill. Disguise, Charmer. This skill can significantly increase all species' favorability towards the host. Whether humans, demons, or even other unknown creatures, all will feel a sense of closeness due to the host's unique aura. Lee Emu's eyebrows twitched fiercely. Increase favorability. Does he have to rely on acting cute to survive? Furthermore, this skill allows the host to disguise and alter their own aura, making it possible to simulate the aura characteristics of specific creatures, making them hard to detect or mistaken for the same kind. The disguise strength is linked to the host's mental power, consuming a small amount of mental power. The most core part is that disguise, Charmer can completely shield others' perception of the host's inner thoughts. Any existence attempting to probe the host's inner thoughts will only hear the inner thoughts they like the most and expect the most to hear, thus achieving perfect protection of the host's inner world. Ding. System prompt. Disguise, charmer has been activated. What use is this? Could it be asking me to seduce Muzan? He complained to the system in his mind. And just as Lee Emu's heart was churning with waves and he was thinking about how to utilize this skill, Muzan Kibutsuji's crimson eyes suddenly paused on him. Within those cold eyes, a trace of friendliness was unexpectedly revealed. This friendliness was not warmth between humans, but rather an appreciation of a superior towards an interesting plaything. A favor from an aloof king towards a subject capable of arousing his interest. You are not bad. Muzan Kibutsuji slowly withdrew his fingertips. I've changed my mind. I won't kill you. Lee Emu's heart suddenly shrank. Not kill him. Could it be the effect of disguise, charmer? Human lives are fragile and short-lived, like a candle in the wind, vanishing at the slightest touch. Muzan Kibutsuji took another step forward, those crimson eyes seeming capable of piercing through Lee Emu's soul. However, you are different. Flowing on your body is a unique aura. That brings me a trace of pleasure. Therefore, I grant you a more noble choice. The corners of Muzan Kibutsuji's mouth outlined a demonic arc. Do you want to become my kind? To become that eternal, undying perfect existence standing above all living beings? Countless thoughts flashed through Lee Emu's mind instantly. Become a demon. This was undoubtedly a path of no return, but if he didn't become a demon, he would be torn to shreds by Muzan Kibutsuji right now. Just as Lee Mu was weighing the pros and cons and preparing to give a painfully struggling reply, Muzan Kibutsuji didn't give him a chance to speak at all. To him, he only needed to give orders, and humans only needed to obey. Since you are so special, you are the chess piece I have chosen. Muzan Kibutsuji abruptly extended his hand, several thick tentacles bursting out from behind him like poisonous snakes leaving their caves, carrying a sharp whistling sound, instantly piercing through Lee Emu's forehead. MPH. Intense pain instantly swept over Lee Emu's whole body. He felt as if his head was being pierced by countless steel needles simultaneously. And a tearing agony came from deep within his brain. Fresh blood gushed out from the wound on his forehead, staining his cheeks red. The warm and viscous liquid, carrying a rich bloody smell, was continuously injected into Lee Emu's body along the tentacles. That was Muzan Kibutsuji's blood, the source of all demons' power. That blood rampaged wildly inside his body, as if it wanted to completely burst his entire being apart. I hope you won't be blown apart. Muzan Kibutsuji's voice carried a hint of casual playfulness. Some humans have bodies that are too fragile and cannot withstand my power, turning directly into ashes. Lee Emu's consciousness became blurred amidst the intense pain, leaving only a single thought in his mind. Unlucky. Truly extremely unlucky. He had just experienced a car accident, and right after transmigrating over. Before he even had time to properly experience this new world, he was facing the threat of death once again. A fierce burning sensation erupted from the inside out. As if countless bugs were gnawing inside his blood vessels, and countless knives were stirring within his bone marrow. His body twitched uncontrollably, veins bulging, and sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. This pain was 100 times more intense than being hit and sent flying by a big truck. This pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow and struck straight at the soul made one only wish to die immediately to seek release. However, deep within Lee Emu's heart, a voice was frantically shouting. Survive. I must survive. He still had the system, he still had hope. He couldn't just die here like this. Relying on this strong desire to survive, Lee Mu clenched his teeth tightly, enduring the drastic changes in his body. After just less than a few minutes, that heart-rending agony finally receded like a tide. Lee Emu's originally pitch-black pupils had now completely turned into a bewitching blood red. His facial features also became more three-dimensional, with sharper contours. And although carrying a trace of ferocity, it revealed an even more demonic handsome look. Lee Mu panted heavily, his body still trembling slightly. The moment he slowly opened his eyes, the world in his sight seemed to become clearer and more vivid. He felt that his five senses had been infinitely magnified, able to see clear outlines even in the darkness. And even the faintest sounds could be heard crystal clear. He subconsciously raised his hand, only to find that his nails had become sharp and keen, his skin had become fairer. And even carried a trace of jade-like luster. A trace of surprise flashed through Muzan Kibutsuji's eyes. The aura exuding from Lee Emu's body had actually directly reached the level of a high-tier demon. This was definitely not an achievement that an ordinary human could reach. You must know that even with his direct injection of blood, many people could only become low-tier trash mob demons, or even explode and die directly. Not bad, truly very not bad. A look of satisfaction flashed in Muzan Kibutsuji's eyes. As expected, he hadn't misjudged. This human was somewhat special. He seemed naturally suited to become a demon, possessing even greater potential than many old demons who had lived for hundreds of years. This surprise that exceeded expectations caused Muzan Kibutsuji's originally indifferent heart to rarely produce a trace of pleasure. However, having power alone is not enough. Muzan Kibutsuji's voice sounded once again. Some humans completely lose their sanity after becoming demons, degenerating into beasts that only devour flesh and blood. I only need a chess piece that can maintain sanity and be used by me. Saying this, Muzan Kibutsuji's gaze became even sharper. He extended his hand across the air, and an invisible force instantly enveloped Li Mu. He began to probe Li Emu's inner thoughts, peeking at whether this newborn demon could maintain human consciousness and still possess the ability to think independently. Ding. System prompt. Detected Muzan Kibutsuji probing the host's inner thoughts. The host's inner thoughts have been modified. The Great Lord Muzan Kibutsuji. You are the only eternal existence in this world, the supreme deity transcending all living beings. I will take you as my supreme, be guided by your will, become your most loyal servant, clear all obstacles for you, and complete all missions for you. Only under your radiance can I feel the true meaning of life. Those foolish humans simply cannot understand your greatness. They only struggle in ignorance and ultimately turn into dust. Every single sentence of these inner thoughts perfectly struck Muzan Kibutsuji's proudest and most desired to be recognized sweet spot. A trace of satisfaction and pride flashed in Muzan Kibutsuji's eyes. As expected, the chess piece he chose was truly different from the ordinary. He withdrew the probing power, and in the gaze looking at Li Mu, there was an additional trace of imperceptible, high regard. Very good, Li Mu. Muzan Kibutsuji's voice carried a hint of cold approval. It seems you are very clear about your position. He casually took out a yellowed blueprint from his bosom. On the blueprint was drawn a strange flower with blue petals and stems as blood red as fresh blood, exuding a bizarre and mysterious aura. The flower on this blueprint is named the blue spider lily. Muzan Kibutsuji casually tossed the blueprint towards Li Mu, and the blueprint fluttered down to land by Li Emu's feet. Find it, and then notify me. Li Mu bent down to pick up the blueprint, his gaze falling upon that bizarre flower on the blueprint. Blue spider lily. Isn't this the very thing Muzan Kibutsuji had been painstakingly searching for all this time, which could allow him to overcome the sunlight and truly become the ultimate perfect creature? This kind of flower only bloomed during the day and withered at night, blooming only 2 or 3 days a year. Remember, do not disappoint me. Otherwise, everything you have gained will vanish into thin air. As soon as his voice fell, Muzan Kibutsuji's figure instantly turned into an afterimage, disappearing within the residence. Night, Tokyo Prefecture, Kita Tashima District. Pedestrians on the streets gradually thinned out. The dim, yellowish light of the street lamps elongated Li Emu's lonely figure as he walked step by step on his way back home. He had completely absorbed all the memories of this body. This was a youth named Li Mu. To raise his adopted younger sister Reina, whom he had picked up, the two of them had depended on each other since childhood, tasting all the hardships of the mortal world. In order to give his sister a better life, he even went so far as to sell himself as a servant to a wealthy family. Just in recent days, relying on his own efforts and intelligence, he had just been promoted to butler, and life was finally starting to look up. However, just when he thought life was about to improve, everything collapsed in an instant. The wealthy employer's family was gone. And he himself was even forced to become a demon. Reina. This name was branded into Li Emu's heart like a seal. Because he had fused with the memories of this body, he could clearly feel the deep bond of depending on each other since childhood. That petite and cute little girl who always followed behind him and sweetly called him, older brother. Since he had occupied this body, taking good care of Reina was his unshakable responsibility. Open the system panel. Li Mu softly called out in his mind. Following his thought, a translucent blue light screen emerged before his eyes like ripples of water. Host panel. Name. Li Mu. Bloodline. Demon bloodline, incomplete. Level. High-rank demon, power level division. Low-rank demon, mid-rank demon, high-rank demon, heteromorphic demon, lower rank, upper rank, demon king. Skills. Disguise, charmer. High-rank demon. Li Mu chanted silently, a trace of complex light flashing in his eyes. Although he was forced into demonization, at least he now had the power to protect himself. Moreover, the skill disguise, charmer might not be as useless as he had imagined. This skill had saved his life when he faced Muzan Kibutsuji. While thinking, Li Mu had already arrived deep inside a slightly dilapidated alley. At the end of the alley, there was shockingly a dilapidated small temple. This small temple was located in a remote corner of Tokyo Prefecture. Its incense offerings had long been cut off, and it was rarely visited by people on ordinary days. The walls of the temple were mottled, and many tiles on the roof had fallen off. But in the original owner's memory, this was a warm home for him and Reina. However, when he saw the scene in front of the temple's door, Li Emu's pupils suddenly shrank, and an ominous premonition instantly welled up in his heart. The wooden door of the small temple, which should have been tightly closed, was now lying scattered to the side in pieces, with shattered wood chips scattered all over the ground. The door frame had even been brutally torn straight off the wall by brute force, revealing a hideous breach. Not good. Something happened to Reina. This thought flashed across Li Emu's mind like lightning. Swish. His whole body's muscles tightened, and his originally steady pace instantly turned into a residual image as he rushed into the small temple. The courtyard of the small temple was in utter chaos, with tables and chairs overturned and flowerpots shattered. Clearly, someone had carried out a round of violent destruction here. Just at this moment, several harsh voices came from the adjacent room. What a pity, such a pretty little sister actually died just like this. A rough voice with a hint of regret sounded, yet mixed with a trace of disgusting lewdness. Yeah, why didn't you stop her just now when she was smashing her head against the wall? Another slightly sharp voice complained. I just wanted to scare her a little bit. Who would have known that this girl was so fierce, and directly committed suicide? A stuttering voice explained, its tone carrying a trace of guilty conscience. Forget it, pay attention next time. The initial rough voice sounded again, with a hint of impatience in its tone. But then, it carried a kind of spine-chilling excitement. Doing it while it's still fresh is fine too. This daddy hasn't tried such top-notch stuff in a long time. Ha 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 ha. A harsh, lewd burst of laughter rang out uninhibitedly inside the room, fiercely tearing at Li Emu's nerves. Reina. Dead. Bang. With a deafening loud noise, the wooden door shattered into countless pieces under Li Emu's violent rage. Flying toward the interior of the room. Amidst flying wood chips and permeating dust, the scene inside the room appeared before Li Emu's eyes like hell. Coming into view was a crude and messy room. Tables and chairs were overturned, and some items that Reina usually used were scattered on the ground. In the very center of the room, a petite figure was now lying on the cold ground like a broken porcelain doll. Reina. Li Emu's pupils suddenly shrank. Reina's body was curled up, and her clean clothes were stained with speckles of blood. Her forehead was horrifyingly a bloody mess, clearly caused by smashing her head against the wall to commit suicide. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her once vibrant face now only retained a deathly pallor. She was really dead. Right beside Reina's corpse, 4 men dressed in black kimonos with lewd smiles on their faces were surrounding it, and their gazes were uninhibitedly sizing up Reina's cold corpse. Their eyes filled with greed and bestial desire. The moment the door was kicked open, these 4 men were obviously startled. They abruptly turned their heads to look at Li Mu standing at the doorway, exuding a terrifying aura. They had never seen such a bizarre gaze. Those blood-red eyes were like demons in the abyss. Just a single glance made all the blood in their bodies freeze. And a chill emanating from their very bones made them couldn't help but shiver. You. What kind of people are you? Li Mu's voice was very soft as a whisper. One of the burly men with a scar on his face was the first to snap out of his shock. Although he was deterred by Li Mu's gaze, after all, he was an old hand who had roamed the pugilistic world for many years, so he quickly steadied his mind. He looked up and down at Li Mu, a trace of a disdainful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. We are from the Silver Scale Guild. Who the hell are you? The scarred man said in an unkind tone. Daring to kick open the door of our Silver Scale Guild, are you tired of living? Silver Scale Guild. A piece of information flashed across Li Mu's mind. This was a gang in the underground world of Tokyo Prefecture, famous for their cruel methods and lawlessness. He hadn't expected Reina to fall into the hands of these beasts. I say, kid, are you this little beauty's older brother? Another man with a huge bald head approached wretchedly. His gaze shifting back and forth between Reina's cold corpse and Li Mu, his eyes full of mockery. Do you want to join us in doing it while it's still fresh? This is top-notch stuff, the taste must be amazing. After speaking, the bald man even winked at his companion nearby. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the other three people burst into another uninhibited roar of laughter. And that laughter pierced into Li Mu's heart like a knife. Li Mu's body suddenly leaned forward, his right leg fiercely stomped on the ground, and he instantly vanished from the spot. Bang! Bearing the brunt of it was the man with a scar on his face. He only felt an irresistible, overwhelming force fiercely slam into his chest, as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed train. The sound of ribs breaking was clearly audible, his internal organs shifted instantly, and the powerful impact directly sent his entire body flying backward. His body traced a bloody arc in the air, and a large mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. Even mixed with shattered fragments of internal organs. He heavily crashed into the wall behind him, and with a loud boom, the entire wall cracked as a result. The scarred man's body slid to the ground like a broken ragdoll, his eyes wide open. With just a single strike, this minor boss of the Silver Scale Guild who usually lorded over Baifeng Island District was killed by Li Mu with a single punch like a fragile paper cutout, completely losing all breath. You guy. A trace of panic flashed in the bald man's eyes, and he instinctively wanted to draw the short blade at his waist. But just as his hand touched the hilt, Li Mu's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. His right hand was tightly clenched into a fist, his 5 fingers curled like an eagle's talons. Die! With a low roar, Li Mu's fist fiercely smashed toward the bald man's head. This punch had no fancy tricks, only meant to end a life. Crack! The sound of bone shattering was exceptionally harsh in the silent room. Under Li Mu's fist, the bald man's skull instantly burst open like a fragile watermelon. Red and white matter mixed with fresh blood splattered onto the wall behind, leaving a shocking trace. The bald man's body trembled violently on the spot, and then limply collapsed to the ground. His eyes still staring wide, extreme terror frozen in his gaze. The entire process, from Li Mu's outburst to the bald man's death, took less than 2 seconds. The other 2 Silver Scale Guild members finally completely broke down at this moment. Where had they ever seen this level of slaughter? How could this be power erupting from a human teenager? This was simply a monster descending to the world. A monster. One of the tall and thin men let out a scream. Scared out of his wits, a large patch of his crotch instantly became wet, and a foul, pungent odor permeated the air. Scrambling and crawling, he wanted to escape, but his body became exceptionally clumsy due to extreme fear. And he even tripped and fell flat on his face on the ground. However, Li Mu would not give him any chance to escape at all. Li Mu's body once again turned into a residual image, appearing behind the tall and thin man like teleportation. He raised his right leg and fiercely kneed the tall and thin man's spine. Bang! With a muffled sound, the tall and thin man's body suddenly arched, letting out a miserable, shrill scream. Under the impact of Li Mu's knee, His spine instantly underwent a terrifying deformation, even producing a teeth-gritting, crack, sound. He felt as if his entire back was forcibly torn apart by a huge force, and the intense pain made him lose all his strength. His body collapsed limply to the ground, fresh blood constantly coughing from his mouth, his internal organs instantly shattered. Li Mu did not stop. He bent down, his left hand grabbing a handful of the tall and thin man's hair, and forcibly pressing his face, twisted with pain, directly onto the ground. You guys deserve to die. His right hand clenched into a fist once more. Bang! 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 3 consecutive punches fiercely smashed toward the tall and thin man's head. Every punch was accompanied by scalp-numbing bone-shattering sounds and the bloodshed of splashing brain matter. Under Li Mu's fists, the tall and thin man's skull deformed in an inhuman posture, and finally completely turned into a puddle of blurred flesh and blood, losing all breath of life. The last Silver Scale Guild member, a short and fat man, had already been scared out of his wits to the point of incontinence, his whole body collapsing limply on the ground, his face paler than a dead person's. His eyes were filled with entreaty and despair, his mouth constantly emitting whimpering sounds, wanting to beg for mercy, but unable to utter any complete syllables due to extreme fear. He had witnessed with his own eyes how his 3 companions, in just a dozen seconds, were alive and torn apart, blown up in an inhuman way by the teenager before him. He was done for, completely done for. Li Mu's blood-red eyes were like a predatory beast, coldly staring at the short and fat man. He walked over, raised his right foot, and fiercely stomped down on the short and fat man's head. Puff! With an extremely muffled loud sound, under Li Mu's foot, the short and fat man's head instantly burst open like a ripe fruit. Fresh blood, brain matter, and bone fragments, mixed with the filth on the ground, splattered everywhere, staining the entire room red. Li Mu slowly withdrew his foot, the madness and brutality in his blood-red eyes gradually converging. He panted, his chest heaving violently. Although he had turned into a ghost, the bloodshed of killing with his own hands still made his inner self feel a strong impact. However, when his gaze fell once again upon Reina's cold corpse on the ground, all the impact and discomfort were completely replaced by a surging wave of grief and anger. His younger sister, Reina, had committed suicide to uphold her last bit of dignity. And these beasts refused to let her go even after her death. Li Mu slowly walked to Reina's corpse and squatted down. He reached out with trembling hands, gently picking up Reina's cold and petite body. Reina's body was already stiff without a trace of warmth, and her once vibrant face now held only a dead, silent pallor. He tightly hugged Reina in his arms, this lightness making him feel incomparably heavy. Reina. Brother is late. Li Mu's voice was hoarse. Holding Reina's cold corpse, Li Mu slowly walked out of this small temple. The night was deep, and the moonlight was like water, spilling over a secluded hillside in Baifeng Island district. Here was a vast, boundless sea of purple flowers. Countless lavender flowers gently swayed in the night breeze, emitting wisps of refreshing fragrance. Holding Reina's corpse, Li Mu slowly walked into the depths of this sea of flowers. He came to a relatively flat spot, and then, using his fingernails which had become exceptionally sharp due to jihadification, began to dig into the ground. Under his sharp claws, the soil was easily dug open like tofu. Not long after, he dug a sufficiently deep pit. He carefully placed Reina's corpse into the pit, and then gently covered her with soil. He patted the loose soil with his hands, making it form a small mound. Afterwards, Li Mu found a regularly shaped stone nearby. He extended his fingernails once more, deeply carving 2 characters on the stone, Reina. He gently placed the stone carved with Reina's name on top of the small mound. Li Mu quietly sat beside the grave, his gaze tenderly gazing at the stone carved with Reina's name. Reina, brother knows you love flowers the most. He reached out his hand, gently stroking the vibrant lavender beside the tombstone. The purple petals gently trembling at his fingertips as if responding to his words. Look. Here is your favorite lavender, and there is much, much more, specially found for you by brother. Reina liked flowers, like those things full of vitality and color. Reina. Brother will definitely avenge you. Li Mu's gaze suddenly became firm, and raging flames ignited in his blood-red eyes once more. Those scum, I will make them taste a torment more painful than death. Silver Scale Guild, I won't let a single one of you go. He would use the fresh blood of those beasts to pay tribute to Reina's departed soul. Li Mu raised his head and glanced toward the east. The horizon had already turned fish belly white, and traces of faint light were gradually tearing apart the curtain of night. To him, that was the light of death. Reina. Daybreak is coming soon. Li Mu withdrew his gaze and looked gently at the grave once more. Brother should go now. Brother is going to avenge you. Night, in the most prosperous Chuo ward of Tokyo Prefecture. A sprawling, brightly lit luxury mansion appeared particularly striking under the night veil. The carved iron gates were tightly shut, and the tall perimeter walls were covered with barbed wire. At the entrance, several guards holding weapons patrolled back and forth with vigilant expressions. This was precisely the lair of the Silver Scale Guild, a massive criminal organization that bred evil in the darkness and controlled countless dirty transactions. Li Mu did not choose to swagger in through the front. Instead, he quietly avoided the outer patrolling guards and sneaked into this massive mansion. System, check in. Li Mu called out to the system in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the lesser tonic. Immediately afterward, a completely transparent potion emitting a faint fluorescence appeared out of thin air in Li Mu's palm. The potion bottle was small, filled with a liquid that shimmered like stars. Lesser tonic. It allows the host to replenish physical strength like a normal human by consuming human food, satisfying the energy required by its body. This thing has come at a truly timely moment. Li Mu looked at the potion in his hand, a trace of joy flashing in his blood-red eyes. This was precisely what he needed most right now. He certainly did not want to become that kind of monster who ate people just to survive. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly unscrewed the bottle cap and drank the potion in one gulp. As the potion entered his mouth, a cool sensation instantly swept through his entire body, then transformed into a warm current that rapidly flowed to all his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel that the craving for human flesh and blood within his body was being gradually suppressed and replaced by an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and fullness. Very good. Li Mu muttered softly, a cruel arc curling up at the corner of his mouth. Then, he raised his head, killing intent fierce in his blood-red eyes, and looked once again at this heavily guarded mansion. Li Mu took a step and walked toward the brightly lit main building deep inside the mansion. Inside the main building, a luxurious banquet was currently taking place. Inside the resplendent hall, the crystal chandelier was dazzling, illuminating the entire space brilliantly. The long table was laden with delicacies from land and sea, fine wine, and delicious dishes. In the center of the hall, a tall podium had been set up. A middle-aged man wearing a luxurious kimono, styled with a slicked-back haircut, and bearing a ferocious scar on his face, was standing on the stage in high spirits, passionately delivering a speech to the dense crowd below. This person was precisely the highest leader of the Silver Scale Guild, Kujo Kenichi. Below, sat a full 143 men dressed in black kimonos. They were all stout and muscular with fierce looks on their faces, obviously core members of the Silver Scale Guild. Holding wine cups in their hands, they ate meat in large mouthfuls and clamored loudly, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Brothers. Today, we have gathered here together to celebrate that our Silver Scale Guild, under everyone's efforts, has created new brilliance once again. Kujo Kenichi's voice was loud and infectious, echoing throughout the entire hall. Our maiden trafficking business is growing increasingly prosperous. Our underground logistics for transporting contraband is doing even more flourishingly. All of this cannot be separated from the wholehearted support of all brothers. Kujo Kenichi raised the wine cup in his hand and shouted loudly. I, Kujo Kenichi, promise everyone here. As long as you follow me and follow the Silver Scale Guild, glorious wealth, money, and beauties, everything will be within easy reach. Let us work together to plant the flag of the Silver Scale Guild all over Tokyo Prefecture. Long live Chairman Kujo. Long live the Silver Scale Guild. Glorious wealth. The crowd below instantly erupted into a tsunami-like cheer. raising the wine cups in their hands and emitting deafening cheers, instantly pushing the atmosphere of the entire hall to a climax. However, just as this fanaticism reached its peak, with a loud bang, it exploded without warning at the entrance of the hall. The originally tightly shut, heavy, and luxurious solid wood doors, as if made of paper, instantly shattered into countless pieces, flying backwards into the interior of the hall. Immediately afterward, two stalwart figures, along with the fragments of the door, were fiercely kicked flying in by a mighty and irresistible force. Those were two guards stationed at the door, their bodies tracing an eerie arc in the air, spraying large mouthfuls of fresh blood from their mouths and heavily crashing into the wall. With a sound of thud, collapsing limply to the ground, their chests showing a huge depression. Obviously dying in an instant, without even having time to let out a scream. The entire hall, at this moment, instantly fell into a dead silence. All cheers, clamors, and conversations came to an abrupt halt. Everyone's gazes uniformly looked toward the direction where the door was kicked open. Amidst the ruins of the door frame, a slender figure walked in slowly. That was a youth who looked to be around 20 years old. He was dressed in an ordinary black kimono, with a handsome face carrying a trace of bewitching eeriness, especially a pair of blood-red eyes, like two bleeding rubies, emitting an eerie glow. There was no expression on his face, but within that calmness, it contained a powerful sense of oppression that made people feel suffocated. Kujo Kenichi, standing on the podium, instantly turned gloomy in complexion. Beside him, a stalwart, brawny man also bearing a scar on his face, named Kujo Tetsuo, was his own younger brother and also the second in command of the Silver Scale Guild. At this moment, Kujo Tetsuo's eyes were filled with violence and killing intent. What person? How dare you break into the lair of my Silver Scale Guild? You are simply courting death. Kujo Tetsuo let out an angry roar, his voice echoing in the hall like a thunderclap. Waving his large hand and pointing at Li Mu, he shouted with irrepressible fury. Men, chop him into pieces for me. As soon as his voice fell, more than a dozen brawny men in the hall roared, holding swords, guns, clubs, and staffs, pouncing toward Li Mu with ferocious looks. Li Mu stood at the door, his blood-red eyes calmly sweeping across the dense members of the Silver Scale Guild inside the hall. His gaze finally lingered on Kujo Kenichi and Kujo Tetsuo, a cold arc curling up at the corners of his mouth. Silver Scale Guild. Li Mu's voice was low and hoarse, appearing particularly clear in the hall. It seems I haven't come to the wrong place. The next second, Li Mu's body suddenly tensed. And his body instantly vanished in place. The dozen or so brawny men who rushed up first had no time to make any reaction. Only feeling a blur before their eyes, as a powerful gust of wind rushed toward their faces. Bang! With a muffled sound, the brawny man rushing at the very front was fiercely struck in the chest by Li Mu's punch. His body instantly flew backward, heavily crashing into the bodies of the companions behind him, knocking several people over in complete disarray. The brawny man's chest was shockingly caved in by a large chunk, spraying large mouthfuls of fresh blood from his mouth, and he died instantly. Li Mu did not have any pause. His body shuttled through the crowd, his speed so fast that people could not capture it. His fists, every time they swung, stirred up a terrifying sound of breaking air. And every time they fell, they were accompanied by shattering bones and flying flesh and blood. Ah! Aha! Save me! This is a demon. Screams, wails, and cries for mercy rose one after another in the hall instantly. Li Mu slaughtered wantonly among the crowd like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He did not use any weapons, relying entirely on the powerful strength and speed of a ghost. Bang! Punching out, the chest of a brawny man attempting to sneak attack Li Mu was instantly pierced through, and his heart was directly hollowed out. His body flying backward and heavily slamming into the wall, losing all sound. Crack! Sweeping past with a whip kick, the shinbone of a man attempting to attack Li Mu with a chair instantly snapped, emitting a teeth-aching crisp sound. Screaming, he fell to the ground, but his skull was ruthlessly crushed by Li Mu's kick. Li Mu's attacks had no routine or pattern. Every time he struck, he aimed straight for the vital points, giving the enemy no chance to resist. His fists continuously bombarded these members of the Silver Scale Guild. Sounds of shattering bones, bursting internal organs, and mangled flesh resounded one after another. Fresh blood splashed within the hall, dyeing the carpet red, dyeing the walls red, and even dyeing those luxurious decorations red. Fear completely collapsed these usually fierce members of the Silver Scale Guild. They tried to resist, tried to attack, but their attacks were as fragile as child's play before Li Mu. Their swords, guns, clubs, and staffs could not cause the slightest harm in front of Li Mu's indestructible ghost body. They tried to escape, but the door had already been blocked dead by Li Mu, leaving them nowhere to escape. Li Mu's blood-red eyes were cold, and there was not a trace of expression on his face. For these beasts who harmed Reina for their own selfish desires, he had no pity whatsoever. What he needed to do was to send them all straight to hell, without leaving a single one behind. Soon, the screams in the hall gradually became sparse, and finally, they completely returned to silence. Over 140 core members of the Silver Scale Guild, including those who tried to resist and those who tried to escape, at this moment lay sprawled across each other in pools of blood. Their bodies were battered beyond recognition and unrecognizable, with fresh blood and minced meat mixed with wine, instantly turning the entire hall into a living hell. Kujo Tetsuo's complexion turned iron blue, and his eyes were filled with terror. Subconsciously, he wanted to pull out the samurai sword at his waist, but his hand had just touched the hilt when Li Mu's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. You. Kujo Tetsuo's voice was filled with trembling, and he wanted to say something, but due to fear, he could not emit any complete sound. Pay with your life, for Reina. Li Mu's right hand opened its 5 fingers, fiercely grabbing toward Kujo Tetsuo's throat. Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang out, and Kujo Tetsuo's throat was instantly crushed to pieces under Li Mu's immense strength. His eyes bulged out, making a hee sound from his mouth, his hands futilely scratching at Li Mu's arm, but he simply could not break free. Amidst his struggle, his body was lifted high by Li Mu, his legs kicking limply in disorder. Li Mu indifferently watched Kujo Tetsuo's eyes gradually losing vitality, and then, his right hand violently twisted. Splat! With a hair-raising tearing sound, Kujo Tetsuo's head was wrenched straight off his neck under Li Mu's immense strength. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed carotid artery, dyeing half of Li Mu's body red. The headless corpse twitched a few times in the air, and then heavily crashed to the ground. Seeing his own younger brother killed in such a cruel manner, Kujo Kenichi's eyes instantly turned blood red. His sanity completely collapsed, and he let out a hysterical roar. I'll kill you. I'll kill you all. He leapt down from the podium, desperately pouncing toward Li Mu. In his hand, unknown when, an extra sharp samurai sword had appeared, its blade flashing with a chilling, gloomy cold light under the lights. However, in front of Li Mu, Kujo Kenichi's resistance was so insignificant and so pale and powerless. Li Mu did not even make a single redundant movement. He raised his left leg, his knee violently thrusting upward, fiercely striking Kujo Kenichi's abdomen. Puff! Kujo Kenichi's body suddenly arched, spraying a large mouthful of fresh blood from his mouth, and the samurai sword in his hand also slipped out of his grasp, emitting a crisp sound of clang. He felt as if all his internal organs had been shattered by this single strike, and the intense pain caused him to lose all his strength. Li Mu did not stop his hands. His right hand clenched into a fist once more, fiercely bombarding toward Kujo Kenichi's head. Bang! With another loud bang, Kujo Kenichi's head burst open like a watermelon under Li Mu's fist. Red and white matter mixed with fresh blood splashed everywhere, dyeing the wall behind him red. When the corpse of the last Silver Scale Guild member fell to the ground and fresh blood dyed the entire hall red, a sense of unprecedented relief suddenly came from Li Mu's mind. A wave of resentment and reluctance that was originally deeply hidden in the depths of his soul and did not belong to him, rapidly receded like a tide, and finally completely dissipated. Immediately afterward, he felt an indescribable sense of liberation surge into his heart. He knew that it was the soul of Reina's older brother, the original owner whose body had been occupied by himself, completely dissipating. Revenge had been avenged, and his obsession also vanished like smoke in thin air accordingly. He could clearly feel that the sense of repulsion that had always existed in his body yet couldn't be clearly explained had completely disappeared. Body and soul fit together perfectly, only now did he truly control this body, with no more any discomfort. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within his body, and a cruel arc curled up at the corners of his mouth. However, just as he was preparing to leave, a soft voice suddenly came from the entrance of the hall. Mr. Demon, did you do all of this? Mr. Demon, did you do all of this? At the doorway, a woman wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform and a pale purple houri stood quietly. A gentle smile hung on her face, like a white bellflower blooming in the night, elegant and refined. Her eyes were a clear pale purple, the corners slightly upturned, yet without a shred of sharpness. In her hand, she held a Nichiren blade exuding a bone-chilling cold light. Its scabbard peach-colored and its hilt emerald green. Kocho Kanae's gaze swept across the tragic scene inside the hall. Over 100 corpses scattered haphazardly, with blood pooling into rivers and a thick smell of iron permeating the air. Another evil demon whose eyes are blinded by hatred. Kocho Kanae sighed softly in her heart. The moment Li Mu saw Kocho Kanae, a trace of astonishment flashed through his crimson eyes. Kocho Kanae, the flower Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. As a loyal reader of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba in his past life, he was not unfamiliar with Kocho Kanae. This gentle yet powerful flower Hashira possessed unfathomable strength and was one of the few existences in the Demon Slayer Corps capable of rivaling upper-rank demons. And now, someone who had just become a demon and possessed the strength of a high-tier demon. Yet in front of a true Hashira, was an existence no different from an ant. Li Mu could clearly sense the powerful and pure aura radiating from Kocho Kanae, an aura belonging to a Hashira. A power that could only be condensed after countless life or death battles and slaying countless wicked demons. With his current strength, he was simply no match for Kocho Kanae. He had to buy time. Midnight, the time when the system refreshed the check-in count, was not far away. Yes, they deserved to die. In front of the Demon Slayer Corps, any explanation was futile. He had killed too many people, no matter what reasons he had. In the eyes of the Demon Slayer Corps, he was merely an evil demon that had to be beheaded. Hearing this, the look of compassion in Kocho Kanae's eyes grew even heavier. She sighed softly once more, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness and regret. Mr. Demon, you have killed too many people. No matter what reasons you have broken the taboo. I cannot let you go. As soon as her words fell, Kocho Kanae's figure vanished from the doorway as if teleporting. Flower breathing forth form, Crimson Hanagoromo. A pink blade light, as brilliant as blooming cherry blossoms, slashed straight toward Li Mu's neck in an instant. Li Mu's crimson eyes constricted violently. Although he had prepared for battle, Kocho Kanae's speed still exceeded his expectations. So fast. He only felt a fierce gale rushing toward his face, and the peach-colored blade light reached his eyes almost instantaneously. As a demon, his dynamic vision far surpassed that of a human, yet under the extreme speed attacks of a Hashira-level swordsman like Kocho Kanae, he still appeared somewhat sluggish. There was no time to dodge, no time to counterattack. In the flash of a spark, Li Mu could only cross his arms and violently block them horizontally in front of his neck. Rip. A teeth-grating tearing sound rang out. Li Mu only felt a sharp pain transmitting from both arms. The peach-colored Nichiren blade swept across Li Mu's hands, meeting almost no resistance. His hands, like broken branches, were directly severed by Kocho Kanae with a single slash and sent flying into the air. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed parts of Li Mu's arms. The intense pain caused Li Mu to let out a muffled groan. However, a demon's regenerative ability was extremely powerful. Although his hands were severed, his consciousness remained clear. Li Mu retreated violently backward, rapidly putting distance between himself and Kocho Kanae. The severed hands traced an arc in the air before heavily slamming to the ground. However, in mere seconds, at the stump of Li Mu's arms, flesh and blood began to writhe rapidly at a visible rate, flesh proliferating and bones remodeling. In just over 10 seconds, a pair of brand new arms had already regrown. looking no different from the previous hands except for a slightly pale color. Watching Lee Emu's rapidly recovering hands, a trace of surprise flashed across Kocho Kanae's gentle eyes for the first time. Ever since she became the flower Hashira, she had slain countless wicked demons. Ordinary demons, under the strikes of her Nichiren blade, even if not directly beheaded, would suffer heavy injuries and find it difficult to recover in a short time. Yet this evil demon could not only withstand a blow under her Nichiren blade but could also recover severed limbs so quickly. Not bad strength, to actually dodge my fatal blow, and with extremely strong regenerative power. Kocho Kanae pondered inwardly. Surprise was surprise, but the Nichiren blade in Kocho Kanae's hand did not halt at all. The stronger the evil demon, the less she could let them go. Flower-breathing second form. Honorable Shadow Plum. Kocho Kanae launched her attack once more. Her body spun lightly in the air, the Nichiren blade drawing several graceful peach-colored blade lights in the air. Like blooming plum blossoms, attacking Lee Emu's neck once again from different angles. Bang! 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 Blade lights flashed, every strike being precise and vicious. Lee Emu's body fled everywhere inside the hall, every dodge fraught with danger. The tip of the Nichiren blade grazed past his neck several times, each time sending a wave of palpitation through him. He could clearly feel the fatal threat to demons contained within the blade's edge. His hands were severed once more, and then recovered once again. His body was slashed open by the blade light, blood splashing everywhere, but a demon's regenerative power allowed him to quickly heal his wounds. As long as he waited until 12 o'clock for the system to refresh the check-in count, he might be able to gain the power to counterattack. Flower-breathing fifth form. Peonies of futility. Kocho Kanae's attacks grew faster and denser. Her figure, like a fluttering butterfly, shuttled through the sea of blood. The peach-colored blade light forming layers of fatal phantoms inside the hall. Lee Emu's body was already covered in wounds of all sizes, although they were all healing rapidly. This constant consumption of being injured and recovering over and over was also a huge burden for him. He could feel his stamina draining away rapidly. Lee Mu dodged a beam of blade light, his body nearly crashing into a collapsed table. With a sideways slide, he avoided Kocho Kanae's horizontal slash. But his shoulder was grazed, instantly producing a wound deep enough to expose bone, which then rapidly healed. This woman is too strong. He couldn't go on like this, if he continued to be beaten passively like this. Sooner or later he would be worn to death here by Kocho Kanae. Get lost. Lee Mu let out an angry roar, violently waving both arms as two streams of fist wind carrying intense vital energy blasted fiercely toward Kocho Kanae. However, Kocho Kanae simply shifted her body lightly to the side, easily evading Lee Emu's attack. The Nichiren blade in her hand traced a tricky arc in the air, hacking toward Lee Emu's neck once again. Clang! Lee Mu could only cross his arms to block once more. The Nichiren blade hacked fiercely into his arms, producing a screeching grinding sound. Splat! Blood spurted out once again, and Lee Emu's arms were severed once more. He let out a muffled groan, his body staggering backward. He stared fixedly at the giant grandfather clock. The hour hand had already overlapped with the minute hand, pointing straight to 12 o'clock. Ding! A crisp and pleasant prompt tone, sounding like heaven's music, rang out in Lee Emu's mind once more. The check-in count has been refreshed. Would you like to check in? Ding! The check-in count has been refreshed. Would you like to check in? Check in. Check in immediately. Check in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining imprisonment card. The system's cold, mechanical voice accompanied a stream of information flooding into Lee Emu's mind. Imprisonment card, one-time consumable. Effect. Can select one person to render their body immobile for a duration of 10 seconds. Use. Use it immediately. Use successful. Target selected. Kocho Kanae. Just as the system prompt sounded, Kocho Kanae's figure rushed forward in front of Lee Mu once again like a pink stream of light. A gentle smile still hung on her face, and the Nichiren blade in her hand carried the sharpness of flower breathing, accurately slashing toward Lee Emu's neck. Rip. The sound of the blade entering flesh was clearly audible. Half of Lee Emu's neck was cut open by the Nichiren blade, and fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Intense pain instantly filled his entire body. However, at the very moment when the Nichiren blade was about to completely sever Lee Mu's neck, Kocho Kanae's body, as if cast with a body-binding spell, froze stiff in front of Lee Mu, and the Nichiren blade in her hand abruptly stagnated. On Kocho Kanae's face, that gentle smile instantly froze. Her pupils suddenly constricted, and her eyes were filled with confusion and shock. What is going on? Kocho Kanae did not understand why her body suddenly went out of control. Is it a blood demon art? The first thought that flashed through her mind was that Lee Mu had used a blood demon art. But she had never seen such a bizarre blood demon art that could instantly immobilize an existence at the Hashira level. Furthermore, this fiend before her had clearly been driven into a desperate situation by her just moments ago. How could it suddenly erupt with such a powerful blood demon art? Although her body was immobilized, her mind was still spinning rapidly, trying to analyze the bizarre situation before her. However, no matter how she struggled or how she mobilized the breathing technique within her body remained as immovable as if it had been welded in place. Lee Mu looked at Kocho Kanae, who was close at hand, and at the pink Nichiren blade embedded halfway into his neck. A trace of surviving a catastrophe flashed through his crimson eyes. Too close. Just a little more. He muttered softly, his voice tinged with a trace of lingering fear. If not for the imprisonment card taking effect in time, he probably really would have met his end here today. The muscles at Lee Mu's neck contracted sharply, cleverly utilizing the body's resilience to slowly and firmly move his neck away from the Nichiren blade. Sizzle. A slight sound of flesh tearing. At Lee Mu's neck appeared a knife wound deep enough to expose the bone, and fresh blood instantly gushed out. However, in just the blink of an eye, the demon's powerful regenerative ability took effect once again. The flesh at the wound wriggled like a living creature, quickly stopping the bleeding, and then began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the knife wound that had originally exposed the bone completely vanished, leaving only slightly pale, newly formed skin. Kocho Kanae watched as Lee Mu's neck moved out from under her Nichiren blade, and witnessed with her own eyes the wound on his neck completely heal in the blink of an eye. That pair of gentle eyes was now completely replaced by an emotion called despair. I'm done for. Could it be that I am going to die here today? A trace of desolation surged in Kocho Kanae's heart. She did not fear death, but she was unwilling to die like this at the hands of a fiend she completely failed to understand. She still had many things unfinished, she still had to protect her younger sisters. And she still had to take revenge for those innocent victims who had died miserably. However, Lee Mu paid no attention to Kocho Kanae's psychological activities at all. His goal was very clear, and that was the Nichiren blade. He raised his hand and grabbed the pink Nichiren blade in Kocho Kanae's hand. The blade was ice cold, and the hilt transmitted the warmth of Kocho Kanae's body. Lee Mu gave a hard tug, and the Nichiren blade easily broke away from Kocho Kanae's control, falling into Lee Mu's hands. System, store it in the system space. Lee Mu issued the command in his mind. Ding! The system sounded again. The Nichiren blade has been stored in the system space. In less than 2 seconds, Lee Mu successfully snatched the Nichiren blade away and stored it in the system space. He glanced at the countdown of the imprisonment card. There were only 3 seconds left. This woman had almost taken his life just moments ago and beaten him to such a sorry state. How could he not properly reward her? Lee Mu slowly walked behind Kocho Kanae, and then, with less than 1 second remaining, he abruptly raised his right hand and heavily slapped Kocho Kanae's plump buttocks, which were wrapped in her uniform. Slap! A crisp and loud sound echoed exceptionally clearly through the hall. The sound even carried a slight echo, appearing exceptionally abrupt in this bloody and silent environment. Lee Mu leaned close to Kocho Kanae's ear and gently said, "Miss, your figure is really not bad. What a pity, now you can only watch helplessly, yet you can't do anything." Kocho Kanae's body trembled violently. Although she couldn't move, this humiliation instantly spread through her entire body like an electric current. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a layer of crimson, and a trace of bashful anger flashed in her eyes. This fiend. How How could he? Kocho Kanae's inner self was practically on the verge of collapse. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that a fiend, someone she regarded as an enemy, and an existence that must be slain, would make such a frivolous and lewd gesture toward her under these circumstances. Ding! The imprisonment card has finished its effect. At that moment, the system prompt sounded once again. Kocho Kanae's body abruptly regained its mobility. Almost instantly, she whirled around, her angry gaze shooting like two sharp swords straight at Li Mu, who was standing behind her. Her right hand instinctively reached toward her waist, only to find that the Nichiren blade that should have been grasped in her hand had vanished into thin air at this moment. You! Kocho Kanae glared angrily at Li Mu, her exquisite face filled with fury and bashful annoyance. She wanted to question him, she wanted to curse him, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Her Nichiren blade was gone, her body had just been immobilized, and she had been, by this fiend. All these experiences caused the usually gentle and calm Kocho Kanae to completely lose her composure. Li Mu looked at Kocho Kanae's bashful and angry face, a faint smile flashing across his own. He knew that this behavior of his had completely enraged this gentle flower Hashira. However, Kocho Kanae's anger did not last long. Her sanity quickly returned. She looked at Li Mu's face, which carried a hint of amusement yet not the slightest bit of killing intent, as well as her own empty hands. She suddenly realized a startling fact. Just now, during those 10 seconds when she was immobilized, the fiend before her could have completely directly severed her head. He had plenty of time to end her life. But he didn't. He merely snatched away her Nichiren blade, and then made such a humiliating yet non-fatal gesture. This meant that the fiend before her did not want to kill her. After realizing this, the anger in Kocho Kanae's eyes instantly cleared away, regaining clarity. Her breathing leveled out, and that gentle smile once again surfaced on her face. Mr. Fiend. Can we talk? She had seen countless fiends, their killings were often for feeding. To enhance their own strength, and to satisfy their own desires. But the fiend before her was clearly not killing for food. In the history of the Demon Slayer Corps, such a strange demon had never appeared before. Li Mu looked at the beautiful flower Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps before him, a playful arc curving up at the corner of his mouth. Having lost her Nichiren blade, Kocho Kanae's threat to him had greatly decreased. Alright. Li Mu's voice carried a hint of teasing. Also, I am not called Mr. Evil Ghost, my name is Li Mu. As he spoke, he slowly walked over to a relatively intact wooden chair. The chair was stained with blood, but Li Mu sat down on it without a care. He crossed his legs, his crimson eyes looking at Kocho Kanae, whose face wore complex emotions. His gaze lingered for a moment on her cheeks, which were slightly flushed from anger and shame. And then gave a meaningful glance at her exquisite hips wrapped tightly in her uniform. However, miss, your reaction just now was truly interesting. Li Mu lowered his voice a fraction. That sound was truly crisp and melodious. It leaves me wanting more. Under Li Mu's blatant teasing, Kocho Kanae's cheeks instantly flushed crimson once again. Her hands clenched tightly into fists, her nails almost sinking into her palms. I am the flower Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kocho Kanae. Kocho Kanae tried hard to calm the churning emotions in her heart, taking a deep breath. Mr. Li Mu, why did you kill so many people? Her gaze swept once more over the gruesome corpses in the hall, and deep within her eyes, there still lingered an unmaskable compassion. No matter what sins these people had committed, as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, she could not sit idly by and watch evil ghosts slaughter wantonly. Li Mu leaned back against the back of the chair in a lazy posture. I told you long ago, they deserve to die. As for why should I tell you the reason? He raised his crimson eyes, looking straight at Kocho Kanae, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. You almost killed me just now, Miss Flower Hashira. You don't have a Nichiren blade right now, what qualifications do you have to ask me for the reason? Li Mu's words directly hit Kocho Kanae's current pain point. A trace of awkwardness and helplessness flashed across her face. She knew Li Mu was reminding her that at this moment she no longer posed a threat, while Li Mu held absolute initiative. Then, what will it take for you to tell me? Kocho Kanae took another deep breath, her tone carrying a hint of compromise. If she had to pay some price to learn the truth from this evil ghost, then she was willing. Her gaze looked toward Li Mu once more, her eyes flashing with a sincere light. How about, I be your friend? Hearing this, Li Mu was taken aback for a moment. Friends. Be friends with a ghost. Truly worthy of Kocho Kanae. He knew Kocho Kanae genuinely wanted to understand him, and even wanted to try saving him. But as a ghost, as an existence regarded as a mortal enemy by the Demon Slayer Corps, it was simply impossible for him to become friends with a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Friends. Li Mu chuckled lightly. A human actually wants to be friends with a ghost. Miss Flower Hashira, have you lost your mind? Perhaps. Kocho Kanae's voice was very soft, yet filled with firmness. But if it can make you tell the truth, if it can make you stop continuing to slaughter, then even if I am considered crazy, it doesn't matter. Li Mu looked at the nearly stubborn tenderness and firmness in Kocho Kanae's eyes, and unexpectedly felt a trace of inexplicable emotion in his heart. This woman was actually willing to go this far just to save him. But he quickly reined in the unusual emotions in his heart. He was not one of those ordinary people seduced and turned into ghosts by Muzan Kibutsuji, he was a transmigrator with memories of a past life. Li Mu abruptly stood up from the chair, taking slow strides as he walked toward Kocho Kanae. Friends and all that, is too boring. He walked up to Kocho Kanae, reached out, and gently lifted her chin. Those cold fingertips touched Kocho Kanae's warm and smooth skin, causing her whole body to shudder violently. How about, you be my wife? Li Mu lowered his voice a fraction, his gaze wandering uninhibitedly across her face. As soon as those words came out, Kocho Kanae's body stiffened abruptly, and her cheeks turned instantly crimson as if on fire. She had never imagined that an evil ghost would say such frivolous and absurd words to her in such a bloody occasion. You shameless wretch. Kocho Kanae's body trembled slightly from shame and anger. And that gentle smile completely vanished at this moment, replaced by anger and humiliation. She wanted to strike back, but having lost her Nichiren blade, she felt incomparably powerless. Ha 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 ha. Li Mu suddenly let out a low laugh, letting go of the hand lifting Kocho Kanae's chin. Then took a step back, his tone carrying a hint of casualness. I was just teasing you, don't take it seriously. Kocho Kanae's breathing instantly turned hurried, and she stared fixedly at Li Mu, her eyes filled with fury. She knew this evil ghost was toying with her and provoking her. But she also knew that right now she simply couldn't do anything to him. Li Mu no longer paid attention to Kocho Kanae's anger, turning around and taking strides as he walked toward the door of the hall. Follow me. Where are we going? Kocho Kanae asked instinctively. Li Mu did not look back. Didn't you want to know why I killed these people? Follow me, and you will get the answer you want. Li Mu's figure gradually disappeared into the night. Kocho Kanae stood in place, hesitating for a moment. In the end, she gritted her teeth, a flash of determination passing through her eyes. She decided to follow him. The two passed through the many courtyards of the Silver Scale Guild's mansion and arrived in front of a warehouse. The warehouse door was a heavy iron door with a massive iron lock hanging on it. Li Mu walked up to the door and reached out with both hands, hands with bulging veins, and suddenly grabbed the edge of the iron door. Creak. A piercing sound of metal grinding rang out. Under Li Mu's superhuman strength, the heavy iron door was instantly torn open as if it were made of paper. The scene inside the warehouse came into view for Li Mu and Kocho Kanae the moment the door was pulled open. A suffocating stench immediately wafted toward them. Inside the warehouse, the light was dim, with only a few flickering oil lamps emitting a faint glow. Beneath that dim light, what met their eyes were rows upon rows of neatly arranged iron cages. Inside every iron cage, a thin and petite figure was huddled. They were a group of imprisoned young girls, ranging in age from a few years old to their teens. They were dressed in rags, their hair was a mess, and their faces were covered in filth. The eyes of these young girls were completely devoid of color, their gazes were hollow and numb. Like dolls that had lost their souls, without a single spark of life. When the warehouse door was pulled open and the figures of Li Mu and Kocho Kanae appeared at the entrance. A faint ripple flickered in the originally numb and hollow eyes of the young girls in the cages. They saw the two tall figures outside the door. Their bodies instinctively shrank back, huddling in the deepest corners of the cages like frightened rabbits. Watching Li Mu and Kocho Kanae with fear in their colorless eyes. To them, any stranger appearing here would only bring deeper despair and pain. Kocho Kanae's body suddenly stiffened, and tears welled up in her eyes. How can this be? She had seen the cruelty of demons toward humans, and the darkness and evil of the world. But she never imagined that humans could do such subhuman things to other humans. The hollow and numb gazes of these little girls made her heart ache. This is just the tip of the iceberg of all the Silver Scale Guild's enterprises. Trafficking young girls, contraband, these are but a part of their filthy dealings. These so-called humans are far more cruel than demons. As for where these girls they've imprisoned will eventually end up, I'm sure the Flower Hashira has a good idea, right? Now, Flower Hashira, do you still think these people don't deserve to die? Are you going to protect these villains and let them continue to harm more innocent lives? Li Mu's interrogation struck Kocho Kanae's heart like a heavy hammer. She of course knew these people deserved to die. She naturally hated these villains who trafficked people and destroyed lives. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps and as the Flower Hashira, her duty was to slay all evil and protect innocent lives. I never said I would protect them. Kocho Kanae's voice carried a hint of suppressed anger, but her emotions quickly calmed down once more. They truly deserve to die. But slaughter cannot solve all problems. Mr. Demon, you became a demon because of hatred, because of the sins of these people. Looking at the sincere compassion in the depths of Kocho Kanae's eyes, a complex emotion welled up in Li Mu's heart. This woman, even when faced with such an evil scene, could still maintain her gentleness and kindness. This made Li Mu feel a strange touch of emotion, but also a sense of unreality. He did not argue with Kocho Kanae any further, but turned around and walked straight toward the iron cages. He walked up to the first iron cage, his voice carrying a hint of tenderness. Little sister, step back a bit. Hearing Li Mu's voice, the young girls in the cages shrank back once more, but still obediently retreated a little further. Li Mu reached out with both hands and suddenly grabbed the bars of the iron cage. The iron cage was made of solid steel and was exceptionally sturdy, but to him, it was like fragile paper. Creak. Clang. A piercing sound of metal grinding, accompanied by a dull, heavy thud. The bars of the iron cage were instantly torn apart by Li Mu's immense strength. The twisted and deformed steel was kneaded like dough in Li Mu's hands. Seeing Li Mu's actions, the sadness and anger in Kocho Kanae's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a hint of surprise. She also stepped forward quickly, moving to the side of the iron cages. Don't be afraid, children, we are here to save you. She reached out, attempting to soothe these devastated souls through words and physical contact. Li Mu continued his violent demolition work, tearing open the iron cages one by one. Each time he tore open a cage, another young girl would be liberated from the darkness. Under the joint efforts of Li Mu and Kocho Kanae, it wasn't long before all the young girls were rescued from the iron cages. There were 20 young girls in total. They stood timidly in the center of the warehouse, their bodies trembling slightly, their eyes still carrying a hint of confusion and fear. Kocho Kanae walked up to these young girls and opened her arms, gathering these thin and helpless children into her embrace. She gently patted their backs. It's okay, you're safe now. Her voice, like a gentle breeze, brushed over the children's hearts, causing their tense bodies to gradually relax. Some of the girls even began to sob, burying their heads in Kocho Kanae's embrace, feeling this long-lost warmth and sense of security. Kocho Kanae released the children, turned around, and walked up to Li Mu. Looking at him with sincere eyes. Mr. Li Mu, thank you. Kocho Kanae's voice was gentle and sincere. Thank you for rescuing these children. You have done a very right thing. In her tone, there was no longer the previous interrogation or caution, only pure gratitude. She knew that if it weren't for Li Mu, these children might never have seen the light of day again. I owe you a favor. Kocho Kanae looked into Li Mu's blood-red eyes and spoke seriously and firmly. No matter what demand you have, I can satisfy it. As long as it's something I can do, I will never refuse. Her promise was from the heart. She was grateful to Li Mu, grateful that he had rescued these children. She was willing to do anything for him, as long as it could make him feel a bit of warmth, a bit of hope of being recognized. Hearing this, a playful light flashed in Li Mu's blood-red eyes. He knew that Kocho Kanae was an extremely sentimental person, her promise would never be empty words. He reached out and once again gently tilted Kocho Kanae's chin up, a wicked light shimmering in his blood-red eyes. Oh, can you really satisfy anything for me? Kocho Kanae's cheeks flushed slightly again at Li Mu's actions, but she did not shrink back or avoid him. She looked into Li Mu's eyes and nodded firmly. Yes, as long as I can do it. Very well then. Then you, be my wife. I only have this one demand. Before transmigrating, he was a loyal fan of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. And he had a deep affection for the sisters, Kocho Kanae and Kocho Shinobu. He liked Kocho Kanae's gentleness and kindness, and her resilience and strength. How cruel this world was for a woman like her. He simply wanted to find a sliver of warmth that belonged to him in this cold world. And Kocho Kanae was undoubtedly the most ideal choice in his heart. Of course, he also knew that at this moment, it was impossible for Kocho Kanae to agree to him. He just wanted to use this to tease her again and see her reaction. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Li Mu, please respect yourself and stop saying such things. Kocho Kanae's voice became slightly sharp with embarrassment and anger. She took a sudden step back, widening the distance between herself and Li Mu. How could she possibly agree to such an insolent request? She was the flower Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, completely incompatible with demons. Moreover, she had absolutely no good feelings toward this demon who had just teased her and even slapped her buttocks. Looking at Kocho Kanae's mixture of embarrassment and anger, Li Mu laughed secretly in his heart. He knew that with Kocho Kanae's personality, it was impossible for her to agree so easily. But he wasn't annoyed either. After all, he had the system, and plenty of time and means. Sooner or later, he would be able to kidnap this gentle flower Hashira back home. It's just a small wish. Since Miss Flower Hashira is unwilling, then forget it. There was no anger or displeasure on his face after being rejected, instead, he appeared exceptionally calm. This unusual reaction actually made Kocho Kanae feel a bit taken aback. Li Mu did not dwell on the topic any longer. He turned his gaze toward the little girls who were still shivering in fear. These little girls, how do you plan to settle them? Li Mu asked. Hearing this, Kocho Kanae took a deep breath, trying hard to calm the embarrassment and anger in her heart. At this moment, the most important thing was still these innocent children. She averted her gaze from Li Mu and looked back at the little girls, her eyes once again filled with compassion and gentleness. I will place them in the butterfly mansion. It's very safe there. With my younger sister and Aoi looking after them, they will receive the best care. A thought flashed through Li Mu's mind. The butterfly mansion was the medical facility of the Demon Slayer Corps, as well as the residence of the Kocho sisters. There, these little girls would indeed receive the most proper settlement and care. That works. Li Mu nodded in agreement. In that case, I'll be leaving first. As Li Mu spoke, he turned around, preparing to leave. He had stayed here long enough. After dawn, the people from the Demon Slayer Corps would arrive here very soon, and he could not expose himself to the Demon Slayer Corps site just yet. Wait. Just as Li Mu was about to step out of the warehouse doors, Kocho Kanae's voice rang out again, calling him back. Li Mu stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at Kocho Kanae with his crimson eyes. Could you return my Nichiren blade to me? There was a hint of pleading in Kocho Kanae's tone. Making a Nichiren blade is very troublesome. She knew her request was a bit excessive. After all, Li Mu had only just taken her Nichiren blade away. But to a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, a Nichiren blade was as important as life itself. Without her Nichiren blade, her combat power against demons was almost zero. Moreover, every Nichiren blade was forged from rare scarlet crimson iron sand and scarlet crimson ore. And the forging process was extremely complex and time-consuming. Once damaged, waiting to forge another one would take a very long time. Looking at Kocho Kanae's earnest gaze, Li Mu didn't say anything, but simply extended his right hand and willed it. Buzz. Accompanied by a soft hum, a peach-colored light flickered in Li Mu's palm. Immediately afterward, Kocho Kanae's peach-colored Nichiren blade appeared out of thin air in Li Mu's hand. The Nichiren blade just appeared out of thin air like that. Kocho Kanae's pupils contracted sharply, her eyes filled with shock. She stared intently at the Nichiren blade in Li Mu's hand, then at Li Mu's empty hand that had conjured the blade out of thin air. How did you do that? Kocho Kanae asked subconsciously. Is this a blood demon art? It's not a blood demon art. Li Mu responded calmly. Just a little trick, nothing worth mentioning. After saying that, Li Mu tossed the Nichiren blade in his hand directly toward Kocho Kanae. Clang! The Nichiren blade drew an arc through the air, and Kocho Kanae instinctively reached out, catching her Nichiren blade steadily. Only when her slender fingers touched the cold hilt did she truly feel a sense of reassurance. Li Mu turned around once more, preparing to leave. Where are you going? Kocho Kanae's voice rang out again, calling him back. With great difficulty, she had finally discovered such a unique demon, one who not only possessed powerful strength but was also able to retain his humanity. She felt that her philosophy of humans and demons coexisting peacefully might find an opportunity for realization in this demon. She didn't want to let him go so easily. Li Mu stopped. He knew that Kocho Kanae would not easily give up on him. After all, he was such a unique demon. And this was exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted her to become curious about him, to investigate him, so as to create more opportunities for his future pursuit. Li Mu turned around, his crimson eyes looking at Kocho Kanae. I'll be waiting for you at the nearby Ualai Machiya. Having said his piece, Li Mu hesitated no longer. He took a step forward, his figure rapidly vanishing into the darkness of the warehouse. Standing at the warehouse entrance, Kocho Kanae tightly gripped her recovered Nichiren blade, gazing with a complex look in the direction where Li Mu had disappeared. Ualai Machiya. She would go. Perhaps he really could become the key to breaking the deadlock between humans and demons. Perhaps the philosophy she had always held could truly be realized. She took a deep breath, then turned around to look at the little girls who were still shivering in fear. The first thing she needed to do was to settle these children down. The night was deep, and on the streets of Tokyo Prefecture, the sign of Ualai Machiya appeared somewhat dim under the faint light. Li Mu appeared before the door of the Machiya. After paying the money and getting the room key, he walked straight towards his room. He arrived at the door of his room, took out the key, and turned it gently. With a soft click, the door slowly opened. The moment he pushed open the room door, a cold and oppressive aura instantly washed over him. A slender and elegant figure was standing quietly by the window, with its back facing him. Muzan Kibutsuji. A wave of doubt surged in Li Mu's heart. Why was Muzan Kibutsuji waiting for him here? Could it be that he had discovered something? He forcibly suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart, a look of respect and a trace of fanaticism appearing on his face. My lord. Muzan Kibutsuji slowly turned around, those scarlet eyes under the dim light, resembling two bleeding rubies, emitting a gloomy and cold glow. Li Mu. Muzan Kibutsuji's voice carried a hint of approval. You have done very well, even more outstanding than I imagined. Li Mu's heart trembled violently. He did not know what Muzan Kibutsuji was praising. Could it be that he saw him let Kocho Kanae go? You actually had the idea of infiltrating the interior of the Demon Slayer Corps. Muzan Kibutsuji's gaze swept over Li Mu, his eyes flashing with a light that saw through everything. Approaching that flower Hashira, not a bad strategy. What? He saw it. Muzan Kibutsuji actually saw his contact with Kocho Kanae. However, he seemed to interpret his behavior as a strategy to penetrate the interior of the Demon Slayer Corps. Li Mu was speechless. Since when did this Muzan Kibutsuji become a peeping Tom? The original work didn't show him having this kind of hobby, did it? However, the disguise, charm or skill is truly awesome. It could actually make Muzan Kibutsuji overthink and imagine this kind of behavior by himself, and he even imagined it so perfectly. If it were any other demon daring to play such tricks in front of him, they probably would have been reduced to ashes long ago. My lord, you saw everything. Li Emu's face showed a respectful yet slightly bashful expression. As if his thoughts had been seen through by Muzan Kibutsuji, feeling a trace of embarrassment. Yes, I saw it all. Your performance has made me very satisfied. Keep up the good work, Li Mu. Muzan Kibutsuji paced forward and walked up to Li Mu. For thousands of years, this group of weak flies of the Demon Slayer Corps has been buzzing in front of my eyes, endlessly annoying. They are always like weeds, endless to eradicate, which makes me very irritated. He extended his slender fingers and gently stroked Li Emu's cheek, the cold touch making all the hairs on Li Emu's body stand on end. And now, you have given me a brand new train of thought. Muzan Kibutsuji's eyes flashed with a cruel light. As long as you infiltrate the Demon Slayer Corps and obtain the location of their headquarters, notify me at that time. At that time, I will personally and completely eliminate the Demon Slayer Corps, this annoying fly. After speaking, Muzan Kibutsuji withdrew his hand. Behind him, several thick and pitch-black tentacles, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, instantly pierced into Li Emu's abdomen. Hiss. Intense pain struck instantly, Li Emu's body arched sharply, and a silent roar burst from his mouth. Muzan Kibutsuji's blood was once again forcibly injected into his body in an overbearing and tyrannical manner. Li Emu's body trembled violently due to the severe pain, and his veins bulged. He clenched his teeth tightly, not allowing himself to make any sound. Ding. System prompt. The host's strength has been upgraded to a heteromorphic demon. Muzan Kibutsuji withdrew his tentacles and looked at Li Emu's face, which was distorted by pain. This is your reward. I hope this power allows you to better complete the task I gave you. Then he spoke up again to instruct. Do not forget the blue spider lily. That is something more important than the Demon Slayer Corps. Find it as soon as possible and then notify me. Li Mu endured the severe pain brought by the surging power within his body and respectfully lowered his head. Yes, my lord. I will definitely find the blue spider lily and notify you as soon as possible. Muzan Kibutsuji nodded with satisfaction. He turned around, paced, and walked towards the window. However, at the very moment he was about to leave the room, he couldn't help but stop his steps again. He did not look back, but once again probed Li Emu's inner thoughts from afar. He wanted to confirm whether this subordinate who had just gained power still maintained absolute loyalty to him. Ding. System prompt. Disguise, Charmer has been activated. Ah, this power. This powerful, destructive power. My lord Muzan Kibutsuji, what a great existence you are. Being able to bestow such powerful strength upon me, I am willing to go through fire and water for you, and will not hesitate even to die. The Demon Slayer Corps. That group of ants. How dare they hinder my lord's footsteps? I will infiltrate their interior, obtain all their intelligence, and then uproot them completely. The blue spider lily. The key for my lord to evolve into a more perfect existence. I will also pay any price to find it and dedicate it to my lord. Let my lord truly become the only ruler of this world. Flower Hashirakana a Kocho, a decent chess piece. Utilizing her kindness and stupidity can allow me to better lurk inside the Demon Slayer Corps and gain their trust. Ultimately, she will also become a stepping stone under my lord's feet. These fanatical, loyal, ambitious, and fawning inner voices flooded into Muzan Kibutsuji's perception like a tide. On Muzan Kibutsuji's face appeared a pleased and satisfied smile. This subordinate not only had ability, but even more so this, awareness. He contentedly withdrew his spiritual power, said nothing more, and his figure, as if melting into the night, instantly vanished from the window and left the Machiya. Only after Muzan Kibutsuji completely left did Li Emu's tense body finally relax. He panted heavily, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. This old trickster turned out to be a peeping Tom. The surging power within his body made him feel bouts of dizziness, but even more so an indescribable excitement. He had survived another disaster. And all of this was attributed to the heaven-defying skill disguise, Charmer. Disguise, Charmer. Li Mu muttered to himself in his heart, the corners of his mouth curving into a cruel arc. It seems that I might be able to be a double agent. In the evening, the last trace of the setting sun was slowly vanishing from the horizon. Night was slowly descending. Inside the guest hall of Ualai Machia, the lights were bright and the voices were buzzing. At this moment, Li Mu was sitting by a table in the center of the guest hall, all alone, enjoying a lavish dinner. Compared to before his demonization, apart from his eyes turning into a seductive blood red, his features had also become more handsome than before. However, overall, no other obvious changes had occurred. Therefore, in the eyes of these ordinary people, he was just a slightly unusual and handsome man. At most, they felt that the aura around him was a bit off, but no one could tell that he was a demon. Because of this, Li Mu dared to sit in the guest hall and eat so openly without worrying about causing panic. The roast chicken was fragrant and glossy with oil. Meat dishes were piled up like a mountain, complete with color, aroma, and taste. And there was also a pot of warm sake, exuding an enticing, mellow fragrance. Without any hesitation, he picked up a roast chicken, tore off a piece of meat, and chewed on it in large bites. Not bad. Li Mu praised inwardly. The effect of the lesser tonic was truly extraordinary, not only allowing him to enjoy delicious food like a human, but also letting him feel a long-lost sense of fullness. However, just as he was eating, Li Mu suddenly discovered that, as the food went down into his stomach, not only did he feel his physical strength gradually recovering, but he even vaguely felt that his physical strength also seemed to be slowly increasing by an extremely faint margin. Although it was only a tiny trace, to a demon with powerful perception, this subtle change was still clearly captured by him. System. Can I increase my strength just by eating? Li Mu asked in his mind. Ding. Yes, host. The system mechanical and cold voice sounded. This is the effect of the lesser tonic. Since the host can no longer recover physical strength and increase strength through normal channels devouring humans. Therefore, while meeting the energy demands of the host, the lesser tonic will come with a trace of a weak strength increasing effect. However, please note that this effect is negligible and extremely limited for the enhancement of the strength of the host. The system added. As long as there is an improvement, that is fine. Better than nothing. Although the improvement effect was negligible, it was still better than nothing. This meant that he could slowly increase his strength by eating, accumulating bit by bit. And one day quantitative change would lead to qualitative change. He picked up another piece of roast chicken again, chewed on it in large bites, and his mood became even more pleasant. Just as Li Mu was enjoying the food, a crisp sound of conversation came from outside the Machia. Sister. It is so late, who are you taking me to see? I still have to go prepare poison. Shinobu, it is a new friend I made. Kocho Shinobu. Kocho Kanae. The eating action of Li Mu suddenly paused, and his blood-red eyes looked toward the entrance of the Machia. The butterfly sisters had arrived. Sister is really a newly made friend. So late at night, what friend cannot be seen during the day? As Shinobu walked, she muttered inwardly. Sister, could she have been tricked by someone? Soon, two graceful figures appeared at the entrance of Ualai Machia. Walking in front was none other than Kocho Kanae, wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform and holding a peach-colored Nichiren blade. Behind her was a petite and exquisite figure. She was also wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, with a white haori draped over it, dotted with purple butterfly patterns. It was none other than Kocho Shinobu. When the gaze of Shinobu swept across the guest hall, her eyes suddenly narrowed. She saw Li Mu, seeing the man sitting in front of the dining table and eating meat in large bites. Although the appearance of Li Mu was no different from ordinary people, the faint demonic aura emanating from his body could not hide from the sharp perception of Shinobu. A demon. An alarm instantly sounded in the heart of Shinobu, and her right hand quietly pressed against the hilt of the Nichiren blade at her waist. Li Mu also saw Shinobu, a trace of amazement flashing through his blood-red eyes. The Shinobu before him was more petite, delicate, and cute than what he had seen in the anime. Her figure was slender with perfect proportions, and wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform still could not hide that unique charm. Those purple eyes were like two purple crystals, flickering with a cold radiance. As expected of Kocho Shinobu. She is simply cuter and more charming than in the anime. Li Mu praised inwardly. In his past life, he had always liked the personality and appearance of Shinobu, and seeing her with his own eyes at this moment made his heart even more excited. However, just as Li Mu was evaluating the appearance of Shinobu in his heart, Shinobu moved. Clang! With a crisp blade drawing sound, Shinobu abruptly pulled out the Nichiren blade from her waist. Her Nichiren blade was different from other members, the blade body was slender like a needle, and the tip was as sharp as a poison needle. Insect breathing, dance of the bee sting, true flutter. The figure of Shinobu rushed violently toward Li Mu like a squall in an instant. The Nichiren blade in her hand slashed a purple stream of light through the air, heading straight for the neck of Li Mu. On the tip of the blade flickered a chilling poisonous light, obviously smeared with deadly poison. However, just as Shinobu rushed in front of Li Mu and the Nichiren blade in her hand was about to pierce the neck of Li Mu. Shinobu! Stop! An anxious and tender shout rang out, accompanied by a peach-colored stream of light. The figure of Kanae instantly appeared between Li Mu and Shinobu. The peach-colored Nichiren blade in her hand abruptly horizontalized, directly blocking the attack of Shinobu. Ding! The two Nichiren blades collided violently in midair, producing a harsh metallic clashing sound. The powerful impact made the body of Shinobu shake violently, forcing her to step back twice. Shinobu raised her head to look at the sister blocking in front of her, her purple eyes filled with puzzlement and anger. Sister. What are you stopping me for? He is an evil ghost. Are you going to protect this evil ghost? She had long known that her sister had the idea of humans and demons living together in peace. But she never thought that her sister would actually stop her from slaying an evil ghost for the sake of one. This was simply unreasonable. On the face of Kanae, that gentle smile had already disappeared. Her gaze looked at her younger sister with complexity, her tone carrying a trace of helplessness and firmness. Shinobu, Li Mu is different from those evil ghosts. He is my friend. Friend. The pupils of Shinobu shrank sharply, her eyes filled with bewilderment and anger. Her sister actually called an evil ghost a friend. Sister. What nonsense are you talking about? He's a demon. How could a demon possibly become our friend? Have you forgotten all those people brutally harmed by demons, and mom and dad who were killed by them? Kocho Shinobu's voice was filled with agitation and interrogation. And her petite body was trembling slightly with anger at that moment. Kocho Kanae's expression was somewhat helpless, she knew that Kocho Shinobu's hatred for demons was deeply rooted. Just as she was about to open her mouth to explain, right when the two sisters were confronting each other and the atmosphere was tense, the innkeeper of the Machiya. A middle-aged man with a fat head, big ears, and a gray kimono. Walked over aggressively with two waiters holding wooden sticks. Hey! You two! What are you doing? Do you want to smash my shop? The innkeeper put his hands on his hips, pointing at Kocho Kanae and Kocho Shinobu with anger on his face. Get lost. Don't cause trouble in my shop anymore. What evil demon or whatever. Can you afford to compensate if you scare my guests and affect my business? The innkeeper pointed at them with an unkind tone and eyes filled with disgust. He didn't care about any evil demons or anything, he only cared about his own business. Seeing this, Li Mu slowly stood up from his seat, and, apologetic, smile on his face. Oh my, innkeeper, I am truly sorry. As he spoke, Li Mu pulled out a handful of coins from his pocket and quietly shoved them into the innkeeper's hand. These two, are both my friends. They were just playing a little game with me earlier and got a bit too into character. There was a hint of apology in Li Mu's tone. I'll have them change places to play right now, and I guarantee they won't disturb the innkeeper's business anymore. Fortunately, when picking up corpses at the Silver Scale Guild's residence earlier, those Silver Scale Guild members carried enough coins, allowing him to squander them so casually. Otherwise, as a penniless demon, it really wouldn't be easy for him to send this innkeeper away. The innkeeper weighed the coins in his hand, feeling their heavy weight, and the anger on his face instantly dissipated, replaced by a fawning smile. Oh, so that's how it is. Smiles piled up all over the innkeeper's face, and his tone also became enthusiastic. It's fine, it's fine. Since they are Mr. Li Mu's friends, then it's easy to talk. The innkeeper glanced at Kocho Kanae and Kocho Shinobu once more. Since you're playing a game, go play in a room. There are too many eyes and ears here, so it's not convenient. Rest assured, innkeeper. Li Mu nodded and shoved some more coins to the innkeeper. This is for your emotional distress fee. We will leave right now. Oh my. Master Li Mu, you are truly too polite. The innkeeper was grinning from ear to ear, his face plastered with smiles as he nodded repeatedly. Then Master Li Mu, please take your two friends and go have a good time in the room. Finished speaking, the innkeeper gave a wink to the two waiters, telling them to clean up the place that was messed up during the confrontation between Kocho Shinobu and Kocho Kanae. Li Mu withdrew his hand and turned to look at Kocho Kanae and Kocho Shinobu. Two beautiful ladies, since the innkeeper has spoken, why don't you come with me? There was a hint of banter in Li Mu's voice. Let's go to a room and have a nice chat. Go to your room. No way. I will never go to the same room with an evil demon. Kocho Shinobu's voice was filled with resolution, and her purple eyes flashed with hatred and disdain toward Li Mu. She would rather die here than stay in the same room with an evil demon. Sister. I disagree. However, before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Kocho Kanae. Shinobu. I said, Mr. Li Mu is my friend. You are being rude in front of my friend right now. If you keep making a fuss like this, I'm going to get angry. On Kocho Kanae's face, the gentle smile had completely disappeared at this moment. That oppressive aura of an elder sister instantly knocked Kocho Shinobu's momentum down a peg. Kocho Shinobu's body shuddered violently, and she looked up at her elder sister, her purple eyes filled with grievance. But ultimately, under her sister's unquestionable majesty, she still lowered her head, bit her lower lip tightly, and stopped talking. Please, two beautiful ladies. Li Mu made an inviting gesture again, wearing an evil and charming smile on his face. In the end, Kocho Kanae brought the unwilling Kocho Shinobu and followed Li Mu to the room he lived in on the second floor of the Machiya. Li Mu pushed open the door and signaled the two sisters to enter first. When both of them entered the room, Li Mu then walked into the room and gently closed the door. Inside the room, the light was dim and soft. A faint woody aroma permeated the air. Li Mu turned around, his blood-red eyes looking at Kocho Kanae. So, who is this beautiful lady? His gaze lingered on Kocho Shinobu, carrying a trace of unmasked appreciation in his eyes. This is my younger sister, Kocho Shinobu. There was a trace of exhaustion in Kocho Kanae's voice, but she still tried hard to maintain her gentleness. She turned her head to look at Li Mu, her tone filled with apology. Mr. Li Mu, regarding Shinobu's impoliteness toward you just now, I apologize to you on her behalf. After speaking, Kocho Kanae bowed slightly to Li Mu to express her apology. Oh my, Flower Hashira, this is really flattering me to death. Li Mu deliberately made a helpless expression, a flash of self-deprecation crossing his blood-red eyes. I am merely an evil demon, being slain by the Demon Slayer Corps is a matter of course. Being misunderstood by her and attacked by her are all things I should endure. He deliberately placed himself in a vulnerable position, trying to arouse Kocho Kanae's pity and protective desire. While speaking, he secretly activated the disguise, charmer skill, enhancing Kocho Kanae's favorability toward him, making her feel even more heartbroken for him. System prompt. Disguise, charmer has been activated. Watching Li Mu's aggrieved expression and the helplessness regarding his own identity in his words, a strong desire to protect instantly surged within Kocho Kanae's heart. That inherent compassion for all life in her bones was completely stimulated at this moment. Shinobu. Kocho Kanae suddenly turned her head to look at Kocho Shinobu, her tone carrying a hint of unquestionable firmness. Apologize to Mr. Li Mu immediately. Do you still remember the group of little girls I asked you to bring back to the Butterfly Mansion yesterday? Those little girls were all saved by Mr. Li Mu. Hearing this, a flash of astonishment crossed Kocho Shinobu's purple eyes. She knew about those little girls, and she had also heard her sister talk about their tragic encounters. But she never thought that the savior of those little girls would actually be the evil demon in front of her. No. She absolutely did not believe that an evil demon would save people. The nature of an evil demon is cruelty and cunning. This evil demon must have known that her sister is kind-hearted and deliberately saved people. Definitely to trick her sister's trust. And then infiltrate the interior of the Demon Slayer core with ill intentions. Kocho Shinobu's face was filled with struggle and unwillingness at this moment. But when she looked again at her sister's serious and hopeful face, the struggle and unwillingness in her heart were ultimately completely suppressed by her sister's majesty. Kocho Shinobu gritted her teeth, lowered her head unwillingly, her voice as faint as a gnat's. So, sorry. Watching Kocho Shinobu's reluctant apology, a wicked and charming smile curved up the corner of Lee Emu's mouth. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Just a trivial matter, the flower Hashira's younger sister is naturally pure and flawless. It is me, this evil demon, who shouldn't have appeared in front of you and scared you. He knew that Kocho Shinobu's apology was forced by her sister's majesty, not sincere. But he didn't care, all he wanted was a formal victory. Kocho Shinobu is a cis-con. In the original work, she could even give up everything for her sister. As long as Kocho Kanae is kept in check, Kocho Shinobu can be completely kept in check. Inside the room, under the dual effect of Lee Emu's wronged acting and the disguise, charm or skill, the atmosphere became subtle. Ding. System prompt. Quest issued. Quest objective. Have Flower Hashira Kanae Kocho actively invite the host to join the Demon Slayer core. Quest reward. Allow the host to break free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control over the host. Muzan will be unable to discover it, and will still think he can control the host. Lee Mu looked at the quest in his mind. Break free from the control of Muzan Kibutsuji. This reward is simply too timely. This means he can completely shake off Muzan Kibutsuji's shackles, and no longer needs to worry about being monitored anytime, anywhere by that peeping Tom Muzan. And he can even openly carry out his own plans. This is undoubtedly the greatest guarantee for him to counter-kill Muzan Kibutsuji in the future. However, when he saw the quest objective, his brows furrowed tightly once again. Have Flower Hashira Kanae Kocho actively invite him to join the Demon Slayer core. This difficulty coefficient is simply too huge. He is an evil ghost now. Although he saved those children, and although he displayed some humanity, the Demon Slayer Corp's stance on slaying evil ghosts is unshakable. No matter how kind Kocho Kanae is, and no matter how much she sympathizes with him, it is impossible for her to let a ghost join the Demon Slayer core. This completely subverts the basic principles of the Demon Slayer core. This difficulty coefficient is simply too high. Lee Mu muttered inwardly. Given his current relationship with Kocho Kanae, although blessed by disguise, charmer, making her actively invite him to join the Demon Slayer core is a span as difficult as ascending to heaven. It seems I must formulate a meticulous plan. Lee Mu pondered inwardly. He cannot be impatient. He must guide Kocho Kanae step by step, so that she herself develops the idea of inviting him to join the Demon Slayer core. Just as Lee Mu was scheming his plan in his heart, Kocho Kanae's gentle voice sounded once again, pulling his thoughts back to reality. Mr. Lee Mu. Kocho Kanae's gaze fell on Lee Mu. Can you tell me how you became a ghost? Do you still remember? Understanding a ghost's past is the first step to saving them. She hopes that by understanding Lee Emu's encounter, she can find the reason why he became a ghost, and thus find a way to help him. Hearing this, a flash of sharp light crossed Lee Emu's crimson eyes. The opportunity has come. This is precisely the prime opportunity for him to whitewash himself. Lee Mu restrained all expression on his face, replacing it with sorrow and pain. He lowered his head, and his voice became low and hoarse, as if he had fallen into painful memories. Remember, of course I remember. He slowly closed his eyes, as if recalling that painful experience. Ever since I was little, my younger sister and I depended on each other, living a very hard life. In order for her to be fed and warmly clothed, I worked desperately, doing all kinds of dirty and exhausting work. Lee Mu paused, a trace of choking in his voice, as if recalling those difficult years. Just the day before yesterday, I had already become a steward of a wealthy family. The days for my younger sister and me were about to get better. I thought I could finally get rid of those bitter days. However, it was all because of those evil ghosts. Lee Mu abruptly opened his eyes, his crimson eyes filled with pain and hatred. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost embedding into his palms. Evil ghosts. They killed that family. He destroyed all my hope. He even forcibly turned me into an evil ghost. He turned me into a monster. I don't want to become a ghost. I don't want to become this kind of man-eating monster. When I returned home, Lee Emu's body trembled slightly, his voice carrying an unspeakable grief. My younger sister Reina, she was forced by those scumbags of the Silver Scale Guild to commit suicide. Later was the misunderstanding between me and Flower Hashira-san. Lee Mew raised his head, his crimson eyes looking at Kocho Kanae with a trace of bitterness and helplessness. I just wanted to avenge my younger sister, to make those scum pay the price. Listening to Lee Emu's narration, tears flickered in Kocho Kanae's gentle eyes. She saw the pain in Lee Emu's eyes, felt the deep-seated hatred for evil ghosts in his heart, and his longing for his younger sister. Being forcibly turned into a ghost, and his only younger sister being driven to death by scum. For anyone, this double blow is an unbearable pain. Mr. Lee Mew. Kocho Kanae's voice choked up, and she reached out, gently grabbing Lee Emu's arm. Regarding your encounter, I am deeply sorry. Just at this moment, Kocho Kanae seemed to remember something. A trace of complex emotion flashed through her gentle eyes. Earlier, on a hillside planted with lavender, I saw a grave. Is that your younger sister's grave? Previously, near the Silver Scale Guild mansion, she had discovered a beautiful sea of lavender flowers in a lonely grave. At that time, she had already felt a thick aura of sorrow permeating around that grave. Hearing this, Lee Mew looked at Kocho Kanae with crimson eyes, a trace of surprise flashing in them. He didn't expect Kocho Kanae to have seen Reina's grave. Yes. Lee Emu's voice was low and hoarse, carrying an unspeakable sorrow. That is, my younger sister Reina's grave. Hearing Lee Emu's reply, Kocho Kanae's gentle eyes instantly filled with self-blame and guilt. She abruptly let go of Lee Emu's arm, and then bowed deeply to Lee Mew. I'm sorry. Mr. Lee Mew. Kocho Kanae's voice carried a trace of trembling, filled with self-blame. If I could have arrived a little earlier, you wouldn't have become a ghost. And your younger sister perhaps wouldn't have died. Her heart was filled with remorse. She is a Flower Hashira, and her duty is to slay evil ghosts and protect humans. But because she failed to arrive in time, it led to Lee Emu's tragic encounter and the death of an innocent girl. This guilt made her feel incomparable pain. Miss Kanae. Lee Mew reached out, gently helping Kocho Kanae up. This is not your fault. This is my destiny. Fortunately you didn't come earlier. If you had come earlier you would have turned into this appearance just like me. And then how would you face your younger sister? Listening to Lee Emu's words, Kocho Kanae's gaze fell on Lee Mew. She looked at Lee Emu's handsome yet slightly sorrowful face. Looking at the hatred for evil ghosts in his eyes, as well as his steadfast adherence to humanity. She suddenly realized that Lee Mew is a special ghost. He saved those children, he is filled with hatred for evil ghosts, and even avenged his younger sister, personally building a grave. Deep in his heart, he still retains a strong humanity. She thought of the philosophy she had always upheld, that humans and ghosts can coexist peacefully. Such a ghost, perhaps can be, saved. Mr. Lee Mew. Kocho Kanae's voice was filled with determination, her gaze looking straight into Lee Emu's crimson eyes. Would you like to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Ding. System prompt. Quest completed. The host has broken free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control. Muzan Kibutsuji cannot discover it, and still thinks he can control the host. The quest is completed. Lee Mew was instantly stunned. So simple. Just a few words, and Kocho Kanae actively invited him to join the Demon Slayer Corps. This is simply too unexpected. He originally thought this quest would be extremely difficult, requiring him to meticulously plan and win over Kocho Kanae step by step. But who would have thought that Kocho Kanae would actively invite him to join the Demon Slayer Corps just because of a few words? He looked at the gentle yet determined Flower Hashira before him, a complex emotion surging in his heart. He knew that the reason Kocho Kanae invited him to join the Demon Slayer Corps was entirely because of her deeply ingrained kindness in her bones, and her compassion for all life. She trusts him, and she is willing to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Kanae, oh Kanae, you truly are an angel. Li Mu sighed inwardly. This woman, she deserves to be treated tenderly by everyone. He cannot fail this trust of hers. He made up his mind that no matter what in the future, he must protect Kocho Kanae well. And never let her die a tragic death at the hands of Doma like in the original work. And just as Lee Emu's thoughts were in turmoil, Kocho Shinobu, who had been quietly listening to the conversation between the two on the side, could no longer sit still at this moment. She was already jealous and dissatisfied because her older sister showed friendliness to an evil ghost. Hearing at this moment that her older sister was actually going to invite an evil ghost to join the Demon Slayer Corps, her emotions instantly erupted. Older sister. No way. Shinobu rushed forward abruptly, grabbing Kocho Kanae's arm. Her purple eyes were filled with anger and anxiety. You cannot let an evil ghost join the Demon Slayer Corps. Except for you, no other members of the Demon Slayer Corps will agree. She pointed at Li Mu, her eyes filled with vigilance and distrust. Older sister. Don't be fooled by him. Evil ghosts do not have kind hearts. He is definitely doing these hypocritical behaviors on purpose to gain your trust. He must be trying to infiltrate the interior of the Demon Slayer Corps with ill intentions. She knew her older sister was kind-hearted, but she knew even better the cunning and cruelty of evil ghosts. She would never allow her older sister to be deceived by this evil ghost, and even pay the price of her life for it. Even less would she allow an evil ghost to mix into the Demon Slayer Corps and endanger the Demon Slayer Corps. Demons do not have kind hearts. He must have deliberately done these hypocritical acts to win your trust, sister. He must be plotting something ill-intentioned in order to infiltrate the Demon Slayer Corps. Kocho Shinobu pointed at Li Mu, her voice filled with accusation and suspicion. Looking at Li Mu's excessively handsome face, a strong surge of disgust welled up in her heart. HMPH. A demon dressed up like a decent human being. Kocho Shinobu let out a cold snort. Do you think you can get away with it just by saving a few children? Don't even think about it. With me here, don't even think about deceiving sister. Li Mu looked at Kocho Shinobu's bristling appearance, a playful arc curling up the corner of his mouth. He knew that Kocho Shinobu was trying to provoke him and make him expose his flaws. He stepped forward, an aggrieved, yet slightly innocent, expression appearing on his face. And those blood-red eyes were now filled with sorrow and self-derision. Miss Shinobu, you have misunderstood me. I am merely a pitiful person who was forcibly turned into a demon by another evil demon, and I saved those children. Simply because I do not want to see any more innocent lives die at the hands of those villains like my younger sister did. He paused, a trace of choking in his voice, appearing incomparably grief-stricken as if recalling his younger sister's tragic death. I have never thought of deceiving Kanae-san, nor have I ever thought of infiltrating the Demon Slayer Corps. Li Mu raised his head, his blood-red eyes looking at Kocho Shinobu, his gaze filled with sincerity and helplessness. I simply yearn to gain a bit of understanding, and yearn to be able to do something within my power for this world. That is all. Could even such a humble wish not be permitted? Kocho Shinobu's body shuddered violently, her delicate face now filled with astonishment. She had never thought that a demon would actually utter such emotional and such aggrieved words. This completely subverted her understanding of demons. Deep down in her heart, that hatred towards demons actually wavered slightly at this moment. Meanwhile, Kocho Kanae by the side felt her heart ache immensely. Looking at Li Mu's aggrieved appearance and listening to his self-derisive words, her protective instincts instantly skyrocketed. She knew that Li Mu was truly in pain and genuinely yearned to be understood. She turned her head and glared fiercely at Kocho Shinobu, her tone filled with reproach. Shinobu. Look what you've driven Mr. Li Mu into. You are going too far. Kocho Shinobu was startled by her sister's anger. She lowered her head with grievance, her lips tightly pressed together, yet she did not dare to retort. Watching the interaction between the two sisters, Li Mu chuckled inwardly. As expected, the sister card is always the best to use. Li Mu did not continue to pour oil on the fire. He still needed to maintain his persona in front of Kocho Kanae. Kanae-san, I am very grateful for your invitation. However, I cannot join the Demon Slayer Corps. Lee Emu's voice returned to calmness as he shook his head. I understand Shinobu-san's worries. After all, the duty of the Demon Slayer Corps is to slay demons, which is the consensus of all Demon Slayer Corps members. As a demon, no matter how kind-hearted I am, and no matter how many people I save, it cannot change the fact that I am a demon. If I join the Demon Slayer Corps, I am afraid it will also provoke resentment from other members. And even, I might be killed by other Demon Slayer Corps members one day without knowing it. Lee Emu's words stated a fact. The stance of the Demon Slayer Corps against demons was firm. Even if Kocho Kanae was willing to accept him, other members of the Demon Slayer Corps would never agree. Listening to Lee Emu's words, Kocho Kanae's gentle eyes once again flashed with a trace of compassion and helplessness. She knew what Lee Mu said was the truth. The hatred of the Demon Slayer Corps toward demons was deeply rooted, even if she actively invited Lee Mu to join. The other members of the Demon Slayer Corps would never accept the existence of a demon. The resistance and danger faced in doing so were immense. Looking at Lee Emu's handsome yet slightly sorrowful face, a strong surge of self-blame welled up in her heart. She had been too hasty and too idealistic. She only thought of saving Lee Mu, while ignoring the cruelty of reality. Mr. Lee Mu, it was my lack of consideration. Kocho Kanae's voice was filled with apology and self-blame. She sighed softly and showed a helpless smile on her face. It was I who was too naive. Hearing this, Lee Mu revealed an understanding smile on his face. Kocho Kanae had temporarily given up the idea of letting him join the Demon Slayer Corps. This played right into his hands. He currently did not have any plans that he must join the Demon Slayer Corps. It's fine, Kanae-san. Lee Emu's voice was gentle and magnetic as he reached out and gently patted Kocho Kanae's shoulder. As if comforting an injured child. You have already done very well. Kanae-san, you are a very gentle and kind-hearted person. Being able to meet you is my fortune. Whoever marries you in the future must have really saved the galaxy in their past life. Kocho Kanae's cheeks flushed slightly because of Lee Emu's teasing. This demon could always unintentionally say such frivolous words that left one unable to retort. She glared at Lee Mu, her gentle eyes carrying a trace of shy annoyance, yet mixed with an imperceptible trace of sweetness. She knew Lee Mu was teasing her, but for some reason, she did not feel particularly angry. Beside them, Kocho Shinobu trembled all over with anger upon seeing Lee Mu flirting with her sister. In her purple eyes, a roaring fury was practically about to spew out. This demon actually dared to flirt with her sister right in front of her. And even said such disgusting words. You shameless demon. Kocho Shinobu roared again, wishing she could rush up right now and hack Lee Mu into 1,000 pieces. Watching Kocho Shinobu's exasperated appearance, Lee Mu chuckled inwardly. Ignoring Kocho Shinobu's roar, he turned his head to look at the two sisters, an hungry expression appearing on his face. Oh my, I'm so hungry. Lee Mu patted his stomach. I had only eaten 2 bites of rice when I was interrupted by Miss Shinobu, and I haven't had enough yet. I am going to the parlor to continue eating now. Looking at the two sisters, an inviting smile appeared on his face. Are you coming down to eat together? My treat. The reason Lee Mu proposed eating together was, on one hand, because he truly wasn't full. And on the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to prove to the Kocho sisters that he could eat human food. And that he was not the kind of demon who needed to eat humans to survive. In the original work, demons could not eat human food and would vomit if they did. Yet he could. Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed in Kocho Kanae's gentle eyes. Earlier at the doorway, she seemed to have seen Lee Mu eating as well, but unfortunately, before she had time to confirm it, she was interrupted by her younger sister. Demons could not eat human food. Yet Lee Mu said he was going to eat and even invited them to join. Looking at Lee Emu's handsome face carrying a trace of anticipation, and thinking of that special humanity on him, she finally nodded. All right, Mr. Lee Mu. Kocho Kanae said in a gentle voice, a faint smile appearing on her face. Then I'll have to trouble you. Hearing her sister agree, Kocho Shinobu's face was filled with reluctance. But she also clearly remembered that at the entrance of the inn, she had also seen Li Mu devouring meat in big bites. Although she still didn't believe that a demon could eat human food, the curiosity in her heart still made her waver. She decided to go see for herself what tricks this demon could pull. She would expose his disguise on the spot. After thinking for a moment, Kocho Shinobu finally nodded as well, but her tone carried a hint of reluctance. If we go, we go. I want to see what tricks you, a demon, can play. Seeing that both sisters had agreed, a smug arc curled up the corners of Li Emu's mouth. The plan had succeeded another step. He turned around, preparing to lead the Kocho sisters downstairs to eat. Just at this moment, the crisp prompt sound of the system rang out once more in Li Emu's mind. Ding! System prompt. The host has one unused check-in remaining. Would you like to check in? Li Mu was suddenly startled, thinking to himself. Holy shit. I almost forgot to check in. He almost forgot. It was not far from midnight, and he had almost forgotten today's check-in count. Check in. Li Mu roared wildly in his mind. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Immune constitution can immunize the host against sunlight damage. Immune constitution. Immunize against sunlight damage. This meant he could completely shake off a demon's fear of sunlight. Move freely during the day, and even fight side by side with Demon Slayer Corps members under the sun. This was an ability that Muzan Kibutsuji had never obtained despite exhausting 1,000 years. Yet he had easily obtained it through just a single check-in. As the night grew deeper, within the guest hall of Ualai Machiya, the original hustle and bustle had long since returned to peace. The inn had already closed for the night. But when Li Mu called over the night shift waiter, pulled out a large handful of coins, and handed over a price that the waiter could not refuse. The waiter immediately beamed with joy and scampered off to wake up the innkeeper. Therefore, in this silent dead of night, inside the entire guest hall, only Li Mu, Kocho Kanae, and Kocho Shinobu were left, sitting around a dining table. On the dining table, empty plates were piled up like a mountain, towering high. Those plates had once been filled with roast chicken, meat dishes, rice, and now, only scattered leftovers remained. Li Mu was grasping a plump roast duck leg, tearing into it in big bites and eating with great relish. On his handsome face, there was a trace of a satisfied smile at this moment. He could feel the sense of fullness brought by the food. And even more so, the weak yet continuous increase in power deep within his body. Kocho Shinobu sat opposite Li Mu, watching this scene before her, her purple eyes filled with shock. This evil ghost, can he eat way too much? Kocho Shinobu muttered inwardly. She knew that Li Mu wanted to prove to the two sisters that he did not eat humans and could eat human food. But this was simply eating too much. Added together, this food was enough to match the appetite of 10 adult men. Moreover, the food he ate seemed to have vanished into thin air, without showing the slightest reaction of vomiting or discomfort. This guy, is he really a ghost? She had never seen a ghost that could eat so much. Meanwhile, Kocho Kanae beside her was equally shocked by Li Emu's appetite at this moment. Her gentle eyes were filled with disbelief. But even more so, it was a sense of relief and gratification. Li Mu being able to eat so much food without the slightest abnormality was enough to prove that he truly had never eaten humans. And could indeed sustain life through human food. Li Mu picked up a piece of roast chicken, just preparing to put it into his mouth, when he was suddenly interrupted by Kocho Kanae's voice. Mr. Li Mu, I believe you have never eaten humans. On her face, that gentle smile once again appeared before Li Emu's eyes, her eyes filled with relief and gratification. Afterwards, do you have any plans? Kocho Kanae asked. She knew that Li Mu was currently homeless and also a special ghost. And she wanted to help him. Hearing this, Li Mu stopped his eating motion. He wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, his blood-red eyes looking at Kocho Kanae. Plans. I think I can help you slay evil ghosts and deal with Muzan Kibutsuji. The moment those 5 characters, Muzan Kibutsuji, were spoken from Li Emu's mouth, Kocho Kanae's body trembled violently, and her complexion instantly turned ashen white. Mr. Li Mu. Stop talking. Kocho Kanae suddenly reached out her hand, with a speed so fast that even Kocho Shinobu beside her didn't react in time. Her slender and fair little hand directly blocked Lee Emu's mouth. Her face was filled with anxiety and fear, and even her voice carried a trace of trembling. Previously, in order to learn information about Muzan Kibutsuji from the mouths of evil ghosts, she had repeatedly tried questioning the evil ghosts she captured. But every time, as soon as those evil ghosts were about to say Muzan's name, or any information regarding Muzan, they would instantly be cursed by a bizarre force, their bodies corroding in an instant and turning into a pool of disgusting bloody water as they died. Therefore, Kocho Kanae had clearly realized that Muzan Kibutsuji had cast a curse on all evil ghosts. As long as an evil ghost dared to say anything about him, they would be immediately cursed and exterminated. And now, Lee Mu had actually spoken the name, Muzan Kibutsuji, directly. Subconsciously, she wanted to stop Lee Mu, wanting to protect him and prevent him from being cursed to death. Lee Mu looked at this petite and soft little hand blocking his mouth, his nose lingering with a faint fragrance. The unique floral fragrance of Kocho Kanae's body. Lee Mu couldn't help but stick out his tongue, gently licking her tender palm. That touch was moist and warm, carrying a hint of slickness. The taste is good. Lee Mu evaluated inwardly. The warm and moist touch made Kocho Kanae's body tremble violently. Her cheeks instantly flushed bright red, just like a ripe apple. She suddenly retracted her hand, as if she had been scalded, her eyes filled with shame and annoyance. You. Kocho Kanae was so angry she couldn't speak, glaring fiercely at Lee Mu. That gentle smile had completely disappeared, her face filled with bashful anger. Kocho Shinobu on the side was a bit bewildered at this moment. She only saw her older sister suddenly reach out to block Lee Emu's mouth, and then suddenly pull it back. She didn't know that Lee Emu's tongue had licked her sister's hand. Sister, what's wrong with you? Kocho Kanae took a deep breath, trying to calm the violent emotional fluctuations in her heart. She forced herself to calm down, but the blush on her face still couldn't recede. Nothing. Kocho Kanae's voice stammered a bit, she didn't look at Lee Mu, only lowering her head, trying to hide her embarrassment. Then, she suddenly raised her head, looking at Lee Mu, her eyes filled with confusion. How are you fine? She clearly remembered that any ghost that mentioned Muzan Kibutsuji would suffer a curse backlash and die instantly. Yet Lee Mu was actually completely unharmed. Lee Mu looked at Kocho Kanae's shocked expression. And her instantly reddening cheeks, a playful arc curling up the corner of his mouth. Miss Kanae, did you think that if I said the name, Muzan Kibutsuji, I would be backlashed by the curse, and then corrode and die? I am not an ordinary ghost, you know. I have already shaken off the control of Muzan Kibutsuji. I can help you, act as your inside person, obtain information on Muzan Kibutsuji, help you slay evil ghosts. And even, ultimately kill Muzan Kibutsuji. However, deep inside Lee Emu's heart, he was still savoring that soft and warm touch from just moments ago. That little hand is really soft. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Demon Slayer. Starting with a charismatic heartthrob, Muzan was bewitched. Part 2. Beside her, Kocho Shinobu's purple eyes flashed with a hint of sharp light. Her brilliant mind was spinning rapidly at that moment, conducting a meticulous analysis of all the information. Demon, were you sent by Muzan Kibutsuji? Kocho Shinobu suddenly stood up from her seat, pointing her Nichiren blade at Lee Mu once again. The venomous glare on the tip of the blade appeared exceptionally chilling under the dim light. Or, you are Muzan Kibutsuji himself. Muzan Kibutsuji would absolutely never allow any demon to break free from his control. Neither would he ever allow a demon to say his name and remain safe and sound. The only explanation was that the demon in front of her was either a high-ranking spy sent by Muzan Kibutsuji, or, he was Muzan Kibutsuji in disguise. Furthermore, the demon in front of her even wanted to become an insider for the Demon Slayer Corps. All of this forced her to speculate in the worst possible direction. Upon hearing her younger sister's words, a trace of shock instantly flashed through Kocho Kanae's gentle eyes. Previously, she had only been preoccupied with rejoicing over Lee Emu's specialness, and hadn't thought of this point. Reminded by Kocho Shinobu like this, she instantly felt that something was amiss. That's right. Muzan Kibutsuji would absolutely never allow any demon to break free from his control. Moreover, this demon's abilities were indeed a bit too bizarre. Kocho Kanae's gaze fell upon Lee Mu once again. She did not speak, just quietly looking at Lee Mu, hoping he could provide a reasonable explanation. Looking at Kocho Shinobu's vigilant and suspicious gaze, a subtle arc curled up at the corners of Lee Mu's lips. Kocho Shinobu's intelligence and wit truly lived up to their reputation. She was actually able to guess this possibility so quickly. But he also had a countermeasure. Miss Shinobu, Miss Kanae, you guys are overthinking it. Even Muzan Kibutsuji himself cannot eat human food. He must rely on consuming humans to replenish his energy and sustain his life. If he eats human food, he will only feel nauseated and vomit. In the Demon Slayer world, Muzan Kibutsuji and all demons were unable to consume human food. Yet he had just eaten so much food in front of them without any discomfort. Lee Mu paused for a moment. As for why I can break free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control. I guess, this might be because I awakened a special blood demon art, a blood demon art that can break away from Muzan Kibutsuji's control. He paused and continued to explain. As you know, a blood demon art is actually the materialized expression of each demon's emotions, cherished objects, and traits during their lifetime. During my lifetime, I loathed demons the most, longed for freedom, and detested being bound. I didn't want to become that kind of man-eating monster. Deep down in my heart, I still yearned to become a human. Perhaps it was precisely these intense emotions that caused me to awaken this special blood demon art. A blood demon art that could allow me to break free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control. Listening to Lee Mu's explanation, a trace of contemplation flashed through Kocho Kanae's gentle eyes. She knew that blood demon arts were the crystallization of a demon's intense emotions in life, and Lee Mu's explanation seemed to make sense. Muzan Kibutsuji was absolutely impossible to consume human food. Moreover, the special ability displayed by Lee Mu indeed exceeded her understanding of demons. I believe you. Kocho Kanae's voice was very soft, yet full of firmness. Beside her, although Kocho Shinobu's heart was still filled with doubts, when she saw her elder sister's firm gaze, she ultimately chose to remain silent. She knew that her elder sister already believed Lee Mu. Although she still felt that this demon was full of bizarre anomalies, she couldn't refute Lee Mu's explanation either. Muzan Kibutsuji could not consume human food, this was an ironclad fact. Yet Lee Mu had achieved it. This was enough to prove that he was indeed not Muzan Kibutsuji, nor was he a high-ranking spy sent by Muzan Kibutsuji. Perhaps Lee Mu had truly awakened a blood demon art that could break free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control. HMPH. Kocho Shinobu let out a cold huff, but the Nichiren blade in her hand had already been returned to its scabbard. Ding. System quest issued. Quest content. Slay 20 demons in 1 lower rank. Quest reward. Transparent world. Transparent world. This was one of the top-tier skills in Demon Slayer. It could see through everything, predict everything, and even see the world at the cellular level. Excited light flickered in Lee Mu's blood-red eyes. He looked at the Kocho sisters, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. All right, 2 ladies. A hint of satisfaction was carried in Lee Mu's voice. I've eaten and drunk my fill, and taking advantage of the night, I must take my leave. He stood up, walked to the door of the parlor, turned around, and his blood-red eyes looked at the Kocho sisters. I am going to become stronger and slay the man-eating demons. Prepare for slaying Muzan Kibutsuji. He needed to have enough strength to stop Kocho Kanae, to prevent her from dying at the hands of upper-rank 2 Doma just like in the original work. He wanted to change her fate. Kocho Kanae looked at Lee Mu's straight and tall back, feeling the hatred toward Muzan Kibutsuji emanating from him. As well as that craving for power. Perhaps this was the true opportunity for her to realize her ideal of humans and demons coexisting in peace. Mr. Lee Mu, I want to go with you. Deep in the night, at the entrance of Ualai Machia. Lee Mu stood under the dim light. Looking at the pair of hopeful and determined eyes before him that was the gaze belonging to Kocho Kanae. Mr. Lee Mu, I want to go with you. Kocho Kanae's voice was exceptionally clear in the night, carrying a deep sense of sincerity. Her trust in Lee Mu and her persistent belief in the concept of peaceful coexistence between humans and demons led her to make this bold decision. Lee Mu looked at Kocho Kanae's beautiful face, pondering the feasibility of this matter. With his current strength as a heteromorphic demon, lacking both a blood demon art and a Nichiren blade. Wanting to independently slay 20 evil demons in 1 lower rank to complete the system quest was still quite difficult. But if he could have the assistance of a powerhouse at the level of Flower Hashira like Kocho Kanae, it would undoubtedly greatly improve efficiency and reduce risks. System, does slaying evil demons together with others count? Li Mu asked the system in his mind. Ding. System prompt. As long as the host participates in the killing of evil demons, regardless of whether it is completed independently by the host, it will be counted toward the quest progress. Perfect. Since the system allowed it, what else did he have to hesitate about? He raised his head, his blood-red eyes looking at Kocho Kanae, a helpless, yet slightly pleased, smile appearing on his face. Sure. There was a hint of teasing in Li Mu's tone. Since Miss Kanae has said so, I will respectfully accept. The feeling of living off a woman actually didn't seem half bad either. Moreover, in the process of spending days and nights together, he might even completely win over Kanae and make her his wife. However, just as Li Mu readily agreed, Kocho Shinobu at the side became displeased. I'm going too. Kocho Shinobu suddenly rushed forward, her purple eyes filled with determination. I can't let sister go take risks alone. I must follow sister. Her sister inviting this evil demon along was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous matter. She would never allow her sister to bear this risk alone. Looking at Kocho Shinobu's stubborn expression, Li Mu chuckled inwardly. Kocho Shinobu was a typical sister Khan, she would never let Kocho Kanae go on an adventure alone. Wait, Miss Kanae, Miss Shinobu. A trace of concern appeared on Li Mu's face. But if you both follow me, an evil demon, won't there really be any problems? The Flower Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps and her younger sister hanging out with an evil demon, wouldn't there really be any issues with the Demon Slayer Corps? Hearing this, a flash of determination crossed Kocho Kanae's gentle eyes. She knew Li Mu's concerns, but she was already prepared to bear all the consequences. It's fine, Mr. Li Mu. When the master hasn't issued major emergency orders, our usual daily life also consists of searching for evil demons and slaying them. She paused for a moment. Besides, we have Kasugai Crows and the intelligence network of the Demon Slayer Corps. Our efficiency in finding demons is much faster than you searching alone. Kocho Kanae's words were filled with confidence in the intelligence network of the Demon Slayer Corps. The Demon Slayer Corps possessed an intelligence network spreading across the entire country, along with a massive number of Kasugai Crows, allowing them to track the traces of evil demons anytime and anywhere. Hearing this, a trace of contemplation flashed through Li Mu's blood-red eyes. Kasugai Crows. An intelligence network. This was indeed a huge advantage. Won't those Kasugai Crows report the fact that I'm with you two to the Demon Slayer Corps? Hearing this, a gentle smile appeared on Kocho Kanae's face, with a hint of slyness in her eyes. They will. Kocho Kanae chuckled softly. However, I will protect you. She knew Li Mu's concerns, but she was already prepared to handle it. As long as she could prove Li Mu's specialness, and prove that he could be of use to the Demon Slayer Corps. Then the Demon Slayer Corps would eventually accept his existence. Meanwhile, upon hearing her sister's words, Kocho Shinobu's purple eyes also flashed with a reluctant determination. HMPH. Since you've already proven your specialness, I will also protect you along with sister. There was a hint of tsunere and reluctance in Kocho Shinobu's voice. But don't misunderstand, I'm doing this just for sister. Definitely not for an evil demon like you. Although her words were unsparing, deep down, she had already accepted Li Mu's specialness. For her sister's sake, she would protect this special, evil demon well. Looking at Kocho Shinobu's tsunere expression, Li Mu couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This tsunere little girl, saying no with her mouth while her body was so honest. Since both beautiful ladies have said so, let's set off. A bright smile appeared on Li Mu's face. Kocho Kanae and Kocho Shinobu choosing to slay demons together with him was undoubtedly taking a huge risk of being expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps. Kocho Kanae was worried that he would be killed by Muzan Kibutsuji, while Kocho Shinobu was worried about her sister's safety. But they didn't know that at this moment, he was a favored subject by Muzan Kibutsuji's side. 5 days later, early morning. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, in a meticulously tended courtyard of a residence. Sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, casting mottled light and shadows. Ubuyashiki Kagaya, the master of the Demon Slayer Corps, was sitting on a wooden chair in the center of the courtyard, enjoying a rare sunbath. A warm smile hung on his face, and his gaze was gentle and profound, as if it could embrace all the suffering in the world. However, the erosion of illness still left indelible marks on his face. By his side, his wife Ubuyashiki Amane was accompanying him. She had a beautiful appearance and a dignified demeanor, and her calm eyes were filled with love and care for her husband. She gently fanned Ubuyashiki Kagaya, dispersing the slight chill of the early morning. A Kasugai crow fluttered its wings, flew over from a distance, and finally landed steadily on Ubuyashiki Kagaya's shoulder. It tilted its head, its dark, bright eyes full of wisdom and spirituality. Report. Flower Hashira Kanae Kocho, along with her younger sister Kocho Shinobu. Together with a demon named Li Mu, are jointly slaying demons. Kanae and Shinobu are slaying demons together with a demon. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's voice was very soft, yet carried a hint of heaviness. He knew Kocho Kanae's kindness, knowing that deep down in her heart she always longed for humans and demons to coexist peacefully. He also knew Kocho Shinobu's hatred toward demons, as well as her extreme protectiveness over her elder sister. For these two sisters to do something like walking alongside a demon to slay demons, in itself was filled with too many uncertainties and variables. Countless possibilities flashed instantly through Ubuyashiki Kagaya's mind. He began to ponder the deep reasons behind this, wondering what was so special about this demon named Li Mu that could actually make Kocho Kanae take such an unconventional action. Was this matter a blessing or a curse for the Demon Slayer Corps? Was it a conspiracy by Muzan Kibutsuji? Or was it a turning point that could change the destiny of the Demon Slayer Corps? Between his brows, the fatigue brought by the illness seemed to deepen by a few fractions at this moment. Hearing the Kasugai crow's report, a trace of surprise also flashed through Ubuyashiki Amane's calm eyes. She gently put down the fan in her hand and looked at her husband with a worried gaze. Demons and the Demon Slayer Corps were originally incompatible existences, yet now the phenomenon of cooperation had actually appeared, which was undoubtedly subversive. This demon can consume human food, and is not controlled by Muzan Kibutsuji. The Kasugai crow reported again. When the Kasugai crow's second report sounded, Ubuyashiki Kagaya's body trembled violently. And shock and wild joy flashed instantly in his gentle eyes. Able to consume human food. Not controlled by Muzan Kibutsuji. This was simply unheard of and unseen. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's breathing became hurried, and on his face, the fatigue brought by the illness was replaced at this moment by a light called hope. If this demon could truly be tamed, and truly become the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps, then perhaps they could find a way to thoroughly slay Muzan Kibutsuji. Perhaps the world he had always looked forward to could truly be realized. Amane. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's voice was somewhat hoarse as he slowly raised his head, his profound eyes looking toward the wife by his side. Looking at her husband's excited face, Ubuyashiki Amane's heart was also filled with shock. She knew what this news meant to her husband. Do not tell anyone else about this matter for now. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's voice was very soft, yet filled with unquestionable majesty. Especially, the Hashira. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps held a deep-rooted hatred for demons. If they learned that the flower Hashira walked alongside a demon, and even cooperated with a demon to slay demons, it would inevitably cause a huge uproar. And might even lead to turmoil within the Demon Slayer Corps. Before the matter was completely clear, he had to keep this news suppressed firmly at the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, a trace of understanding flashed in Ubuyashiki Amane's eyes. She knew her husband's concerns and also knew the importance of this news. Yes, Lord Kagaya. Ubuyashiki Kagaya gently stroked the Kasugai crow's feathers, and his gentle eyes were filled with profound contemplation at this moment. Li Mu, a demon fighting side by side with the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Kagaya whispered softly in the bottom of his heart. This demon named Li Mu would be a huge variable in the future of the Demon Slayer Corps. And would this variable bring hope or destruction? He needed time and more intelligence to judge all of this. But no matter what, hope had quietly arrived. Early in the morning, inside a hidden cave near Sagiri Mountain, a thin mist swirled. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, scattering sparsely at the cave entrance and unable to reach the depths of the cave. Li Mu was sitting on a cold stone, his crimson eyes looking toward the cave entrance, enjoying this momentary peace. Beside him, Kocho Kanae and Kocho Shinobu were also snuggled together, resting against the cave wall. Over the past 5 days, the three of them had formed a temporary, demon-slaying squad. During this time, Li Mu never exposed the secret that he was already immune to sunlight. He knew clearly what a demon that was not afraid of sunlight meant to the Demon Slayer Corps. That was an existence more dangerous than Muzan Kibutsuji, enough to cause panic among all members of the Demon Slayer Corps. He did not want the Kocho sisters to fear him because of this, nor did he want them to report this secret to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Therefore, over the past few days, the three of them had all followed the routine of demons. During the day, they hid to rest in caves or abandoned houses where sunlight could not reach. At night, relying on the intelligence network of the Demon Slayer Corps, they shuttled through various towns, searched for the traces of evil demons, and slaughtered them. He had no blood demon art and no Nichiren blade. Although he possessed the powerful strength of a heteromorphic demon. When facing evil demons, in every battle, he had to rely on the Nichiren blades of the Kocho sisters to complete the kills. Kanae, thank you for your care over the past few days. Li Mu looked at Kocho Kanae beside him. If it weren't for you, if I wanted to slay evil demons, I would only be able to rely on sunlight. Hearing this, a trace of heartache flashed through Kocho Kanae's gentle eyes. She looked at Li Mu's handsome yet slightly weary face, her heart filled with pity. As a demon, Li Mu could not move during the day and could only hide in the shadows. Which was such a huge constraint and pain for him. It's nothing, Li Mu. Kocho Kanae shook her head gently. We are partners, and helping each other is only right. Li Mu did not say anything more, he stood up from the stone, walked to the other side of the cave, and found a corner. Open the system interface. Li Mu called out in his mind. A translucent blue light screen emerged before his eyes once again. Host interface. Name. Li Mu. Bloodline. Demon bloodline. Level. Heteromorphic demon. Skills. Disguise, Charmer. Constitution. Immune constitution can immunize the host against damage caused by sunlight. Quest. Slay 20 evil demons and 1 lower rank. Progress. 3/20, 0/1. Looking at the quest progress, Li Mu couldn't help frowning slightly. It's been 5 days, and only 3 evil demons have been killed. Li Mu muttered inwardly. Could it be that my luck is too bad? Or have the evil demons all been hiding recently? At this rate, wanting to complete the quest and obtain the transparent world. I'm afraid it will still take a long time. He had to speed up the progress. Just as Li Mu was thinking about how to speed up the quest progress. From the other side of the cave came the whispered conversation between Kocho Kanae and Kocho Shinobu. Shinobu, Li Mu really is a kind demon. Kocho Kanae looked at Li Mu resting not far away, her eyes filled with tenderness. Hearing this, a trace of suspicion flashed through Kocho Shinobu's purple eyes. Sister, do you have feelings for Li Mu? Sister's attitude toward Li Mu was becoming increasingly tender, and she was even unsparing in her praise for Li Mu. This made her feel a trace of unease. Hearing this, Kocho Kanae's cheeks instantly flushed with a faint blush. She quickly turned her head, first glancing at Li Mu not far away. And only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Li Mu hadn't heard their conversation. Shinobu. What nonsense are you talking about? There was a trace of reproach in Kocho Kanae's voice as she reached out and gently pinched Kocho Shinobu's cheek. Sister just thinks Li Mu is very special and deserves our help, that's all. Then she gently flicked Kocho Shinobu's nose. Shinobu, stop letting your imagination run wild. Is sister that kind of person? Kocho Shinobu's cheeks were slightly flushed from being pinched by her sister. She pouted and struggled unwillingly. Humph. Anyway, sister, you are just too good to Li Mu. There was a trace of dissatisfaction in Kocho Shinobu's voice. And Li Mu always likes to flirt with sister. Alright, Shinobu, stop talking nonsense. If this continues, sister is going to get angry. Kocho Kanae looked at Li Mu sitting on the stone not far away, a trace of shyness flashing across her face. But deep within her eyes, a trace of imperceptible, complex emotion flashed once more. She herself didn't know what kind of feelings she actually held for Li Mu. Was it sympathy, pity, friendship, or deeper emotions? Li Mu's unique temperament, his hatred for evil demons, and his adherence to human nature all touched her immensely. Standing in the corner of the cave, Li Mu heard every single word of the Kocho sisters' conversation. After becoming a demon, all his senses had greatly improved, even the smallest sound could not escape his ears. Haha, Shinobu is jealous. Li Mu chuckled inwardly. Spending the past few days with Kocho Kanae had indeed gone much smoother than he expected. Under the blessing of the disguise, charmer skill, Kocho Kanae's favorability toward him rose in a straight line. Coupled with his deliberate play for sympathy, as well as showing hatred for evil demons and pity for innocent lives. It made Kocho Kanae completely let down her guard against him, and even generated a deep sense of trust and a desire to protect him. Li Mu was well versed in those dating tricks from his past life. During rest times, he would deliberately create a two-person world that belonged only to him and Kocho Kanae. He would, inadvertently, send Kocho Shinobu away, having her look for a water source or gather some herbs. As for him, he would sit and converse with Kocho Kanae, sharing some painful memories or some yearning for a bright future life. During the conversation, he deliberately displayed his pain and helplessness as a demon, causing Kocho Kanae to develop even deeper sympathy and pity for him. He used those advanced, sweet words from his past life to touch Kocho Kanae's heart. inadvertently touching Kocho Kanae's hand or tidying her messy hair, creating some accidental ambiguity. He would also occasionally show weakness in front of Kocho Kanae. When sunlight was about to appear, he would deliberately manifest a fear of the sun, making Kocho Kanae feel his fragility as a demon, thereby stimulating her desire to protect him. It seems that Kanae's psychological defense is about to be completely breached by me. With just a little more effort, Kocho Kanae's heart would completely fall. Night fell once more, filled with a myriad of stars, and the moonlight was like water. Inside the cave, the three of them prepared to head out once more to slay evil demons. Just as Li Mu was about to get up. Ding. System prompt. Muzan Kibutsuji is summoning the host into the Infinity Castle. Does the host agree to the summons can be rejected? Inspecting task progress, are they? Li Mu pondered silently in his heart. Muzan Kibutsuji had previously told him to infiltrate the interior of the Demon Slayer core, gather intelligence, and search for the Blue Spider Lily. Summoning him now was most likely to inquire about his progress. Li Mu took a deep breath, calming the emotions within his heart. He turned his head to look at the Kocho sisters standing beside him, a hint of a serious expression appearing on his face. Kanae, Shinobu. Muzan Kibutsuji has summoned me. He paused, a trace of helplessness flashing through his blood-red eyes. Muzan still doesn't know that I have broken free from his control, he should just want to inspect my task progress. Li Mu's words were hinting to them that his trip to the Infinity Castle this time bore huge risks. And was for the Demon Slayer core, for slaying Muzan Kibutsuji. I'll go and return shortly, wait for me here. A hint of determination carried within Li Mu's voice, as if his trip was going through fire and boiling water, advancing without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Kocho Kanae's eyes instantly filled with worry. She knew the terror and might of Muzan Kibutsuji, and also knew how dangerous Li Mu's trip to the Infinity Castle would be. She reached out her hand and gently grasped Li Mu's hand. Li Mu, you must be careful. I'll wait here for you to return. Kocho Shinobu on the side also stepped forward at this moment, a trace of unnoticeable worry flashing through those purple eyes. Although she was unrelenting with her words, deep down inside, she had also acknowledged Li Mu's specialness. And even began to regard him as a partner who could be cooperated with. Hey, evil demon, don't you go dying. If you die, nobody will be able to act as an insider for the Demon Slayer core. Rest assured, two beautiful ladies. Li Mu gently pinched Kocho Kanae's hand, feeling that softness and warmth. I'm not that easy to kill. He paused, his blood-red eyes looking toward Kocho Kanae. Moreover, I still have to come back to marry Miss Kanae. I can't bear to die yet. Finished speaking, Li Mu then released his hold on Kocho Kanae's hand. Giving the Kocho sisters no more time to react. He said to the system in his heart. Agree to the summons. Along with Li Mu's reply, a yellow wooden window suddenly emerged on the ground beneath his feet. That wooden window opened in an instant, and a powerful suction instantly came from the wooden window, sucking Li Mu's entire person inside. Swish. The wooden window closed in an instant, and Li Mu's figure instantly vanished within the cave. This evil demon. Kocho Kanae cursed inwardly. This evil demon actually dared to flirt with her right before leaving. Moreover, that line of his, I still have to come back to marry Miss Kanae, made her heart tremble even more, feeling a trace of inexplicable palpitation. Kocho Shinobu at the side was also completely enraged at this moment by Li Mu's line, I still have to come back to marry Miss Kanae. This shameless evil demon. Kocho Shinobu let out an angry roar, fiercely drawing her Nichiren blade, the tip of the blade pointing directly at the place where Li Mu had disappeared. Elder sister is mine. Don't you even think about a toad trying to eat swan meat. She trembled all over with anger, wishing she could immediately rush into the Infinity Castle and tear Li Mu into 1,000 pieces. Kocho Kanae took a deep breath, trying hard to calm the violent emotional fluctuations in her heart. All right, Shinobu. She gently patted Shinobu's head, attempting to appease the anger within her heart. Let's just wait here for Li Mu to return. Li Mu's trip was perilous, and all she could do at this moment was wait. Upon hearing this, a trace of unwillingness flashed through Kocho Shinobu's purple eyes. Making her wait idly here for an evil demon to return was something she couldn't do. HMPH. I am not going to wait here for that evil demon. I'm going out to find something to eat. I don't want to starve to death here. Kocho Shinobu retracted her Nichiren blade. Shinobu, be careful. Kocho Kanae admonished. Evil demons could appear at any time. Got it. Kocho Shinobu responded impatiently, then walked out of the cave without looking back, vanishing into the night. Inside the cave, only Kocho Kanae remained alone. Li Mu, you must return safely. Kocho Kanae prayed silently in her heart. Along with a bout of dizziness, Li Mu's body was pulled by an invisible force, instantly moving from the cave to a bizarre space. This place was Muzan Kibutsuji's lair, the Infinity Castle. Beneath Li Mu's feet was a huge wooden platform. Around the platform were layers upon layers of well-arranged wooden structures, resembling an inverted labyrinth, full of bizarreness. He raised his head to look ahead. Above him, on an even larger wooden platform, Muzan Kibutsuji was standing quietly there. That luxurious suit of his appeared all the more exquisite under the dim lighting. Those profound and chilling crimson eyes, like two eerie blood moons, looked down condescendingly upon Li Mu. Beside Muzan Kibutsuji, a woman wearing a kimono and holding a biwa was kneeling respectfully there. Her fingers gently plucked the biwa strings, and the space of the Infinity Castle constantly distorted and changed with her plucking. She was precisely the controller of the Infinity Castle, Nakame. Li Mu hurriedly knelt on one knee, a respectful yet slightly fanatical expression showing on his face. Greetings, my lord. A trace of satisfaction flashed through Muzan Kibutsuji's chilling crimson eyes. Get up, Li Mu. You've worked hard. He paused, those crimson eyes staring straight at Li Mu. How is the progress of infiltrating the interior of the Demon Slayer core? Reporting to my lord, the progress is relatively smooth. Li Mu raised his head, his blood-red eyes looking toward Muzan Kibutsuji. I have successfully gained the trust of the Demon Slayer core flower Hashira, Kanae Kocho, and established a cooperative relationship with her. A trace of approval flashed through Muzan Kibutsuji's crimson eyes. Being able to gain the trust of a Hashira of the Demon Slayer core was by no means an easy feat. Li Mu's ability was much stronger than he had anticipated. Watching Muzan Kibutsuji's satisfied expression, Li Mu calculated inwardly. Since he had managed to come to the Infinity Castle once, he had to take the opportunity to reap some benefits. He still needed to slay 17 evil demons and one lower rank to complete the system quest and acquire the transparent world. However, there is currently a small problem. A hint of difficulty and trouble was carried in Li Mu's tone as he lowered his head, as if hesitating whether he should speak out. A trace of impatience flashed through Muzan Kibutsuji's crimson eyes. He hated subordinates dawdling in front of him the most. Speak. A trace of iciness carried within Muzan Kibutsuji's voice. Reporting to my lord, I need a pledge of allegiance to join the Demon Slayer Corps. A hint of earnestness carried within Li Mu's voice. The Demon Slayer Corps' hatred for demons is deep-rooted. Although I have gained the trust of the flower Hashira, if I want to truly infiltrate the interior of the Demon Slayer Corps and obtain their intelligence, I need to prove to them that I am a demon that can be put to use by them. Upon hearing this, a trace of understanding instantly flashed through Muzan Kibutsuji's crimson eyes. A pledge of allegiance. Nothing more than slaying evil demons to gain the trust of the Demon Slayer Corps. Li Mu was asking him for resources here. However, as long as the goal could be achieved, sacrificing a few trash subordinates counted for nothing at all. I can give you a lower rank for you to slay. In the original work, Muzan Kibutsuji did not care about the lower ranks. In his eyes, the lower ranks were merely trash, pawns that could be discarded at any time. He would even directly annihilate them due to the weakness of the lower ranks. Therefore, it was within reason that Muzan Kibutsuji could so easily bestow a lower rank upon him. But for him, this was undoubtedly a huge surprise. This directly saved him the trouble of searching for a lower rank, and besides, the reward for slaying a lower rank was none other than the transparent world. He forcibly suppressed the violent emotional fluctuations in his heart, a trace of surprise and gratitude appearing on his face. Thank you for my lord's bestowal. I will definitely let that lower rank become the best pledge of allegiance for me to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Li Mu once again knelt on one knee, his tone filled with fanatical gratitude. Muzan Kibutsuji looked with satisfaction at Li Mu's fanatical expression, then turned his head to look at Nakame kneeling to the side. Nakame. Summon lower rank 2, Pailong, over here. Nakime's tightly closed eyes trembled slightly, and she gently nodded in agreement. She extended her slender fingers and gently plucked the biwa strings in her hand. Along with the plucking of the biwa strings, the space of the Infinity Castle distorted once more. Above Li Mu, a figure fell down from above. Thud. With a muffled sound, an evil demon wearing peculiar clothing and a bizarre mask on his face crashed heavily onto the wooden platform beside Li Mu. This person was precisely lower rank 2, Pailong. Pailong had just been summoned over from another place in the Infinity Castle. Before he could fully react, he was enveloped by Muzan Kibutsuji's chilling gaze. Muzan Kibutsuji raised his hand and pointed at Li Mu. Peilong. In a moment, I will teleport the two of you out together. After going out, you must follow Li Emu's commands the entire time. Lower rank 2 Peilong raised his head to look at Muzan Kibutsuji, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. He was a bit dazed. Obey the commands of a demon weaker than him. Yet he didn't dare to show the slightest defiance. In front of Muzan Kibutsuji, any evil demon could only bow and call themselves a subject. Defying Muzan Kibutsuji's commands meant only a dead end. Yes, my lord. Peilong hurriedly and respectfully responded. Muzan Kibutsuji's gaze fell once more upon Li Mu. Li Mu, do not disappoint me. Li Mu hurriedly knelt on one knee, a fanatical expression showing on his face. Yes, my lord. I will absolutely not let you down. A sense of firmness and loyalty filled Li Emu's voice. Muzan Kibutsuji was giving him an opportunity, and also giving him pressure. Nakame. Teleport them out together. Muzan Kibutsuji paused and added, teleport them together to the same place. Upon hearing this, Nakame glanced at Li Mu and lower rank 2 Peilong with those eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yes. Then she extended her slender fingers and gently plucked the biwa strings in her hand. Along with the plucking of the biwa strings, the wooden platform beneath the feet of Li Mu and lower rank 2 Peilong was instantly enveloped by a powerful force. The space of the infinity castle twisted once more, and a powerful suction instantly emanated from the platform, sucking Li Mu and Peilong in together. Swish. Space twisted again, and the figures of Li Mu and Peilong vanished within the infinity castle. At night, in a cave near Sagiri Mountain, Kocho Kanae was quietly sitting on a cold stone, waiting for Li Emu's return. Just at that moment, a yellow wooden window suddenly appeared on the ground in the middle of the cave. The wooden window opened in an instant, and a powerful pushing force came from within it. Bang! Two figures tumbled out of the wooden window, one after the other. They were none other than Li Mu and the lower rank 2, Peilong. The wooden window closed instantly after the two of them appeared. Li Mu had returned. However, when Kocho Kanae saw the figure behind Li Mu, her pleasant surprise was instantly replaced by a trace of doubt. That was a demon whose strength was not weak, and its aura had actually reached the lower rank level. Why would Li Mu come back together with this demon? Just as Kocho Kanae was puzzled, Li Mu stood behind Peilong and quietly gave her a wink. Kocho Kanae instantly understood Li Emu's intention. Having slayed demons together with Li Mu over the past few days, she had already developed a considerable tacit understanding. Li Emu's wink was telling her, this demon was the target Li Mu wanted to slay. Peilong climbed up from the ground, his turbid eyes filled with vigilance. He saw Kocho Kanae and felt the powerful oppressive force emanating from her body. The human before him was an extremely powerful member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and perhaps, even a Hashira. Lord Li Mu. This human seems very strong and a bit tricky. He turned his head, looked at Li Mu, and waited for Li Emu's instructions. The command of Muzan Kibutsuji forced him to obey Li Emu's command. Li Mu looked at Peilong's vigilant expression. It seemed Peilong had already felt Kocho Kanae's strength. Don't be afraid, Peilong. You go first, I have a way to deal with her. As Li Mu spoke, with a thought in his mind, he took out a dagger flashing with cold light from the system space. The blade of the dagger was coated with deadly wisteria flower poison. This was something he specially asked Kocho Shinobu for. Hearing this, a trace of doubt flashed through Peilong's turbid eyes. Lord Li Mu actually had a way to deal with this powerful member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Although he had doubts in his heart, the command of Muzan Kibutsuji made him dare not disobey. Yes, Lord Li Mu. Peilong responded respectfully. He suddenly rushed forward a step, his body suddenly expanding and his muscles bulging. He stood in place and slammed his hands heavily onto the ground. Blood Demon Art. Plundering Cavity, Shadow Wolf. Peilong's body was suddenly enveloped by a black aura, and his shadow instantly extended from beneath his feet, twisting and deforming like a living creature. Huge wolf-shaped monsters roared out from his shadow, violently rushing toward Kocho Kanae. These shadow wolves were extremely fast, tearing through the air and emitting a series of sharp whistling sounds. However, just as Peilong was releasing his blood demon art with all his might and his attention was entirely focused on Kocho Kanae, Li Emu's figure silently appeared behind Peilong. The dagger in his hand, flashing with a grim cold light, stabbed directly into Peilong's heart. PFF'd. With a muffled sound, the dagger penetrated Peilong's body without any hindrance, protruding from his chest. The wisteria flower poison rushed into Peilong's body instantly like boiling magma, destroying his bodily structure in a brutal and domineering manner. Ah! Peilong let out a shrill scream, and the blood demon art he was releasing was instantly interrupted. And those shadow wolves also vanished instantly like bubbles. He lowered his head abruptly, looking at the dagger protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with astonishment and pain. He hadn't expected that Li Mu would actually make a move against him. Furthermore, it was such an insidious sneak attack. Li Mu, you. Kanae. Right now. Hurry. Chop off his head. Li Mu abruptly turned his head and let out an angry roar at Kocho Kanae. Kocho Kanae had already prepared beforehand. The moment Li Mu stabbed the dagger into Peilong's heart, her body had already rushed out like an arrow shot from a bowstring. Flower breathing, fifth form, peonies of futility. The peach-colored Nichiren blade in Kocho Kanae's hand traced 9 graceful peach-colored blade arcs in the air, attacking Peilong's neck instantly like blooming peony petals. Slash. A crisp slashing sound rang out. Under Kocho Kanae's fierce blade light, Peilong's head was instantly severed from his neck. The head flew up from his body, and fresh blood gushed out from the neck like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding ground red. And then the head fell heavily to the ground. His body also lost its support accordingly, crashing to the ground and beginning to slowly dissipate. Peilong's head, with its turbid eyes, stared fixedly at Li Mu and Kocho Kanae standing together. Its eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. Why? Peilong's voice was filled with incomprehension. Until his death, he couldn't understand why Li Mu would betray Muzan Kibutsuji, and why Li Mu would cooperate with the Demon Slayer Corps. Why? You man-eating demon, what qualification do you have to ask why? He stepped forward and stomped one foot onto Peilong's head. You beast that feeds on humans, what qualification do you have to live in this world? What qualification does trash like you created have to exist? A vicious demon like you should be slain. You should completely vanish from this world. Pay the price for those innocent lives you brutally harmed. He suddenly increased the force of his foot, and Peilong's head emitted a crisp cracking sound beneath Li Mu's foot. Go to hell. You vicious demons. All of you, go to hell. In the end, Peilong's head and body completely dissipated, turning into wisps of black smoke that vanished into the air. Ding. System prompt. A lower rank has been slain. Quest progress. Slay 17 more arbitrary demons to complete the quest. In Li Mu's mind, the system's crisp prompt tone sounded once again. Thanks for Muzan's gift. Li Mu sighed inwardly. Oh Muzan, you truly are my good lord. Watching Li Mu deliver a verbal beatdown to Peilong, a trace of complexity flashed through Kocho Kanae's heart. Li Mu was a demon who truly loathed vicious demons. She walked over to Li Mu's side and gently patted his shoulder. Li Mu, are you alright? Kocho Kanae's voice was very soft, filled with concern. Li Mu turned his head, his blood-red eyes looking at Kocho Kanae, revealing a resolute smile on his face. I'm fine, Kanae. However, the coordination between us is getting better and better. He paused for a moment. It's simply seamless and in perfect sync. Hearing this, Kocho Kanae's cheeks flushed slightly. She knew Li Mu was flirting with her again. But strangely enough, there was not a trace of disgust in her heart at this moment. Instead, she felt a trace of inexplicable heart throbbing. She let out a soft huff, a trace of bashful annoyance flashing through her gentle eyes. Li Mu, you're spouting nonsense again. Miss Kanae. Li Mu looked at Kocho Kanae. I'm the one who just helped your Demon Slayer Corps slay a lower rank, you know. He paused, his eyes filled with anticipation. Shouldn't this be rewarded a little? Hearing this, a thought flashed through Kocho Kanae's mind. In the Demon Slayer Corps, slaying a lower rank was a huge contribution sufficient to directly be promoted to a Hashira. Yet Li Mu, as a demon, was actually able to make such a huge contribution. Li Mu was a demon, so the Demon Slayer Corps couldn't possibly promote him. Then, what kind of reward should be given to him? Her heart was filled with entanglement. Just as Kocho Kanae fell into deep thought, Li Mu suddenly stepped forward, moving close to her cheek. Mwah! A soft sound appeared exceptionally clear in the silent cave. Li Mu gave Kocho Kanae's cheek a fierce kiss. That sensation was soft and warm, carrying a hint of faint floral fragrance. Kocho Kanae's cheeks instantly turned crimson, like a burning torch. A strange sensation instantly spread through her entire body like an electric current, making her whole body go numb and her heartbeat instantly accelerate. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was ambiguous yet sweet. Li Mu looked at Kocho Kanae's shy expression and felt a thrill of secret joy in his heart. This was the prime time to strike while the iron is hot. System. Activate disguise, charmer. Li Mu said to the system in his mind. Ding. System prompt. Disguise, charmer has been successfully activated. As the system prompt tone fell, an invisible force instantly emanated from Li Mu's body and acted upon Kocho Kanae. Kocho Kanae looked at Lee Mu's handsome and bewitching face, feeling her heart flutter. She felt her heartbeat accelerating, and the blush on her cheeks grew even richer. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the violent emotional fluctuations in her heart. She knew that her heartbeat for Lee Mu was not just because of his appearance. Through her interactions with Lee Mu over the past few days, she had completely understood Lee Mu's character. Although Lee Mu appeared somewhat frivolous and glib on the surface, deep down he was a person full of a sense of justice. Harboring a deep hatred for evil demons and a kind ghost full of pity for innocent lives. She saw that steadfast adherence to justice deep in his heart. She also felt Lee Mu's undisguised persistence and love for her. He would tease her in various ways and approach her with various means. But his eyes were always filled with gentleness and respect for her. More importantly, she saw that special humanity on Lee Mu. A ghost who could eat human food, break free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control, and live peacefully with humans. And was just like ordinary people in every way except that he could not be exposed to sunlight. This allowed her to see the hope of realizing the concept she had always insisted on, human-demon peaceful coexistence. She decided, starting with herself, she would prove to everyone that humans and demons could live in peace. Kocho Kanae raised her head, her gentle eyes now filled with firmness and shyness. Lee Mu. Kocho Kanae's voice was very soft yet full of seriousness. A girl's face cannot be kissed casually. She paused, her eyes looking straight at Lee Mu. You have to take responsibility for me, oh. The moment those words, you have to take responsibility for me, oh, were spoken from Kocho Kanae's mouth. Lee Mu's heart instantly stirred up monstrous waves. Successful. Kanae actually confessed actively. He had originally thought it might take a while longer to completely conquer Kocho Kanae. Unexpectedly, the skill disguise, charmer and his efforts over the past few days allowed him to complete the conquest ahead of schedule. Holy crap. The skill disguise, charmer is truly defying the heavens. Lee Mu roared excitedly in the bottom of his heart. Without this skill, it would have been impossible for him to completely conquer Kocho Kanae so quickly. He looked at Kocho Kanae's blushing cheeks, his heart filled with happiness and sweetness. Responsible. Of course I will take responsibility. Lee Mu responded without hesitation. I swear. In this lifetime of mine, Lee Mu, I will never let you down. After speaking, Lee Mu's mind stirred. Swish. From the system space, he took out an exquisite butterfly hair ornament. The hair ornament was glowing with multicolored light all over, carved with a lifelike butterfly on it. Its wings spread wide, as if it would dance gracefully at any moment. This was precisely the special item he had obtained during a previous check-in. Butterfly hair ornament. Effect. When the wearer encounters fatal danger, the host can instantly teleport to the wearer's side. Kanae. Lee Mu presented the butterfly hair ornament in his hand in front of Kocho Kanae. This is a gift I'm giving to you. I hope you can accept it. This is so pretty. Kocho Kanae extended her hand, gently taking the butterfly hair ornament, her eyes filled with affection. The style of the hair ornament was exquisite, completely matching her preferences. Moreover, the meaning of this hair ornament went far beyond its beauty. Kanae. Lee Mu looked at Kocho Kanae's blushing cheeks. Let me help you put it on. Hearing this, Kocho Kanae's body trembled slightly. She lowered her head, not refuting, but just gently nodded, tacitly consenting to Lee Mu's proposal. Lee Mu gently reached out and picked up the butterfly hair ornament. He walked behind Kocho Kanae and carefully placed the butterfly hair ornament on her hair bun. The butterfly hair ornament blended perfectly with her hair strands, setting off her gentle and beautiful face, making her look even more delicate and charming. After putting on the hair ornament, Lee Mu walked in front of Kocho Kanae. He looked at her cheeks, which were flushed red due to shyness. Kanae. Lee Mu gently lifted Kocho Kanae's chin, making her gentle eyes look straight into his. Can I kiss you again? Lee Mu's words were full of inquiry, but those bewitching blood-red eyes were filled with anticipation and desire. Hearing this, an inexplicable palpitation surged in Kocho Kanae's heart. She wanted to refuse, but when she saw Lee Mu's anticipation-filled blood-red eyes, the refusal in her heart could not be uttered no matter what. She fell silent, gently lowered her head, and tacitly agreed to Lee Mu's proposal. Looking at Kocho Kanae's lowered head, an indescribable sweetness surged in Lee Mu's heart. Kanae had completely accepted him. He slowly extended both hands, gently cupping Kocho Kanae's face. He lowered his head, preparing to kiss her soft lips. However, at the very moment when Lee Mu's lips were about to touch Kocho Kanae's sister. Lee Mu. What are you two doing? A crisp voice carrying a hint of anger suddenly came from the entrance of the cave. Sister. Lee Mu. What are you two doing? A crisp yet slightly furious maiden's voice suddenly came from the entrance of the cave. It interrupted the two people inside the cave who were about to become intimate. Kocho Shinobu was standing at the cave entrance holding a bag of buns. Her purple eyes suddenly widening, filled with shock and anger. What did she see? She saw Lee Mu holding sister's head, preparing to kiss down. You guys. Kocho Shinobu's voice was filled with trembling. She pointed her finger at Lee Mu and Kocho Kanae, too angry to speak. However, just as her angry gaze fell upon Lee Mu, under the influence of the disguise, charm or skill, an inexplicable feeling instantly spread through her entire body like an electric current. It was an indescribable throb, a strange sensation that made her heartbeat accelerate. She looked at Lee Mu's handsome yet alluring and wicked face. Those bewitching bloody eyes were currently filled with deep affection and tenderness. In her mind, a terrifying thought inexplicably popped up. The man I like was snatched away by sister first. But after a moment, her calm and sharp mind instantly cleared away this terrifying and absurd thought from her head. What am I thinking? How could I possibly like an evil ghost? This must be this evil ghost's blood demon art. He must have cast some bizarre blood demon art on sister, causing sister to be bewitched by him. Kocho Shinobu roared in the bottom of her heart. She had to rescue the sister bewitched by the evil ghost. Hearing her younger sister's voice, Kocho Kanae's body trembled violently. And her blushing cheeks turned even redder, as if blood was about to drip from them. Out of shame and anger, she wanted to break free from Lee Mu's hands and escape this awkward situation. However, Lee Mu didn't give her any chance to break free at all. The moment Lee Mu heard Kocho Shinobu's voice, he couldn't help thinking inwardly. Holy shit. This timing is too much. Right at this critical moment. But upon second thought, since Kocho Shinobu had already seen it, he might as well play along with the situation. Such a great opportunity, he definitely wouldn't give it up easily. Disregarding Kocho Kanae's struggle, Lee Mu directly cupped her face tightly with both hands. He lowered his head and fiercely kissed Kocho Kanae's soft lips. MPH. Kocho Kanae's body suddenly stiffened, and her gentle eyes widened, filled with shock and astonishment. Her lips were tightly covered by Lee Mu's soft yet cold lips. That touch made her entire body tingle, and her heartbeat accelerated instantly. Lee Mu kissed Kocho Kanae tightly, kissing her for a full 10 seconds. That intimacy and intensity left Kocho Kanae's mind completely blank. And all her thoughts were completely destroyed by this sudden kiss. Her body softened in Lee Mu's arms, completely losing all her strength. Meanwhile, Kocho Shinobu at the cave entrance was completely dumbfounded at this moment. What did she see? She saw that evil ghost actually kissing her sister right in front of her. This. Kocho Shinobu trembled all over with anger. She wanted to roar, wanted to rush up and tear Lee Mu into 1,000 pieces. But her body seemed to have been hit by an immobilization spell, stiffening in place, unable to move a muscle. Her mind was blank, and all her thoughts were completely destroyed by the bizarre scene before her eyes. After the kiss ended, Lee Mu slowly released Kocho Kanae. He looked at her hazy and shy eyes, and her blushing cheeks. I'm sorry, Kanae. There was a trace of apology in Lee Mu's voice. You are too beautiful, I couldn't help myself. Hearing this, a flash of helplessness crossed Kocho Kanae's eyes. She knew Lee Mu was deliberately making an excuse, but she didn't blame him either. She knew how deep Lee Mu's love for her was, and she also knew that he had been suppressing his emotions for this period of time. She even felt that perhaps Lee Mu had been holding it in for too long, which was why he made such impolite actions in front of her younger sister. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the violent emotional fluctuations in her heart. She slowly walked towards Kocho Shinobu, who was standing at the cave entrance, completely dumbfounded at the moment. She reached out and gently grasped Kocho Shinobu's arm. Shinobu. I've accepted Lee Mu's pursuit. She paused, her tone filled with courage and conviction. I am together with Lee Mu. She knew how much of an impact these words would have on Kocho Shinobu, but she had to let her younger sister know. I believe humans and ghosts can coexist peacefully. She would use her own actions to prove her ideals. She looked at the bag of buns in Kocho Shinobu's hand, a flash of gentle smiling warmth passing through her eyes. Shinobu. Is this for sister? Kocho Shinobu's body shuddered violently, her eyes filled with shock and anger. What did she hear? Sister actually accepted that evil ghost's pursuit. Sister was actually together with that evil ghost. See, sister. Kocho Shinobu's voice was filled with trembling. She abruptly flung away Kocho Kanae's hand. And the bag of buns in her hand dropped to the ground with a thud, the buns rolling all over the floor. Her gaze was filled with shock, anger, incomprehension, worry, and a hint of indescribable sadness. She couldn't accept this fact. Sister would actually fall in love with an evil ghost. Sister would actually truly choose to be together with an evil ghost. Sister. You've been tricked by him. You've been bewitched by him. He is an evil ghost. How could he possibly have any true feelings? Kocho Kanae bent down and picked up the bag of steamed buns that had fallen to the ground. And carefully put the scattered steamed buns back into the bag. She picked up a steamed bun, took a gentle bite, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. The steamed buns Shinobu bought are really delicious. She walked over to Kocho Shinobu, reached out, and gently stroked Kocho Shinobu's head, her tone filled with sincerity and entreaty. Shinobu. Li Mu is a very good demon. Will you trust Li Mu, and trust your sister just this once? She paused for a moment. Sister knows your hatred for evil demons and knows you are worried about sister's safety. But Li Mu is really different from those evil demons. He saved those children, he hates evil demons, and he still retains his humanity in his heart. Sister believes that humans and demons can live together in peace. Shinobu. Sister truly hopes that you can understand me and bless me. She hoped her younger sister could understand her and bless her. Her persistence in her ideals made her willing to give everything for it. Kocho Shinobu looked at her sister's gentle yet firm face, looking at the trust and love for Li Mu in her eyes. She knew she couldn't change her sister's mind. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger and unwillingness in her heart. Her calm and sharp mind began to think. Sister. Kocho Shinobu pulled Kanae's hand, her voice very soft and carrying a hint of hoarseness. Are you controlled by Li Mu's blood demon art? Do you feel anything wrong? She was worried that her sister would be bewitched by Li Mu's blood demon art and thus make a wrong decision. Hearing this, Kocho Kanae was slightly stunned. She reached out, stroked her own cheeks, and then felt her inner self. She could clearly perceive that her consciousness was sober and there was no feeling of being controlled at all. No, Shinobu, you're overthinking it. How could there be such a strange blood demon art? My consciousness is very clear, and my judgment is also very clear. Kocho Shinobu looked at her sister's firm gaze and listened to her sister's words full of conviction. And the last trace of doubt in her heart was completely dispelled. Sister would not lie. Since sister said no, then there definitely wasn't. Sister had already made her decision, so is her younger sister. The only thing she could do was support her sister. And protect her sister with all her might, not letting her suffer any harm. But from this moment on, there was an extra brother-in-law in her life. Since sister you've already said so. There was a hint of reluctance in Kocho Shinobu's voice, but in the end, she compromised. Then I respect your decision. She paused, looked at Li Mu, her tone filled with warning. But if you dare to hurt sister, I will never let you off. Li Mu watched Kocho Kanae successfully persuade Kocho Shinobu, and a smug arc curled up the corner of his mouth. He had successfully won over Kocho Kanae, and later he could even conquer Kocho Shinobu through her sister. He stepped forward, walked to Kocho Kanae's side, reached out his hand, and gently pulled Kocho Kanae's slender, fair little hand, holding it tightly in his palm. Kanae, Shinobu. From now on, we are a family. Feeling the softness of Kocho Kanae's palm, a strong sense of belonging surged in Li Mu's heart. Kocho Kanae felt the warmth coming from Li Mu's palm, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Meanwhile, Kocho Shinobu on the side suddenly shuddered at this moment. A family. She definitely didn't want to become a family with this evil demon. She abruptly broke free from Kocho Kanae's hand, and then looked at Li Mu vigilantly. HMPH. Evil demon. Who is a family with you? Watching Kocho Shinobu's bristling appearance, Li Mu couldn't help chuckling inwardly. Kocho Shinobu still needed time to adapt. Just at this moment, the crisp prompt sound of the system rang in Li Mu's mind. Ding. System check-in reminder. Li Mu thought to himself. Holy shit. I almost forgot to check in again. He quickly roared at the system in his mind. System. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Thunder Breathing, Full Focus, Constant, can use all moves of Thunder Breathing, including the moves created by Agatsuma Zenitsu in the original work. Thunder Breathing, Full Focus, Constant. Li Mu's blood-red eyes were filled with ecstasy. What he lacked the most right now was offensive means. Although he possessed the strength of a heteromorphic demon, without a handy weapon and offensive moves, his strength simply could not be fully unleashed. And the arrival of Thunder Breathing was undoubtedly timely help. Open the system panel. Li Mu called out to the system in his heart. Host panel. Name. Li Mu. Bloodline. Demon bloodline. Level. Heteromorphic demon. Skills. Disguise, Charmer, Thunder Breathing, Full Focus, Constant, can use all moves of Thunder Breathing, including the moves created by Agatsuma Zenitsu in the original work. Constitution. Immune constitution can make the host immune to damage caused by sunlight. Items. Dagger coated with wisteria flower poison, senzu bean 5. No matter how severe the injury is, one pill can restore full health and revive. A butterfly hair accessory. When the wearer encounters fatal danger, the host can instantly teleport to their side. Quest. Slay 17 more arbitrary evil demons to complete the quest. Progress. 3/20, 1/1. Senzu beans and the butterfly hair accessory were both items won from check-ins a few days ago. As for that butterfly hair accessory, he originally planned to find an opportunity to give it to Kocho Shinobu. But he knew that Kocho Shinobu had just accepted the relationship between him and her sister, and definitely wouldn't accept his things. Therefore, he needed to wait for a suitable opportunity to give out this butterfly hair accessory. Li Mu looked up and glanced outside the cave. The night was still deep, and there was still a long time before dawn. Kanae, Shinobu. This place is not far from Sagiri Mountain. Let's go there and see if there are any evil demons. Sagiri Mountain was an important place for the Demon Slayer Corps to train swordsmen. He remembered that in the original work, Sabito and Makoma were killed by the hand demon during the final selection. If he had the opportunity, he wanted to change the fate of Sabito and Makoma dying at the hands of the hand demon. These two kind children shouldn't have died like this. Sure. Kocho Kanae smiled gently. Let's go take a look. Beside her, a trace of vigilance flashed through Kocho Shinobu's purple eyes. Although she was reluctant to follow Li Mu to Sagiri Mountain, for her sister's safety, she could only agree. HMPH. Go then. I'd like to see what tricks you have up your sleeve again. The family of three trip was about to begin. Wife, Muzan Kibutsuji gave this to me. At the foot of Sagiri Mountain, the night was as dark as ink. Tall trees blocked out the sky, fracturing the moonlight into sporadic patches of light that scattered across the rugged mountain path. A mountain wind howled past, carrying a hint of dampness and chill. Li Mu, Kocho Kanae, and Kocho Shinobu were searching for the traces of evil demons at the foot of the mountain. Li Mu walked behind the Kocho sisters. After a day and a night of traveling, they finally arrived at Sagiri Mountain. The night was deep, and the three of them had searched for quite a long time, but still hadn't found any traces of evil demons. Right at this moment, the crisp prompt sound of the system rang out in Li Mu's mind once again. Ding! System check-in reminder. Li Mu felt a burst of joy in his heart. It was check-in time again. System. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one Nichiren blade. As the system prompt faded, a Nichiren blade with a pitch-black scabbard and a hilt wrapped in golden thread appeared out of thin air in Li Mu's hand. Li Mu was overjoyed in his heart. He had just been fretting over not having a handy weapon. Although thunder breathing was powerful, without a Nichiren blade, he wouldn't be able to unleash its true might. Without the slightest hesitation, he tightly grasped the hilt with his right hand and violently pulled the blade out of its scabbard. Hum! A clear and resonant blade hum rang out. And amidst the night, the blade body actually began to slowly change from silver white to a dazzling, eye-catching gold. A golden Nichiren blade. Hearing the commotion behind her and that clear blade hum, Kocho Kanae turned her head and looked at Li Mu. Li Mu, where did you get this Nichiren blade from? Li Mu hadn't had a Nichiren blade before, and the Nichiren blade was a weapon unique to the Demon Slayer Corps. Moreover, Li Mu's Nichiren blade was actually gold. Li Mu looked at Kocho Kanae's surprised expression, but there were some things he couldn't explain. And he didn't want to expose the existence of the system. Since that was the case, then he would just have Muzan Kibutsuji take the blame for him. Wife. Li Mu shook the golden Nichiren blade in his hand, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. Muzan Kibutsuji gave this to me earlier. Ever since Kocho Kanae and Li Mu truly confirmed their relationship, Li Mu had been calling Kocho Kanae that way all along. Although Kocho Kanae would always tell him not to call her that every time, even saying it many times, Li Mu still wouldn't change it. In the end, Kocho Kanae could only let him be and allow him to address her like that. He said that with this, it can help me better infiltrate the interior of the Demon Slayer Corps. Li Mu paused slightly, his tone filled with sincerity and firmness. However, rest assured, I am firmly standing on the side of the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, my wife, you are in the Demon Slayer Corps. Li Mu's cry of wife caused Kocho Kanae's cheeks to flush slightly. She glared at Li Mu, her eyes filled with shyness and annoyance. But hearing Li Mu say that the Nichiren blade was a gift from Muzan Kibutsuji, and that it was to help him infiltrate the interior of the Demon Slayer Corps, she dispelled her doubts in her heart. Muzan Kibutsuji was full of schemes. This was indeed something he might do. Moreover, that affection Li Mu had for her made it impossible for her to doubt his loyalty. HMPH. You even dare to accept a gift from Muzan Kibutsuji. Kocho Shinobu at the side couldn't help but let out a cold snort at this moment. She simply didn't believe that Muzan Kibutsuji would give Li Mu a Nichiren blade for no reason. There must be some kind of conspiracy behind this. But looking at her elder sister's gentle and trusting gaze, in the end, she didn't continue to probe further. Wife, Shinobu. Li Mu's tone was filled with smugness. Right now, I have deep trust from Muzan Kibutsuji. If there's a chance, I will trick an upper rank out from Muzan's place, and then we will surround and kill him together. He paused, his crimson eyes looking at Kocho Kanae. At that time, I will say it was your merit, wife. Allowing your reputation in the Demon Slayer Corps to soar. Li Mu. You. Don't mess around. Kocho Kanae's voice carried a trace of anxiety and worry. She knew how terrifying upper-rank demons were as existences. She hadn't expected that Li Mu would be willing to make such a dangerous move for her. Furthermore, he was pushing all the credit for slaying the upper rank onto her. A strong wave of emotion and guilt instantly surged in her heart. Kocho Shinobu at the side was completely dumbfounded by what she heard at this moment. Upper rank. Trick an upper rank out from Muzan Kibutsuji's place. She knew the strength of upper rank demons, those were existences that even Hashira-level powerhouses found difficult to rival. Yet Li Mu actually dared to say he would trick an upper rank out from Muzan Kibutsuji to slay them. Li Mu. Are you crazy? Kocho Shinobu said angrily, pointing at Li Mu. Do you think upper ranks are that easy to deal with? How could Muzan Kibutsuji possibly let you trick an upper rank out? Li Mu pulled Kocho Kanae's hand, gently squeezing it to signal her to rest assured. Rest assured, wife, Shinobu. Since I dare to say it, I am certain I can do it. Right at that moment, a subtle commotion suddenly came from the woods not far ahead. Leaves rustled, accompanied by the muffled sounds of objects colliding and human low growls. There's a commotion ahead, let's go check it out. After speaking, Li Mu wielded his golden Nichiren blade and rushed forward toward the direction of the sound first. Kocho Kanae and Kocho Shinobu immediately followed. The three of them quickly arrived at a clearing deep within the woods. In the clearing, an intense battle was taking place. Three human youths were wielding wooden swords, grappling with an evil demon. The evil demon had a robust figure with exposed fangs, and its eyes flickered with a ferocious light. One of them was wearing a haori printed with red and green blocks and had short black hair. He swung his wooden sword, but his movements appeared somewhat clumsy, clearly unable to help much and only barely managing to protect himself. It was none other than the future water Hashira Tomioka Giyu. The other two, a boy and a girl, appeared much more composed. The boy was wearing a green kimono with a fox mask on his face, his figure agile, and the wooden sword in his hand danced impenetrably. The girl was wearing a pink kimono, also wearing a fox mask, with a light posture and nimble movements. Although the two of them did not have a Nichiren blade, they were able to perfectly suppress the evil demon. They were precisely Tomioka Giyu's senior brother and senior sister Sabito and Makomo. The moment Li Mu's blood-red eyes saw these three people, they suddenly constricted. Tomioka Giyu. Sabito. Makomo. He instantly recognized these three important characters. In the original work, Urokodaki Sakanji had once used an evil demon to test Tanjiro. Right now, he was probably also using this evil demon to test the three of them, Tomioka Giyu, Sabito, and Makomo. And Urokodaki Sakanji should be somewhere nearby, quietly observing all of this. But in the original work, wasn't Makomo a year ahead of Sabito? It seemed that my arrival had caused a butterfly effect on the plot. Kocho Kanae and Kocho Shinobu also saw the battle in the clearing. When they saw three youths without a Nichiren blade grappling with an evil demon, expressions of anxiety appeared on their faces. Without a Nichiren blade, humans could not truly kill an evil demon. The two sisters were just about to rush out to help when Li Mu grabbed them. Wife, Shinobu, wait for me a moment. System, activate disguise, charmer, and turn my aura into a human aura. Li Mu said to the system in his mind. Ding. System prompt. The host's aura has been successfully disguised as a human aura. As the system prompt tone fell, the dense demonic aura originally on Li Mu instantly dissipated without a trace. Replacing it was a gentle and pure human aura. Feeling the demonic aura on Li Mu instantly vanish, Kocho Kanae's eyes instantly filled with shock. In her eyes, Li Mu at this moment was completely a normal ordinary human without any demonic aura. He had completely turned into an ordinary human. Li Mu, why is there no demonic aura on your body anymore? Beside them, Kocho Shinobu's pair of purple eyes also flashed with a trace of shock. She likewise perceived that the demonic aura belonging to an evil demon on Li Mu had completely disappeared at this moment, replaced by a pure human aura. This is my newly awakened blood demon art. It can disguise one's own aura into anything. Li Mu paused. Now, let's go help them. Having just spoken, Li Mu no longer hesitated. Wielding his golden Nichiren blade, his body abruptly rushed out from behind the rock like a cannonball. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. Li Mu transformed into a golden afterimage as a whole, instantly rushing in front of the evil demon. The evil demon hadn't even had time to react before it only felt a chill on its neck. Rip. A crisp slashing sound rang out, and the evil demon's head instantly flew off from its body. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain from the neck, staining the surrounding ground red. The evil demon's body swayed in place a few times, then as if it had lost support, slowly dissipated, turning into wisps of black smoke that drifted into the air. Ding. System prompt. An evil demon has been slain. Slay 16 more arbitrary evil demons to complete the task. Sabito, Makomo, and Tomioka Giyu were all stunned in place at this moment. They looked at the evil demon that had been instantly slain, and then looked at Li Mu standing there like a god of thunder holding a golden Nichiren blade. Their eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. They hadn't even had time to clearly see Li Mu's movements before the evil demon had already been slain. Who are you guys? Sabito abruptly stood up from the ground, gripping his wooden sword tightly, his eyes filled with vigilance. He saw Li Mu, and also saw Kocho Kanae and Kocho Shinobu walking out from behind the rock. However, before the three of them could answer, an aged and majestic voice came from the tree. Sabito. They are from the Demon Slayer Corps. As the voice fell, a figure wearing a water blue kimono and a tengu mask leapt lightly down from a tall tree. His sharp eyes were currently sizing up the three of them. This person was precisely the trainer who trained swordsmen for the Demon Slayer Corps Urokodaki Sakanji. Looking at the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms worn by Kocho Kanae and Kocho Shinobu, Urokodaki Sakanji knew that these two sisters were members of the Demon Slayer Corps. And although Li Mu wasn't wearing a uniform, the breathing style he had just used was obviously quite proficient. And he was also holding a Nichiren blade in his hand. Clearly, Li Mu was also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. You guys, why are you here? Sagiri Mountain was the place where he trained swordsmen, and members of the Demon Slayer Corps generally would not easily come here. Li Mu sheathed his Nichiren blade, a gentle smile blooming on his face. He turned around and respectfully said to Urokodaki Sakanji. We just happened to pass by here. Sensed the presence of an evil demon, and rushed over to lend a hand. We didn't mean to intrude. Urokodaki Sakanji's profound eyes were quietly looking at Li Mu at that moment. He smelled the scent of a lie on Li Mu. But he could sense that the powerful aura radiating from Li Mu truly belonged to a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. And what's more, Li Mu had indeed just slain a demon. He didn't mind the lie in Li Mu's words, and merely nodded gently toward the three of them, indicating that they accepted their explanation. Afterwards, Urokodaki Sakanji turned his head to look at Tomioka Giyu, Sabito, and Makomo standing to the side. Tomioka, Sabito, Makomo. Urokodaki Sakanji's voice carried a trace of gratification. Your performance just now was very good, you have passed the test. He paused for a moment. You may go and participate in the final selection. Hearing this, a trace of excitement flashed in Tomioka Giyu's eyes. Passing Mr. Urokodaki's test meant that he was one step closer to becoming a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. On Sabito's face, the expression beneath the fox mask could not be clearly seen. But his resolute eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. This was the first step for him to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, slay demons, and protect the weak. Makomo's petite body trembled slightly, and her eyes, shielded by the fox mask, were filled with joy. This was the first step for her to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, slay demons, and protect humanity. Hearing that Tomioka Giyu and the other two were going to participate in the final selection, Li Mu's heart suddenly sank. With their current strength, going to participate in the final selection would definitely lead to them dying at the hands of the hand demon. Sabito and Makomo, these two kind yet powerful youths, should not die like this. Li Mu then thought of his system quest, slay 20 demons and 1 lower rank. His current quest progress was 4/20ths and 1/1. He was still 16 demons short of completing the quest. And the final selection was precisely a gathering place for demons. I have an idea. A brilliant plan instantly flashed through Li Mu's mind. He could go and participate in the final selection. There were plenty of demons in the final selection. This would not only allow him to complete the system quest and acquire the transparent world, but it would also allow him to change the fates of Sabito and Makomo. Li Mu's gaze swept across Kocho Kanae and Kocho Shinobu. He needed their help. He stepped forward, took Kocho Kanae's hand, his tone carrying a trace of anxiety and entreaty. Wife, Shinobu, come with me for a moment. There is something I want to tell you both. Lee Mu held Kocho Kanae's hand and walked away in the direction away from Tomioka Giyu and the others. Kocho Kanae's cheeks flushed slightly. But in the end, she didn't pull her hand away from Lee Mu, letting him lead her along. Kocho Shinobu, standing to the side, watched her older sister being pulled away by Lee Mu. She let out a cold snort and immediately followed after them. Lee Mu led the Kocho sisters behind a large tree. This place was some distance away from Tomioka Giyu and the others. Enough to ensure that their conversation wouldn't be overheard by anyone else. He stopped, then turned around, his crimson eyes looking at Kocho Kanae. Wife, can you let me participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps? He knew that to get Kocho Kanae to agree to let him participate in the final selection, he needed a reasonable excuse. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of pride and excitement. I just recently awakened a new blood demon art that allows me to grow stronger by slaying demons. The efficiency of us searching for demons to kill right now is too slow, and I heard that there are many demons in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. Hearing this, Kocho Kanae's eyes instantly filled with astonishment. She hadn't expected Lee Mu to awaken a blood demon art at such a fast speed, and even be able to possess so many blood demon arts. Ordinary demons usually only had a single blood demon art. Lee Mu was truly too special. This caused her to start considering Lee Mu's proposal. Inside the final selection, there were only low-ranking demons, which posed no threat whatsoever to Lee Mu's current strength. Moreover, Lee Mu being able to grow stronger by slaying demons would undoubtedly greatly enhance his strength. Very well. But my sister and I have already passed the final selection, so we cannot accompany you. She paused. I will write a letter of recommendation for you to participate in the final selection. Coincidentally, aren't those 3 people from earlier also going to participate in the final selection? You can just go with them. However, Kocho Shinobu, standing to the side, couldn't help letting out a cold snort at this moment. Humph. Lee Mu. Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to that masked girl from earlier. Do you want to send my sister and me away so you can go hit on girls? She didn't believe for a second that Lee Mu genuinely wanted to participate in the final selection. This evil demon must be plotting some bad idea again. Hearing this, Lee Mu's body suddenly stiffened. He hadn't expected Kocho Shinobu to be so sharp. He had only glanced at Makomo a couple of times earlier, yet Kocho Shinobu had noticed. How is that possible? An expression of being wronged appeared on Lee Mu's face, and he hurriedly retorted. That girl is wearing a mask, and I can't even see her face. How could I inexplicably fall for her? He paused, his crimson eyes looking at Kocho Kanae. In this lifetime, my eyes see only my wife alone. In my heart, in my eyes, in my mind. It is all filled with my wife's gentle smile, her beautiful face, and... Lee Mu's words grew increasingly cheesy, and he even wanted to continue speaking. However, before he could finish speaking, Kocho Kanae's cheeks had completely turned crimson. She suddenly reached out and clamped a hand firmly over Lee Mu's mouth. MMPH. Lee Mu let out a muffled grunt, his mouth tightly covered by Kocho Kanae's small hand, rendering him unable to speak. Stop talking. I believe you. Kocho Kanae's voice carried a hint of bashful annoyance and helplessness. She knew Lee Mu was using this method to express his affection for her, but speaking such cheesy words right in front of her younger sister. She still couldn't quite handle it. Seeing this, Lee Mu hurriedly nodded to indicate that he wouldn't speak anymore. Only then did Kocho Kanae let go of her hand. Lee Mu secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he was witty and used the cheesy confession in time to dispel Kocho Shinobu's suspicions. Listening to Lee Mu's cheesy confession and looking at her older sister's shy and delicate expression, Kocho Shinobu shuddered violently, goosebumps breaking out all over her body. Gross. Truly gross. But considering that this could make Lee Mu leave her older sister for a period of time, she ultimately did not object to Lee Mu participating in the final selection. Kocho Kanae took out paper and a pen from her bosom, and earnestly wrote a letter of recommendation on a flat stone. The letter detailed Lee Mu's immense strength in slaying evil ghosts, and permitted him to participate in the final selection in her capacity as his master. After finishing the letter of recommendation, Kocho Kanae gently blew on the ink, and then carefully folded it and handed it to Lee Mu. Lee Mu, this is the letter of recommendation. With this letter, you can go and participate in the final selection. Lee Mu took the letter of recommendation, a trace of gratitude flashing in his blood-red eyes. Thank you, wife. Afterwards, when Lee Mu and the Kocho sisters returned to Tomioka Giyu and the others, Urokodaki Sakanji had already left. Tomioka Giyu, Sabito, and Makomo had also packed up by this time. And were preparing to set off for the location of the final selection, Fujikasane Mountain. Lee Mu walked straight up to Sabito, a gentle smile appearing on his face. He reached out and put his hand on Sabito's shoulder. Hello, my name is Lee Mu. I'm also getting ready to participate in the final selection. How about I go with you guys? Hearing this, a trace of doubt flashed in Sabito's eyes, which were concealed by a fox mask. He glanced at Lee Mu, and then at the golden Nichiren blade in Lee Mu's hand. He had seen with his own eyes Lee Mu's strength when slaying the evil ghost just moments ago. That kind of speed and power was definitely something only top swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps could possess. He felt somewhat puzzled in his heart, not understanding why Lee Mu, who was so strong, hadn't passed the final selection yet. But he felt the goodwill radiating from Lee Mu, as well as the sincerity in Lee Mu's tone. Furthermore, having an extra powerhouse traveling with them would undoubtedly provide an extra layer of security for the final selection. Alright, you're welcome to join us. My name is Sabito. Sabito did not refuse Lee Mu's proposal. He paused for a moment, reached out, pointed at Tomioka Giyu and Makomo beside him, and introduced them to Lee Mu. This is my junior brother, Tomioka Giyu. This is my senior sister, Makomo. Tomioka Giyu's stern eyes were looking calmly at Lee Mu at this moment. He didn't speak, but just nodded at Lee Mu, which counted as a greeting. A trace of curiosity flashed in Makomo's eyes, which were concealed by a fox mask. She nodded at Lee Mu. Hello, Lee Mu. She had seen Lee Mu's decisiveness when slaying the evil ghost just now. She was filled with curiosity about Lee Mu. Just at this moment, Kocho Kanae walked up in front of Lee Mu, her eyes filled with reluctance to part and worry. She extended her hands and gently hugged Lee Mu, that soft touch, along with the faint floral fragrance on her body, instantly made Lee Mu feel refreshed and relaxed. Lee Mu, you must be careful. The final selection is very dangerous, you must protect yourself well. I'll wait for you to come back. I still have a lot of things I want to tell you. Lee Mu was going to participate in the final selection in order to slay Muzan Kibutsuji. She knew that Lee Mu's strength was very high, but the danger of the final selection still made her feel worried. Lee Mu gently patted Kocho Kanae's back. Rest assured, wife. I am the man who is going to marry you, how could I easily die? I will definitely return safely and then take you as my wife. Hearing this, a trace of bashfulness flashed in Kocho Kanae's eyes. She let go of Lee Mu, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Then, safe journey. My younger sister and I will return to the Butterfly Mansion. You must pay attention to safety. Watching Kocho Kanae's reluctant gaze, a warm current welled up in Lee Mu's heart. Kocho Kanae truly cared about him. Wife, Shinobu, safe journey to you both as well. After the final selection ends, I will come back to find you as soon as possible. Sister. We need to go soon. Kocho Shinobu, standing to the side, couldn't help but grab Kocho Kanae's arm at this moment. She definitely didn't want to keep watching Lee Mu and her sister acting all affectionate. Kocho Kanae smiled helplessly, waved goodbye to Lee Mu, and was then pulled by Kocho Shinobu as they walked away into the distance. The two graceful figures gradually walked further and further away in the night, ultimately disappearing into the darkness. Lee Mu watched the fading backs of the Kocho sisters, and only withdrew his gaze after they completely vanished from his line of sight. He turned his head and looked at the three people standing in front of him, Tomioka Giyu, Sabito, and Makomo, a gleam of excitement flashing in his blood-red eyes. Let's set off. Go participate in the final selection and slay evil ghosts. Final selection, here he comes. 3 days later, on Fujikasane Mountain under the shroud of night, purple wisteria flowers swayed in the night breeze, emitting a faint, lingering fragrance that could not mask the bloodshed and slaughter permeating deep within the mountain forest. Lee Mu, Tomioka Giyu, Sabito, and Makomo had already entered Fujikasane Mountain, beginning to participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. During this time, not only did Lee Mu work hard to slay evil demons himself, but in his spare time, he also conducted special training for Tomioka Giyu and the other two. He passed on all the training techniques and essentials of breathing techniques he knew from his past life to them without reservation. Tomioka Giyu, the youth who in the original work was injured upon his first encounter with an evil demon, and even needed Sabito's help to pass the selection, had now greatly increased his strength thanks to Lee Mu's special training. Just moments ago, Tomioka Giyu had finished slaying a low-rank demon. The Nichiren blade in his hand was now stained with the blood of the evil demon. On his stern face, a rare trace of excitement appeared at this moment. He had succeeded. Relying on his own strength, he had slain his first evil demon. Roar. Just as Tomioka Giyu was immersed in the joy of slaying the evil demon, a low-rank demon quietly rushed out from the darkness. And with a sharp, piercing roar, lunged toward Tomioka Giyu's back. The evil demon's sharp claws gleamed with cold light in the night, aiming straight for Tomioka Giyu's vital points. Tomioka Giyu completely failed to notice the danger behind him. The moment the evil demon was about to attack Tomioka Giyu. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. A bolt of golden lightning instantly burst forth from Lee Emu's hand. Lee Emu's figure appeared behind Tomioka Giyu as if by teleportation. The golden Nichiren blade in his hand slashed fiercely toward the evil demon's neck. Slash. A crisp cutting sound rang out. Before the evil demon even had time to let out a miserable scream, its head was severed by Lee Mu with a single slash. Flying high into the air before heavily dropping to the ground. The evil demon's body struggled in place a few times, then, as if losing support, slowly dissipated, turning into wisps of black smoke that drifted into the air. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest. Slay 20 evil demons and 1 lower rank. Reward. Transparent world. In Lee Emu's mind, the crisp prompt sound of the system rang out. Succeeded. He had completed the quest. He had obtained the transparent world. Lee Emu's body trembled violently, and his eyes instantly filled with wild joy. Transparent world. This was an ability he had dreamed of. He had actually obtained the transparent world. He could clearly feel that a mysterious yet powerful force was instantly merging into his body. His vision became clearer, and everything around him became transparent. He could see the grain inside the trees, the dust particles flowing in the air, and even the flow of blood inside Tomioka Giyu's body. This feeling was like shedding mortal bones and changing one's body, giving him a brand new understanding of this world. Transparent world. This is simply too heaven-defying. Lee Mu roared excitedly in his heart. Ding. System prompt. New quest released. Quest content. Slay all evil demons on Fujikasane Mountain, 0/60ths. Quest reward. Elevate the host's strength to lower rank. Although the evil demons on Fujikasane Mountain were all low-rank demons, their numbers were vast. Yet the reward was actually directly elevating his strength to lower rank. Lee Mu calculated inwardly. With the transparent world, his efficiency in slaying evil demons would be greatly improved. Furthermore, he could now even instantly kill a lower rank. Once he completed this new quest and his strength reached lower rank, by then, even the lowest ranking upper rank could be slain by him. System panel. Lee Mu called out to the system in his mind. Host panel. Name. Lee Mu. Bloodline. Demon bloodline. Level. Heteromorphic demon. Skills. Disguise, Charmer, Thunder breathing, Full focus, constant, can use all forms of thunder breathing, including those created by Agatsuma Zenitsu in the original work Transparent World. Constitution. Immune constitution can immunize the host against damage caused by sunlight. Items. Dagger coated with wisteria flower poison, Senzu Bean 10, a butterfly hair ornament. When the wearer encounters fatal danger, the host can instantly teleport to their side. Quest. Slay all evil demons on Fujikasane Mountain, 0/60ths. Looking at the updated information on the system panel, Lee Emu's heart was filled with satisfaction. His strength was rapidly improving, and his trump cards were becoming more and more numerous. Over the past few days, through check-ins, he had acquired a few more Senzu beans, but he hadn't obtained any other good things through check-ins. It seemed his luck had been a bit poor lately. But now, with the transparent world and the upcoming lower rank strength, that was enough to make up for everything. Tomioka Giyu only recovered from his shock at this moment. Looking at the evil demon slain by Lee Mu with a single slash, and then looking at Lee Mu standing in front of him, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Thank you, Lee Mu. You saved my life. If Lee Mu hadn't intervened in time, he would have just been successfully ambushed by that evil demon. Lee Mu turned around, his blood-red eyes looking at Tomioka Giyu, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He withdrew the transparent world, returning to his normal state. Just a casual effort, you're welcome. Right at this moment, fierce sounds of fighting came from ahead once more. Lee Emu's blood-red eyes instantly narrowed. Giyu. The evil demons nearby have all been cleared out by me. You can rest here with peace of mind while I go ahead and check things out. Tomioka Giyu had just slain an evil demon, so his stamina consumption was not small and he needed to rest. Hearing this, a flash of hesitation crossed Tomioka Giyu's eyes. But feeling the powerful and confident aura emanating from Lee Mu, he knew that Lee Mu had the ability to resolve the battle ahead. Alright. He nodded towards Lee Mu. Li Mu, you must be careful. Li Mu showed Tomioka Giyu a reassuring smile. And then, without the slightest hesitation, his figure fiercely lunged forward, rushing toward the direction where the sounds of fighting came from. Soon, Li Mu arrived at a huge open space. In the open space, Sabito and Makomo were holding Nichiren blades, entangled in fierce combat with a huge evil demon. The evil demon's entire body was covered in arms, and its face wore a ferocious smile. It was precisely that hand demon which had harmed countless disciples of Urokodaki Sakanji during the final selection. Both sides were currently in a state of evenly matched strength. Although Sabito and Makomo had tacit coordination and great strength, they had all along been unable to break through the hand demon's hard defense. And could not sever the hand demon's head. Watching the battle before him, a trace of cold light flashed in Lee Emu's blood-red eyes. Hand demon. It was this fellow who had harmed Sabito and Makomo. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly activated the transparent world. Transparent world. Lee Emu's vision instantly became transparent. He could clearly see the flow of blood inside the hand demon's body, its bone structure, and all of its weaknesses. He could even prejudge the hand demon's next move. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, sixfold. Lee Emu's body vanished from the spot instantly like a bolt of golden lightning. The golden Nichiren blade in his hand traced 6 graceful arcs in the air, violently charging toward the hand demon's neck. Slash, 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 slash. The 6-blade lights severed the hand demon's neck in an instant. Before the hand demon even had time to let out a miserable scream, its head was severed by Lee Emu's single slash, flying high into the air. The hand demon's head rolled in the air, its eyes filled with anger and unwillingness, staring fixedly at Lee Mu. How is this possible? So strong. Why would there be such a strong swordsman in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps? This is definitely not the strength of the final selection. It didn't understand why, having clearly killed so many participants of the final selection right here. It had encountered such a powerful enemy today. Aha! The hand demon let out a reluctant wail, its body struggling in place a few times. Before slowly dissipating, turning into wisps of black smoke that drifted into the air. Ding. System prompt. An evil demon has been slain. Current quest progress. 1/60th. In Lee Emu's mind, the crisp prompt sound of the system rang out. Sabito and Makomo were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Looking at the hand demon that had been slain in an instant, and then looking at Lee Mu standing there holding the golden Nichiren blade. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment and shock. The two of them joining forces had been unable to break through the hand demon's defense. Yet Lee Mu had actually used only a single slash to slay the hand demon. This kind of strength was simply too powerful. Too terrifying. Lee Mu. You. Sabito's voice carried a hint of trembling as he looked at Lee Mu, his eyes filled with shock. In Makomo's eyes, obscured by the fox mask, a flash of adoration also crossed. She knew Lee Mu was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be strong to such an extent. Lee Mu turned around, his blood-red eyes looking at Sabito and Makomo, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. You guys rest well here. I still need to go save more people. He still had a quest on his hands, he was going to slay all the evil demons on Fujikasane Mountain. Hearing this, a flash of admiration crossed Sabito's eyes, obscured by the fox mask. He knew that Lee Mu chose to continue slaying evil demons in order to protect more people. Lee Mu. You must be careful. In Makomo's eyes, obscured by the fox mask, a trace of worry flashed. She knew Lee Mu was strong, but the number of evil demons was still very large. Lee Mu showed Sabito and Makomo a reassuring smile. And then, without the slightest hesitation, his figure fiercely lunged, once again disappearing into the night as he rushed toward the depths of Fujikasane Mountain. The night was as dark as ink. Within Fujikasane Mountain, the slaughter continued. Lee Mu activated the transparent world, his blood-red eyes acting like dual searchlights as he continuously shuttled through the darkness. At this moment, the entire Fujikasane Mountain became exceptionally transparent in his eyes. Every hiding place of every demon and every human being chased by demons was clearly presented before his eyes. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. Thunder breathing, third form, swarm flashing. Streaks of golden lightning cut across Fujikasane Mountain, and the appearance of each bolt of lightning was accompanied by the decapitation and subsequent dispersal of a demon's body. With the blessing of the transparent world, he was able to accurately anticipate the demons' movements, find their weaknesses, and then kill them with a single strike. On this night, Lee Mu not only decapitated a large number of demons, but also saved many humans who were being hunted by demons. Ah! It's Lord Savior. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life. You are simply a deity descended to earth. I am willing to go through fire and water for you. Good heavens. What did I just see? That speed. That swordsmanship. You're simply a god among men. Help. Demons. Help. Whenever Li Mu slew a demon and saved a human, the rescued humans would let out deafening cheers and expressions of gratitude. Looking at Li Mu's figure, which resembled the god of thunder, their eyes were filled with adoration and awe. They had never seen such a powerful swordsman, nor had they ever witnessed such godlike speed in swordsmanship. There was no expression on Li Mu's face. He ignored the gratitude and adoration, continuing to shuttle through Fujikasane Mountain in search of his next target. He needed to slaughter all the demons on Fujikasane Mountain as quickly as possible. Time ticked away second by second, and Li Mu's body was already stained with a large amount of demonic blood. Yet, he showed no trace of exhaustion. Instead, he grew braver the more he fought. Finally, after slaughtering demons the entire night, as the very last trace of moonlight was about to vanish and the horizon began to turn pale white with dawn, the very last demon was also slain by Li Mu with a single slash. Ding. System prompt. The mission has been completed. Mission reward distributed. The host's strength has been upgraded to lower rank. In Li Mu's mind, the crisp notification sound of the system rang out. He had succeeded. He had slain every single demon on Fujikasane Mountain. Li Mu's body trembled violently, and a powerful surge of energy, like a flood, instantly surged through his body. At this moment, his body felt as if it had been reforged. Every single cell was cheering and leaping with explosive power. He could clearly feel that his strength, speed, recovery, and perception had all achieved a qualitative leap at this moment. Right now, he had completely stepped into the realm of lower rank. Even more, he was far more powerful than an average lower rank. This feeling, akin to shedding one's mortal body and exchanging it for a fairy's, filled him with incomparable satisfaction. Li Mu slowly closed his eyes, feeling the majestic power within his body. He was no longer the weak young man he had been when he first turned into a demon. Right now, he was a true powerhouse. Li Mu took a deep breath, then slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with confidence and composure. He deactivated the transparent world, and the entire world returned to its normal state in his eyes. Li Mu looked at the sky. The horizon was already turning pale white, and wisps of faint light were gradually tearing apart the curtain of night. It was time for him to leave. He needed to hurry to the butterfly mansion to see his wife. Li Mu had no intention of looking for Tomioka Giyu and the others. He didn't plan to expose the fact that he wasn't afraid of sunlight just yet. During the past few days spent with Tomioka Giyu and the others, whenever daytime came, he would always stay in places where sunlight couldn't reach. Precisely to avoid exposing his immunity to sunlight. He also didn't plan to go collect a Nichiren blade and a Demon Slayer Corps uniform. He already had a Nichiren blade, and as for the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, his wife was the flower Hashira. So he could just have his wife instruct someone from the Demon Slayer Corps to custom make one for him. Li Mu's figure quickly vanished deep into Fujikasane Mountain, rushing in the direction of the butterfly mansion. He was going to find his wife. Through his inquiries over the past few days, he had already learned the location of the butterfly mansion. On the other side, at Fujikasane Mountain, the gathering place for the final selection. Early in the morning, sunlight shone across the earth. Two young girls wearing kimonos with delicate facial features were standing at the gathering place, waiting for the swordsman who passed the final selection. They were the hosts of the Demon Slayer Corps final selection. However, this final selection had ended early because all the demons had died. Tomioka Giyu, Sabito, and Makomo were standing at the gathering place at this moment. There was a hint of fatigue on their faces, but their eyes were filled with excitement and joy. They had successfully passed the final selection. At this moment, the gathering place was filled with commotion and discussion. All the youths who passed the final selection were gathered together now, their faces filled with excitement and joy. But more people were currently discussing a single person, Li Mu. Good heavens. Did you guys see that? That swordsman wielding a golden Nichiren blade. He's simply a deity descended to earth. He's too strong. He alone slaughtered all the demons and saved every single one of our lives. I swear, I must follow him in the future. He is my idol. Is he one of the legendary Hashiras of the Demon Slayer Corps? How could he be this strong? All the swordsmen who passed the final selection were clustered together now, excitedly discussing Li Mu's power and achievements. Their eyes were filled with adoration and gratitude, and they couldn't stop praising Li Mu. Tomioka Giyu's eyes flashed with astonishment. He hadn't expected Li Mu to slay all the demons on Fujikasane Mountain in such a short amount of time. He turned his head to look at Sabito and Makomo beside him. Where is Li Mu? Have you guys seen Li Mu? Hearing this, Sabito wore a puzzled expression on his face. He said he went to save others. But won't he even come to collect his Nichiren blade and uniform? Swordsmen who passed the final selection needed to choose the Tamahagane for making a Nichiren blade and a Demon Slayer Corps uniform. But Li Mu had left directly. A trace of contemplation flashed through Makomo's eyes, which were concealed by a fox mask. She had previously felt that Li Mu was very special. And she guessed that Li Mu might have left first because he didn't want to be bound by the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps. The two girls hosting the selection were also standing at the gathering place at this moment, looking at this special situation before them. Their eyes filled with shock. The final selection being forced to end early because all the demons were slain was simply an unprecedented event. This matter had to be reported to the master immediately. Quick! Kasugai Crow! One of the girls said with a hurried voice, shouting toward the Kasugai Crow in the sky. Go notify the master. The situation of the final selection is special. All demons have been slain. Everything was done by a swordsman named Li Mu. Ka. Understood. Ka. The Kasugai Crow let out a crisp cry, then quickly rushed into the sky, disappearing into the distance. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the window lattice, gently spilling into the courtyard of the butterfly mansion. Flower Hashira Kanae Kocho, dressed in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, was swinging her Nichiren blade in the courtyard. As the sword light flowed, her breathing steady and prolonged, which was precisely the practice of full focus breathing, flower breathing. Under the corridor not far away, Kocho Shinobu was intently fiddling with various herbs and utensils. Her fingertips nimbly grinding wisteria flowers into a fine powder, and then precisely mixing it with several types of toxins. Right at this moment, a hurried ka of ka suddenly came from the sky. A Kasugai Crow flew swiftly from afar, circling above the butterfly mansion. Flower Hashira Kanae Kocho. Kocho Shinobu. The master has an order. Gather at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters immediately. Ka. Hearing this, Kanae Kocho slowly withdrew her Nichiren blade back into its scabbard. She raised her head, looking at the Kasugai Crow circling in the air, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. The master rarely summoned her and her sister so urgently, and especially both of them at the same time. She smiled slightly, her voice as soft as petals. The master has summoned us. Has something happened, Mr. Kasugai Crow? Kocho Shinobu's movements paused for a moment, her mortar nearly crushed in her grip. She raised her head, a trace of displeasure flashing in her purple eyes. She glanced sideways at the Kasugai Crow. Oh. The master is summoning the two of his sisters in such a rush, it seems something extraordinary has happened. I hope it is not some blind evil demon annoying the master. Ka. Go to the headquarters quickly. Master is waiting. Ka. The Kasugai Crow did not say much more, merely repeating the command. Kanae Kocho slightly nodded at the Kasugai Crow, then walked toward her sister, saying softly. Shinobu, since the master has summoned us, let us go over quickly. Presumably, something important must have happened. Yes, sister. Kocho Shinobu put down her work, lightly patted the medicinal powder off her hands, and then stood up. Although her expression remained calm, she already had some faint guesses in her heart. The most unusual thing recently was none other than Li Mu. The two sisters quickly tidied up their attire and, guided by the Kasugai Crow, left the butterfly mansion. The Kasugai Crow led the way in front, while they closely followed behind. Not long after, the Kasugai Crow brought them before an antiquated and solemn residence. Ka. Flower Hashira Kanae Kocho. Kocho Shinobu. Brought here. Ka. The Kasugai Crow shouted loudly in front of the large gate. Afterward, it did not linger, beating its wings and quickly vanishing into the horizon. Kanae Kocho and Kocho Shinobu exchanged glances, then stepped into the residence. As soon as they entered, they saw a serene picture. In the sunlit courtyard, the master of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Kagaya, was peacefully sitting on a wooden chair in the corridor, enjoying the warm sunlight. Beside him, his wife Ubuyashiki Amane accompanied him tenderly, conversing with him in soft whispers. Seeing this, Kanae Kocho instantly reined in all her thoughts, hurried forward, knelt on both knees, placed both hands flat on the ground, and executed a respectful deep bow. Lord Master, Kanae has come to await your instructions. Kocho Shinobu followed closely behind, likewise kneeling respectfully and performing a deep bow. Lord Master, Shinobu has come to await your instructions. Even if she had countless questions and conjectures in her heart, before the master, she would never reveal the slightest bit of disrespect. Which was the most basic quality of a Demon Slayer Corps member. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's deep and wise eyes slowly turned toward the two sisters kneeling on the ground. Rise, Kanae, Shinobu. There is no need for such formalities. He raised his hand, signaling them to stand up. Thank you, you two sisters, for rushing over so early in the morning. Sit by my side. The two sisters respectfully stood up, then came to the low table beside Ubuyashiki Kagaya and sat down in seiza. Kanae, Shinobu. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's gaze fell upon them. Regarding a swordsman named Li Mu, how much do you know? Upon hearing the name, Li Mu, Kanae Kochu's face instantly bloomed with a gentle smile. Her eyes sparkling with trust and affection for Li Mu. She straightened her back. Lord Master, Li Mu is a very kind, powerful, and responsible person. Although he is a demon, deep in his heart he always retains compassion for humans and hatred for evil demons. He has saved many innocent children, and he is even willing to deceive Muzan Kibutsuji for my sake and the Demon Slayer Corpse. She stated Li Mu's merits and the truth she had witnessed without reservation. Her words filled entirely with defense and affirmation of her lover. In her view, Li Mu was the hope for her ideal coexistence between humans and demons, an existence she was willing to give everything to protect. Hearing this, Kocho Shinobu's purple eyes flickered slightly, although she was still somewhat unhappy with this evil demon, Li Mu. At this moment she also stood on the same front as her sister. She cleared her throat and added, Lord Master, Li Mu is indeed very special. Not only does he possess a physique capable of consuming human food, but he can also break free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control. More importantly, he possesses a blood demon art capable of disguising his own demonic aura, allowing him to completely simulate human presence. And even conceal his identity as a demon. He can also grow stronger by slaying evil demons, this is what he told us himself. But Li Mu, he truly is a good demon. She expounded on Li Mu's abilities and characteristics in detail, although it sounded somewhat shocking and world-shaking. She knew that before the master, speaking only the truth was the most important thing. She also clarified that Li Mu is a good demon. Ubuyashiki Kagaya quietly listened to the two sisters' narration, maintaining a calm smile on his face throughout. His gaze was deep and wise, as if capable of seeing through everything. He gave a gentle cough, and then began to speak. I am not trying to call you to account, Kanae, Shinobu. I simply wish to understand this Li Mu more deeply. He paused, a trace of emotion tinging his tone. Perhaps he will be the key for us to completely slay Muzan Kibutsuji. Not long ago, an unprecedented anomaly occurred during the final selection on Fujikasane Mountain. All the evil demons were utterly slain, and every swordsman who passed the selection pointed out that it was done by Li Mu alone. This has never happened in the centuries-long history of our Demon Slayer Corps. Hearing the master's words, Kanae Kochu's eyes flashed with a hint of realization. She understood the true reason for the master's summons. Li Mu's power and uniqueness had already drawn the master's attention. Without any concealment, she recounted everything in detail, her encounter with Li Mu's pursuit of her, and how he acquired thunder breathing and the Nichiren blade. Kocho Shinobu also put away her usual sharpness, supplementing everything she knew about Li Mu completely and clearly. She placed special emphasis on how Li Mu possessed a demon's bloodline while still retaining human conscience and a sense of justice, as well as his deep detestation of evil demons. She reported every single special aspect of Li Mu to the master in detail, including the speed at which he awakened his blood demon art and the various peculiar abilities he had acquired, leaving out not a single potentially important clue. Ubuyashiki Kagaya maintained the posture of a listener throughout, his expression remained calm, yet a light of deep thought flickered in the depths of his eyes. He felt the sincerity in the two sisters' words, and he also felt their trust and protection toward Li Mu. He knew that this was not the two sisters being bewitched, but rather that Li Mu's appearance had genuinely brought a certain kind of hope. I understand. After the two sisters finished their narration, Ubuyashiki Kagaya said softly. Li Mu's existence is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps this is truly an opportunity bestowed upon us by the heavens to slay Muzan Kibutsuji. He sighed deeply. Kanae, Shinobu, regarding today's matter, do not tell the other Hashira for the time being. There are some things that still require us to verify and confirm. Yes, Lord Master. The two sisters responded in unison. Very well, you may return. The Butterfly Mansion still has many matters that require your management. Ubuyashiki Kagaya said gently. Kanae Kocho and Kocho Shinobu bowed respectfully once more, then turned and left the residence. After the two sisters left, the courtyard returned to tranquility once again. Ubuyashiki Amane gently draped a thin blanket over Ubuyashiki Kagaya, and then asked softly. Lord Kagaya, do you truly believe that this Li Mu can become our hope? Ubuyashiki Kagaya's gaze looked toward the distance, complex light flickering in his eyes. He gently grasped his wife's hand. That hand corroded by the curse was filled with strength at this moment. Amane, I have always believed that in this world, there is no absolute good or evil. Furthermore, everything in this world has its own meaning for existence. Li Mu, he might just be the one who breaks the stalemate and brings change. Hearing this, a trace of understanding and firmness flashed in Ubuyashiki Amane's eyes. She nestled silently beside her husband. She would forever believe in his judgment and forever support his decisions. The night was deep, and moonlight like water spilled across the forest. Li Mu shuttled between the tree shadows, heading toward Butterfly Mansion at his fastest speed. Although the transparent world was closed, that acute perception of the surrounding environment still remained, allowing him to clearly catch the quiver of every leaf in the night breeze and the faint chirping of insects in the distance. Ding! System check-in reminder. In his mind, the crisp prompt tone of the system suddenly sounded, causing Li Mu's pace to pause. He shouted to the system in his mind. System. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. One severance card can sever the connection between demons and Muzan Kibutsuji. As the system prompt faded, a card emitting a faint black glow appeared out of thin air in the palm of Li Mu's right hand. The card had an archaic design, engraved with a broken chain pattern on it. Li Mu looked at the card in his hand, a trace of deep thought flashing through his blood-red eyes. Severance card. Sever the connection between demons and Muzan Kibutsuji. This was a major lethal weapon. If he could sever the connection between upper-rank demons and Muzan Kibutsuji, then when slaying upper-rank demons, Muzan Kibutsuji would not be able to summon them back in time, which undoubtedly greatly increased the success rate of slaying upper-rank demons. Perhaps, I can use this to slay the upper ranks. The appearance of this card undoubtedly provided him with a brand new train of thought for slaying upper-rank demons. Just as Li Mu was immersed in thinking about the severance card, the system issued a new task once again. Ding! The system issues a new task. Task content. Slay 5 upper ranks or make Muzan Kibutsuji lose 5 upper ranks, 0/5. Task reward. Elevate the host's strength to upper rank. Slay 5 upper ranks. Or make Muzan Kibutsuji lose 5 upper ranks. Li Mu's blood-red eyes suddenly shrank, and he couldn't help but gasp a breath of cold air in his heart. The difficulty of this task was simply at hell level. Although he had now broken through lower rank, dealing with upper ranks still felt beyond his current capabilities. 5 upper ranks. With my current strength, it would already be good if I could slay the lowest upper rank. Wanting to slay 5 is simply daydreaming. It seems that this severance card will be the key to completing this task. Li Mu calculated secretly in his heart, having a clear understanding of his own strength. Every upper-rank demon was a monster that had lived for hundreds of years, possessing extremely terrifying blood demon arts and combat experience, which he definitely could not easily shake right now. At this moment, the system's prompt tone sounded again, instantly pulling Li Mu's thoughts back to reality. Ding! System prompt. Muzan Kibutsuji is summoning the host. Do you agree? Can refuse. Muzan Kibutsuji summons. A trace of cold light flashed through Li Mu's blood-red eyes. That paranoid fellow Muzan was definitely here to check his progress again. After all, since he had lurked into the Demon Slayer core, he definitely had to report the situation regularly. Agree to the summons. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Mu decisively responded in his mind. As soon as his voice fell, a wooden window emitting a yellow light suddenly emerged on the ground beneath Li Mu's feet. A powerful suction force surged out from the window, instantly sucking Li Mu's figure into it and disappearing into the night. After a bout of dizziness, Li Mu only felt his body lighten, and then he fell rapidly from the air. He quickly adjusted his posture and landed steadily on a huge wooden platform. This was Infinity Castle, Muzan Kibutsuji's lair, a distorted space created by Nakim's blood demon art. Looking out, the entire Infinity Castle was covered by endless wooden structures. Stairs, corridors, platforms were layered upon layer. Intricate and complex, resembling a huge maze. On the huge platform above Li Mu, a figure dressed in a white suit and wearing a fedora hat was standing with his back to him, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Muzan Kibutsuji. To Muzan Kibutsuji's left, Nakame was kneeling on the ground, holding her biwa in her arms. To the right was a handsome man with a bizarre smile on his face, upper rank Tudoma. He had short blonde hair, eyes as gorgeous as a rainbow, and was shaking a golden folding fan in his hand, wearing his habitual hypocritical smile. The moment Li Mu's blood-red eyes saw Doma, they shrank violently, and a trace of icy killing intent flashed through his eyes. Doma. This demon who would in the future kill his wife Kocho Kanae and leave Kocho Shinobu with lifelong regrets. Rather than sitting around waiting for my wife to encounter Doma and be killed in the future, it is better to find an opportunity to kill Doma right now. He knew Doma's strength, but possessing the transparent world, coupled with the help of the Demon Slayer core, And having the newly acquired severance card, he was not without a chance. This Doma must die. Muzan Kibutsuji slowly turned around, looking at Li Mu without a trace of emotion in those blood-red eyes. Li Mu, how is your progress on infiltrating the Demon Slayer Corps? Li Mu immediately restrained all emotions and respectfully lowered his head. Reporting to Lord Muzan, this subordinate has successfully joined the Demon Slayer Corps. And in the final selection, I slaughtered all the humans participating in the final selection. The flesh and blood of those humans have all become nourishment for this subordinate to grow stronger. And this subordinate's strength has been greatly enhanced once again. All of this is for you, my lord. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, he shouted fiercely in his mind. System. Turn on disguise, charmer. Fortunately, he had thought of his rhetoric long ago. But Muzan Kibutsuji was paranoid by nature and would never easily believe any demon's one-sided words. The lies he had just told, although seamless. He would definitely probe his inner mind as well, so he had to prepare in advance. Ding. System prompt. Disguise, charmer is enabled. The system responded quickly. Sure enough, at the exact moment Li Mu's voice fell, two invisible fluctuations instantly emerged within Muzan Kibutsuji's blood-red eyes. A cold yet powerful mental force instantly invaded the depths of Li Mu's mind, ruthlessly probing him. Muzan Kibutsuji did not simply read memories, he was even better at insight into the true thoughts and emotional fluctuations of the probed person's heart. Which was his habitual means of controlling demons. Under Muzan Kibutsuji's probe, Li Mu's memories surged forth like a tide, presenting themselves before Muzan Kibutsuji's eyes. Memory scene. Night fell, and the purple wisteria flowers swayed gracefully in Fujikasane Mountain, exuding an alluring fragrance. Ha 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 ha. These humans are simply pathetically weak. Li Mu in the memory, holding a golden Nichiren blade, his blood-red eyes filled with bloodthirsty excitement. He shuttled through Fujikasane Mountain like the god of death, and every slash of his blade was accompanied by the wail of a Demon Slayer Corps candidate swordsman. A young boy, his eyes filled with fear and despair, his Nichiren blade long since broken, fell to the ground trembling. He looked at Li Mu, his eyes filled with incomprehension and hatred. You are also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Why? Why do you want to kill us? Li Mu in the memory had a ferocious smile on his face. He stepped on the boy's chest with one foot, slowly raising the Nichiren blade in his hand, the tip pointing straight at the boy's throat. The Demon Slayer Corps. That is merely a tool for me to infiltrate the human world. For the sake of the great Lord Muzan, and to fulfill Lord Muzan's grand wish, all of you trash must be eliminated. Ah! The boy let out a shrill scream. And the Nichiren blade in Li Mu's hand fell fiercely, fresh blood gushing out like a fountain, dyeing the ground red. In the memory, Li Mu cruelly severed the boy's head and then kicked it aside. His eyes filled with contempt and disdain for human life. He licked the blood on the blade, a morbid satisfaction appearing on his face. The blood of these humans is so delicious. Lord Muzan, I will dedicate everything to you. These inferior humans are simply not worthy of surviving in this world. The memory scene shifted again, and Li Mu's figure appeared in a valley of Fujikasane Mountain. Dozens of Demon Slayer Corps candidate swordsmen were currently being surrounded and slaughtered by him alone. The golden Nichiren blade in his hand turned into streaks of golden lightning, and every flash took away a living life. Help! Demon! Help! Don't kill me! I don't want to die! Desperate wails rose and fell one after another, and blood dyed the entire valley red. Yet Li Mu seemed immersed in the carnival of slaughter, his blood-red eyes filled with fanaticism and excitement. He enjoyed the fear and despair of humans, and the pleasure of tearing them apart. Long live Lord Muzan! I will level all obstacles for you. Li Mu's inner thoughts were also completely read by Muzan Kibutsuji at the same time. Inner thoughts. Great Lord Muzan, these despicable humans are simply not worthy of coexisting with you. This subordinate will definitely do my utmost to clear all obstacles for you and help you build a perfect world belonging only to demons. This subordinate will work hard to become stronger, find the blue spider lily as soon as possible, and let you completely get rid of the shackles of sunlight. As long as I can serve you, this subordinate is willing to go through fire and water. The Demon Slayer Corps is merely a mob. This subordinate has successfully infiltrated and gained their trust. This subordinate will disintegrate the Demon Slayer Corps from the inside and drive them completely toward destruction. After probing Li Mu's inner mind, a trace of satisfaction flashed through Muzan Kibutsuji's blood-red eyes. He withdrew his mental force, and his cold gaze fell upon Li Mu once again. Well done, Li Mu. In Muzan Kibutsuji's voice, there was rarely a hint of approval. It seems you haven't disappointed me. Moreover, your strength has improved very quickly, it seems you haven't eaten few people. He liked to see his subordinates being so loyal and efficient. Afterwards, Muzan Kibutsuji's voice sounded again. How is the search for the blue spider lily coming along? He was just asking out of habit. After all, even he himself had searched for 1,000 years without a single clue. And he didn't think a newly born demon could find it. Li Mu respectfully lowered his head, a hint of remorse in his tone. Reporting to Lord Muzan, this subordinate has not yet found the blue spider lily. This subordinate is incompetent. At this moment, Doma on the side was shaking the golden folding fan in his hand, with that signature hypocritical smile on his face. And chimed in with a flippant voice. My, Li Mu, you are really not bad. Very few demons can get the Lord's approval, it seems you have gained the Lord's favor. His rainbow-colored eyes flashed with a bizarre glow. If you have the chance, you can come find me to play, oh. There are many cute followers in my cult, you know. Hearing this, a trace of imperceptible cold light flashed in Li Mu's blood-red eyes. Chance. Isn't it here right now? A flattered expression appeared on his face, with a hint of flattery in his tone. Then my lord, after this subordinate goes out, if there is a chance, where should I go to find you? The smile on Doma's face widened even more. He gently shook his folding fan, a hint of smugness in his tone. I am at Chuan in the Asakusa district of Tokyo Prefecture. There is an eternal paradise cult there, and I have always stayed there, oh. You are welcome to come play anytime. Enough. Muzan Kibutsuji's cold voice suddenly sounded, interrupting the conversation between Li Mu and Doma. A trace of displeasure flashed through those blood-red eyes of his. As he did not like his subordinates acting overly intimate in front of him. Doma's smile instantly froze on his face. He trembled slightly and immediately restrained all expressions. Respectfully lowering his head, not daring to say another word. Even though he was upper rank too, in front of Muzan Kibutsuji, he had to show absolute obedience. Muzan Kibutsuji didn't look at Doma another time, he looked coldly at Nakame and commanded. Nakame, teleport Li Mu out. Yes, Lord Muzan. Nakime's voice was calm and respectful as she gently strummed the biwa in her hand. Jung. The string of the biwa sounded crisply, and a yellow wooden window emerged once again beneath Li Mu's feet. A powerful suction force instantly sucked him into it, and his figure disappeared into the infinity castle once again. The night was as dark as ink, and a waning moon like a hook hung in the dark cyan sky, casting a silvery glow across the ground. The ghostly aura within Li Mu's body had long been perfectly restrained by disguise, charmer. At this moment, what he exuded was a gentle and pure human aura. Li Mu's figure arrived before the doors of the butterfly mansion. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Inside the courtyard, Kocho Kanae was dressed in a light nightgown, sitting cross-legged on the veranda with her eyes closed in concentration, regulating her breathing. Suddenly, a slight knock reached her ears. Kanae slowly opened her eyes, a trace of confusion flashing through them. Who could it be at this late hour? Shinobu was already asleep, and the other members all knew the butterfly mansion's schedule. She rose softly and walked toward the main gate. When Kanae opened the wooden door, a tall, slender, and familiar figure came into her view. But before she could open her mouth to say anything, Li Mu had already pulled her tightly into his arms. Wife. Li Mu lowered his head, without hesitation, and precisely captured her soft lips. A scorching and domineering kiss fell instantly, allowing her not the slightest bit of retreat. Kocho Kanae's body stiffened, and her eyes looking at Li Mu were filled with shock and bewilderment. She hadn't expected Li Mu to be so direct and so fierce. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a layer of crimson, and her heartbeat pounded violently like a drum. The chill transmitted from Li Mu's lips, along with that unique aura belonging to him carrying a faint fragrance, made her entire body tingle. Subconsciously, she wanted to resist, wanting to push him away, but that familiar yet powerful embrace instead made her feel incomparably at ease, and the strength to struggle dissipated along with it. Li Mu's kissing movements grew increasingly scorching, and his hands also began to wander mischievously across Kocho Kanae's back and waist. Kocho Kanae's breathing grew hurried, and her cheeks, flushed red from shyness, were now so red they seemed about to drip blood. She panted softly, her hands pressed against Li Mu's chest, attempting to widen the distance between the two of them. Her eyes were filled with mist, carrying a trace of entreaty and unease. Li Mu, no. She struggled to issue a faint protest, her voice carrying a hint of a tremble. Li Mu's kiss paused slightly, his scorching breath spraying against her earlobe. Wife, it's so late, no one will see. His hands wandered even more boldly upwards along her slender waist, gently stroking her soft curves. Kocho Kanae's body grew even more sensitive due to his touch. And waves of tingling sensation spread out from the places he touched. Kocho Kanae raised her eyes, looking into Lee Emu's crimson eyes filled with desire. That look made her heart palpitate, yet she was unable to resist. She took a gentle step back. No, not here, go to my room. Hearing this, a flash of pleasant surprise and understanding instantly crossed Lee Emu's crimson eyes. His originally scorching kiss turned gentle, lightly pecking at her lips before loosening his embrace around her. He pulled her slender, fair little hand, gripping it tightly in his palm. Wife, lead the way. Not daring to meet Lee Emu's scorching gaze, Kocho Kanae could only lower her eyes. And then, holding Lee Emu's hand, she turned and walked toward her own room. The two of them passed through the silent corridor and arrived at Kanae's room. Kanae entered the room a step ahead, with Lee Mu following closely behind. After Lee Mu entered the room, he directly raised his hand and locked the door with a click. Afterwards, he reached out and turned on the lights inside the room. The warm orange-yellow light instantly dispersed the darkness within the room, also illuminating Kanae's blushing face. Lee Mu stepped forward once more, gathering Kocho Kanae into his arms. He lowered his head, gently resting his chin against the crook of her neck, greedily inhaling the faint floral fragrance lingering on her body. Kocho Kanae allowed Lee Mu to hold her, her body appearing exceptionally petite in his embrace. But under the illumination of the light, her shyness grew even more obvious. She raised her head, her mist-veiled eyes looking toward Lee Mu. And her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Lee Mu, turn off the lights. Lee Mu lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Not turning them off. I want to look at my wife more. Kocho Kanae's cheeks grew even more scalding, her slender hands clutching tightly at Lee Emu's lapels. Burying her face in his chest. No, Lee Mu, turn off the lights quickly. The way she looked right now must be terribly disheveled, she didn't want Lee Mu to see such an uncomposed side of her. Looking at Kocho Kanae's resolute yet somewhat bashful appearance, a wave of deep affection naturally rose in Lee Emu's heart. He knew his wife was truly shy, not playing hard to get. He let out a soft sigh, carrying a trace of reluctance, but ultimately compromised. Holding Kocho Kanae, he turned and walked to the wall, raising his hand to click off the room's lights. The room instantly plunged back into darkness. The descent of darkness seemed to alleviate Kocho Kanae's shyness just a little bit. In the darkness, Lee Emu's hands grew mischievous once more. He gently stroked Kocho Kanae's back, then slowly wandered downward. His fingertips lightly brushing the sensitive spots on her waist, causing her body to tremble slightly. His fingertips traced along her slender waist, slowly moving upward. And then slipped his hand inside her thin nightgown. Lee Emu's fingertips gently caressed her smooth skin. Feeling every inch of her body's curves. Kocho Kanae's body stiffened instantly, her slender hands gripping tightly onto Lee Emu's lapels. Her fingertips nearly sinking into his flesh. Although shyness and unease intertwined in her heart, that current of gentle touches by him made her whole body tingle. And a vague, inexplicable desire rose deep within her body. She didn't push him away, only clinging closely to his embrace, allowing his hands to wander wantonly across her body. Feeling her body's reaction, Lee Mu grew even more excited in his heart. He lowered his head, kissing the crook of her neck once again, and then whispered softly in her ear. Wife, let me look at you, okay? He had grown even bolder, attempting to untie her nightgown. Kocho Kanae's body gave a sudden shudder, a trace of panic and resistance flashing in her eyes. She could sense Lee Emu's intention, and that sense of shame completely overwhelmed her in an instant. She gripped Lee Emu's hands tightly, carrying a hint of a cry in her voice, weak yet resolute. No, Lee Mu, I'm not ready yet, I'm scared. Lee Emu's movements paused, he could feel the trembling of her body and that genuine fear in her voice. He knew he couldn't continue to pressure her any further. He let out a soft sigh, suppressing the desire in his heart, and then held her tightly in his arms, soothing her softly. All right, wife, I won't force you, don't be afraid, I'm here. For a gentle and traditional woman like Kanae, this indeed took time. He could wait, he had enough patience. Lee Mu lowered his head, kissing her hair once more, and then asked softly. Then, can I use my hand? Kocho Kanae's body shuddered once again. She knew what Lee Mu was asking. Her cheeks grew scalding hot once more, but ultimately she didn't reply. Only giving a gentle nod within Lee Emu's embrace. In the darkness, Lee Mu felt her faint nod, a flash of joy crossing his eyes. The room fell into silence once again, leaving only heavy breathing and suppressed gasps. For a long while, when everything finally subsided, Kocho Kanae's body leaned softly against Lee Emu's chest. Her cheeks still burning, her breathing somewhat hurried. She felt an unprecedented exhaustion, as if all her strength had been instantly drained away. Yet deep within her heart, a hint of shameful satisfaction surged. She held Li Mu tightly, burying her head in his chest, attempting to hide her bashful state at this moment. As for Li Mu, feeling the tender and soft body in his arms, his heart was filled with satisfaction and tender affection. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.